All right, let's get it, man. How's the microphone? How is the microphone check? How is the microphone check? All right, let's get it, man. How's the microphone? How is the microphone check? How is the microphone check? All right, we're good. Okay. Yeah, this thing picks up too much. Man, what happened to closing out the background noise? God, man. How you hear him way over there? All right, let's get it, man. All right, it's feedback popping. How's the microphone? How is the microphone check? How is the microphone check? All right, we're good. Okay. Yeah, this thing picks up too much. Man, what happened to closing out the background noise? God, man. How you hear him way over there? All right, let's get it, man. All right, it's feedback popping. How's the microphone? How is the microphone check? How is the microphone check? All right, we're good. Okay. Yeah, this thing picks up too much. Man, what happened to closing out the background noise? God, man. How you hear him way over there? All right, let's get it, man. All right, it's feedback popping. How's the microphone? How is the microphone much? Man, what? All right, damn, man. What was that about? Yeah, I didn't mute the playback, obviously, but I got a tether who might be coming on. All right, so it's going to be entertaining. Let's see if he responds, because when tethers say they're going to join, they don't really join. But he said, I sent the phone number and everything to him, and we're just waiting. Okay, so let's go. So let's go with some chaotic cheerleaders. Listen to this fool.
In Reset TV, it's your man gravitating away back at it again. So you know, I would call him a good friend of mine. Chaotic Truth Live, very entertaining. In fact, I would say this is one of the top tier platforms on YouTube. I kid you not. Check it out.
All right, so this is either chaotic's boyfriend or he paid this dude. This dude said he is the most entertaining. I'm going to play this guy for you. All right. Yo, everybody know tethers don't have good sense of humor, and chaotic fits that stereotype 100%.
Very entertaining. In fact,
Entertaining. All of his content is goofy. Like he never got serious content. His clout chasing and trolling and FBA this and Tariq that. How is that entertaining?
would say this is one of the top tier platforms.
Well, if it was top tier, his views would reflect. Like I pretty much got the same views as when my supporters show up. My views is pretty much the same as chaotic tether, and he got way more subscribers than me, like 9 times, and our views are the same because my supporters, my lineage, my fellow lineage, they rock out, and the more y'all support, I'm gonna get one of these big name tethers on here. Let's believe that because they clout chase. So when you clout chase, they just want to see numbers. They see, so far my numbers been good. So you keep that up, you'll see one of these tethers on here, either Ringo, Panamanian tether, or chaotic, or somebody else.
On YouTube. I kid you not. Check it out, and you can thank me later. Chaotic Truth Live. And he had an 11-hour stream. I only got by the first couple hours because I needed to hear what he was breaking down his topic on. And it was on Tariq Nasheed blaming the tethers for black kids basically not doing so well in school, in public school, that is. So I only got a smirk behind my behind this expression because anytime I hear Tariq Nasheed, and keep in mind, Chaotic Truth didn't take it serious, you know, because I don't take Tariq Nasheed serious. You know, those people that are close to me and myself, we made some videos in the past on Tariq Nasheed, but with us, right, people like me, right, we come at Tariq Nasheed with the angle of understanding who he is. A lot of you guys are Johnny come latelys to Tariq Nasheed. So you're all in on this FBA cult movement, right? And that's no shade to anybody else that subscribes to the FBA so-called movement. I'm talking about his blind witnesses, right? His cult following of people that are 50 years or older and are just like, for whatever reason, it's always blame the white man. But look, I digress. But Tariq Nasheed, right? For those of you that have known him for 10 plus years, or in my case, 15 plus years, right? This guy always has been entertaining, funny. He's comedic relief, right? Shout out to my man, you feel me, that introduced me to him back in '07. My dog told me straight up, check this out, you gonna like this dude. Because at first, you know, he was coming with the gems. But if I'm to be honest, it's gems that I've known since I was a child because I've always surrounded myself with knowledge, right? So Tariq Nasheed, it's not necessarily enlightening. For those of us that has always subscribed to higher learning, right? Always been around older folks with wisdom, people giving you good game.
All right. Now I don't know if this is his channel or not, but I'm gonna give him a invitation, right? All right. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to. No, 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 not from this channel. Not from Unbiased Ron, because I get more views on FBA unit because they clout chase, so they want to see views. Okay, so let's go ahead with it. All right, 34 likes. That's it out of 1.3, and it's 4 months ago. Yeah, so my views are killing him. So thanks to y'all. But so he's a clout chaser. So I'm telling you, I invite these guys. All they got all the stuff to say. And if you're standing on truth, then why not have the conversation? If what you're saying is absolutely true, right? Then what are you dodging the smoke for? Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm on the Marcus Garvey. You can't find a Marcus Garvey video that I'm not in the comment section inviting all those people who love this guy and think he's the best leader and best black leader. I'm in there challenging all of them. And they decline. Because and it's more sad because they truly know Marcus Garvey wasn't SHIT, but because he's the leader of the Pan Africanist movement, they just go with it, and they just hope you just don't ever research. Sad but true.
For 10 plus years, or in my case, 15 plus years, right? This
Now, by the way, I sent this Taylor the phone number. He said he was ready. No, he said, "Hey man, what's up?" I said, "Bro, you ready right now?" He said, "Yes." I sent him the phone number. He hasn't called in. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is annoying. Like, dude, what? Why are you scared to talk to another grown man about something that you like to talk about? I'm not forcing the conversation on you. You're the one making videos about FBAs and Tariq Nasheed. If it's true, let's talk about the truth. Bring truth to power. Straight cowards, man.
This guy always has been entertaining, funny. He's comedic relief, right? Fool me once, fool me twice. You know the old saying, right? There's always a sucker born every minute. So my anger will never. This is the most lucrative movement, this FBA thing he's upon that started.
Okay, so now I sent this. I'm really like tired listening to him. I sent him the comment. You guys see it for yourself. Just it's right there. You can't see all of it, but boom, right there. Can I invite you onto my platform to talk about this? I disagree with you on a few things, and let's have a civil dialogue. Thanks. Now, watch this guy. Just now, look. He replies. So he replies. So watch. When they get challenged, they flee. Like these guys are just fleeing. Is in there. They got an ethnogenesis with fleeing. That's just part of their. They had an ethnogenesis with fleeing. That's just a part of their DNA now. That's just in them. All right. So enough of that tether. Let me get off him. Pause and well, my term is straightening. So if you hear me saying straightening, straightening is replacement of pause. All right, straightening for grown, mature folks. All right. Anyway, let me try to get this tether on. So I'm going to go back to my account. Like, dude, call the phone number. Oh boy. Okay. Did he respond? Yeah, this guy, he said, "What's the meeting ID?" This fool. I sent him two numbers. I said, phone number, meeting. I said, access code. He said, "What's the meeting ID?" Dude, obviously it's the access code. All right, so it's gonna be an easy cook. So I really want to go into more. I want to like beat him up real fast and then go into the show, but I ain't gonna delay too much. Let me see what the chat talking about. Peace, Corwin, MC Facts, same day. Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, this gonna be a good one. So yeah, Bush meet Babylon. Exactly. TI production. Let me give you a wrench. And did all FBAs and FBA supporters get a wrench. Now, so you had a troll in the chat earlier. It was like, yo, man, you was high on Godfrey. Yes, I was high on Godfrey. Okay, we're human beings. When you support us, we're going to sign your autograph. You dig? But when you start hating on us and ask for autograph, you're not gonna get it. So like, there's nothing wrong with signing autographs. Like, yeah, I'm gonna acknowledge the flowers. Godfrey had a long history of giving us our flowers. He made a big mistake. You know, he didn't do. I mean, he made a mistake. He ain't. I ain't watched the interview, so I can't really tell you much. Okay, so the dude just hopped in. Hey, hey, peace. What's your name? You like to go by?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear. Can you hear me very clear as well?
Yeah, I can hear you good, bro. My name is KD. You call me KD.
Like K and a D, like Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
All right, all right. So what's up, man? What's your issue with FBA or ADOS or Tariq Nasheed?
Well, I guess we can start with Tariq Nasheed.
Okay.
Uh, Majority of his videos are about disparaging black immigrants. I mean, that's pretty much all his content. Like
Well,
literally all of it.
would you agree that no matter what the subject is, there's black immigrants calling in, heckling him and trolling him, and then it turns to that?
Okay, I mean, you could have where people heckle you and troll you, but do you have to make that the topic of your entire
No,
video?
No, but you're no, no. See, here's the thing: you're looking at clips. You're looking at clips of a whole video. So he has a whole video, just like DJ Flat or whoever else. They have a whole video and they clip off like the most exciting or controversial moments of it because they know it's going to get clicks. Everybody does that. Every content creator does that. They make highlights, even like in the NBA. The NBA is going to show highlights of the best parts of the game.
Okay. World Star Hip Hop. I mean, they show highlights of the black community. Is that showing the black community in a positive light? Is that the kind of image that we're trying to set as black people? Highlights of that?
No, but guess what? The criticism Tariq is getting, you guys didn't give Q the same criticism, and he was far more influential in his highlights. He got gazillion views. Tariq look at Tariq views on his videos. It's nothing near Q. But here's the thing, though: Q got a pass, but Tariq somehow gets all of the criticism, and he's nowhere near as influential as Q or the Shade Room or these other World Star, these other DJ academics. He did a whole thing on War in Chirac. Where was you at in his comment section? My man started a whole bloodbath over again.
I mean, do two wrongs make a right? I don't understand. Like
No,
we take in one thing that's wrong and then we're gonna replicate it.
now what I'm saying is, where is the criticism? Like for example, I have a standard. This is why I'm that guy. My name is Unbiased Ron.
Mhm.
Anybody, and I'm called the can man because I don't hold punches. Anybody can literally get it. All right.
Okay, I
So
respect that.
okay, so that's what I do. Now, but my standard is across the board. I'm not respecting persons. So if Tariq don't fit my standards, I'm gonna criticize whatever he said that don't fall into my standards. So I criticize everybody. And even people I like. I'm in the comment section and say, hey, I don't like this. I watch a lot of one-on-one basketball, like the whole YouTube content creator. And guys I really like. And guess what? I got at them directly. And they call me a hater. It's like, no, I'm not a hater, dude. I'm just telling you, with this one guy, you were more aggressive. Like you were out of character. Like, dude, you're usually humble, but because this one guy you seen was soft, you became a bully. So that's how I am. So what I'm saying is, if I feel like Tariq Nasheed highlights was causing what you said, I would do that with everybody that I am aware of. I ain't gonna say you got to research people on the fly, but whoever you know of, because you got bigger. Like Tariq was on DJ Academics. So if you know Tariq, you definitely know DJ Academics, and not just him. Math Hoffa, right? So you got these other guys that do the same thing, and they have a larger influence, and the smoke is just reserved for Tariq Nasheed. And that's what we're like realizing. It's like, yo, we wouldn't mind if the smoke was pitched equally distributed. If there was equality, we wouldn't even like say anything to you. We were like, all right, it's whatever.
Well, I mean, let me tell you a little bit about me, bro. I'm a Pan-African. You know what I mean? And honestly, bro, anybody who is displaying black people in the negative light, I got smoke for them. Period. All
I
the
ain't
way across the board. You know
I
what I
ain't got a
mean?
problem with that.
So Tariq is at this particular point, he's the personification
Hold on,
of
hold on,
of go
hold on.
ahead.
So, are you aware of academics?
Yeah, I know about academics.
Are you aware of his documentary on Chicago?
Nah, I never heard of a documentary on Chicago. Tell me
Okay,
about it.
all right. Well, just real briefly, the Chicago gangs themselves. So these ain't critics, these ain't trolls. The Chicago gangs themselves. Oh, D Block and the other crew over there, they blamed him for the reoccurring to this day bloodbath between King Von, Lil Durk, and all these guys. They single-handedly pointed at him and I'm talking about Chicago residents and even people in the gang. They blame him for resurrecting the bloodbath. So Tariq Nasheed is talking trash, whatever. I could see that you have a problem with it, no problem. But this guy got people killed. All the shooters you hear about on the weekend, that DJ Academics play a large part of that because he was rehashing old beefs that people like, the wounds healed a little bit and people like let it go. They kind of bitter, but they let it go. Well, he resurrected it and talked about it. He even gave these guys nicknames and made them like superheroes. So they start to retweet, his stuff, and then the other gang like, "Yo, man, mind your business, shut up." and start a whole war. So what I'm saying is, like, we're focused on Tariq, and to me personally, I believe it's bigger than Tariq. I think people just don't like him. So no matter what he does, it's just never going to be good enough. Like if he asks for donations for or GoFundMe, crowdfund for a museum or a documentary, they're gonna have
Nah,
issues.
nah. So that ain't the case over here. I'm just let you know all the way across the
All right, so
board.
where's
So
the
I used
smoke? So where's the smoke? Because you're Pan African, you love black people. So
right.
where's the smoke? And matter of fact, all of DJ right now, all of his content is divisive. Literally, nothing is like bringing black folk. Like DJ Vlad probably got more positivity.
Divisive's not the right word. You could say that it's destructive to the community, portraying us in that type of image. Yeah, but divisive is not the word. Divisive is a word that's specifically reserved for Tariq, because Tariq, what he's doing is he's pitting one group of black people against another group
All
of
right,
black people.
okay, so
Academics is portraying, he's contributing to the negative image of black people. That's what he's doing.
okay, so explain how Tariq Nasheed is putting a group against another group. I got to hear this one.
All you got to do is go to his YouTube channel. Every single video is tether this, tether that.
Right.
Black Somalian this person said
So
that. This
how long
person's
you been
against
watching?
the FBI.
How long you been watching?
Years.
They got it. Now
Yeah.
I've been watching Tariq for years, and I am pretty smart. I got a good memory, and I can recall damn near his biggest videos. Now I can tell you where it started. See, a lot of people can't go back to 2017, 2016 when it all started. Okay, so he was pitching. Are you aware? You watched him for years. Are you aware of his global empowerment? When he was, that's like kind of like Pan Africanist. He was about Melanoid Nation. You aware of that?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the
Okay,
More Us app. I
okay,
remember the
cool.
Melanoid Nation.
So,
I
so
remember Hidden
okay,
Colors. Go ahead. Yep.
cool. So what he started to spot was this: when he was getting on white supremacy. This is way before Adolf, way before Tether. He used to call out white supremacy, and he used to notice that most of his feedback was for black women, and he used to call them bed wenches, right? And he left it like that. Then he evolved. He started to notice that, wow, these black women aren't just black women. These black women hold a flag that's foreign. So he started to point that out. So this is way before delineation, all that stuff. He used to say, hey man, I'm noticing that a lot of these bed wenches are from the continent. Like, and he used to say they love Zaddy. So a lot of his complaints and pushback was on black immigrant women who were sticking up for, I mean, blatant white supremacists, people who disrespect them, who you say you love. And so he started to notice it was consistent across the board, and these people had foreign flags. So he would call them out. And then he'll see that. And by the way, I got clips on everything I'm saying to you. I clipped it up. So I'm a clip guy. I watch videos and I clip them. So I got clips to everything I'm saying. So this is when he was about all global empowerment. And that was his terminology against white supremacy, because he said white supremacy is global, so we needed a global empowerment movement. So he was linking up with black folks all across the globe, bigging up everybody. Okay, then he started to see like, hey man, these guys ain't on cold as I think I am. But he kept pushing, because that was January of 2018. So like I'll say around April, he started to notice, damn, a lot of the black media that shows black people, and this is before Tariq Nasheed did Tethers that you're complaining about, 2018. That's what? That's 7 years ago. You start to notice that black media that shows black folks in negative light, in a negative light, is DJ Academics. You just said it, World Star Q, who's Haitian, Academics Jamaican, Shade Room. So he started to show all of the massive black media that shows black Americans in a negative light were all black immigrants. So he's starting to like, wow, what's going on here? I'm trying to be black empowerment, but there's this secret agenda that I'm not aware of, that I'm becoming aware of. So he started to question, like, yo, what's up? But he always kept saying this. He always kept saying, not all of y'all, but some of y'all, y'all really on some white supremacist, bandwagon. And he did that.
Okay. Now let me ask you this, right? Because I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Do you know who Jesse Lee Peterson is?
Yes, I do.
You know who Charles Barkley is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who shoot, we can name Lil Wayne is, OJ Simpson?
Yes, I do.
Would you say that these dudes are representatives of FBA? Would you say that these dudes are they embody the mindset of what black people in America are?
They're all compromised.
I get, hey, I'm not gonna argue that at all. But would you put them, would you say, okay, would you watch these dudes and say, okay, this is what all these black Americans are?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, when you hear them talk, they put themselves in like a as like an educator or an expert. So all of them when they talk, they carry themselves where you're supposed to take them serious. Well, except for Jesse Lee Peterson, but he be trying. Now look, I know Jesse Lee Peterson more than before all of you, by the
Mm-hmm.
way. So I'm aware of his early interviews with the Hebrew Israelites. They're on my channel. Let's go back 12 years ago. So I
Mm-hmm.
was aware of him when he had an actual talk show, right? He had an actual talk show. So yeah, I go that far back. But yeah, but the difference is that all of them do what we say is cooning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me say this:
Mm-hmm. Yep.
is one thing if you're arguing with your brother and your sister. It's another thing if a neighbor takes your brother's argument and argue that same argument. Cause you want to know, like, yo, what this guy do with you? Like, I'm arguing about what my brother did to my car. He didn't gas it up. Why are you talking about he didn't gas it up? So it hits differently when you're not when you're outside of the household and you're speaking on household things. So academics and those guys are outside the household and they're speaking on household things and they're not genuine. So when Charles Barkley says something, he might actually feel that way. See, but the difference is Q is not expressing his true feelings. Academics is not expressing true feelings. They're just covering us like we're just zoo animals. They're not
Okay,
giving it.
so it sounds to me like you're saying they have more of a right to be coons than anyone else. Is that what you're trying
No,
to say?
no,
Like, are
no.
you trying to say like if you're a black person in America, you have a God-given right to be a sellout, buck dancing, tap
No,
dancing?
no. What I'm actually
No,
saying is this: they have a right to their opinion. Okay,
right?
so Jesse Lee has an opinion. Look, Jordan Lee Peterson has an opinion, but white folks don't. The large body of white folks don't share that opinion. Nick Fuentes got an opinion, but a lot of white folks don't agree. But that's their opinion. What I'm sharing with you, bro, I need you to listen. DJ Academics is not sharing an opinion. He's projecting an image. Q is not sharing an opinion. He's projecting an image. That's worse.
Okay, so you're okay. So
I
essentially,
can
you're
respect their
saying,
opinion, but they're not giving an opinion. They're projecting an image that sides with scientific racism, how the racist South viewed us with, and they try to use science, So they're stirring up that image. It's not an opinion. They're casting or projecting an image that was first expressed during scientific racism. And like I have that book, Medical Apartheid, by the way. So I know for a fact that they are resurrecting images and thoughts about black people that was going on because first of all, white folks, Southerners was trying to deter and discourage the North from carrying on with the civil rights movement. So I mean, I'm sorry, with the Civil War. So they were trying to say, hey, why war with us over these slaves? They're just going to be gang, not gang, but violent whoremongers. So like they was trying to pitch and like kind of like the modern bell curve thing. They were trying to pitch an argument like, why are you worried about these guys becoming free? Like these guys need to be in chains because if they're free, they're going to be rapists, they're going to be violent, and then guess what? That's what World Star Hip Hop portrayed as.
Listen, bro. Listen, the thing is, if you want to sit there and argue which one is worse, I mean, we can
Nah,
do that. But let's be clear that the fact that what both of these dudes are doing are destructive to the community. They're destructive to the movement.
so
They're
I
destructive to the
don't
community.
believe Tariq what he's doing is being destructive. I believe that he has a live, right? He's going live, and
Hmm.
somebody's calling in now. If because I put Tariq in the same category as Dave Chappelle, like they're like comedians. Like Tariq is funny, like, and he's known to troll back and do the puppet thing, and the wolf wall, the walrus thing. So he is literally a comedian, like Dave Chappelle. So if Dave Chappelle is live,
I mean, they don't call him a community a comedian on X. I mean, they list him as activist. They list him as social leader. They list him as
So
he's
is
the
Dave Chappelle.
founder of FBA.
Wait,
I
wait, wait,
mean, maybe if he was
wait,
listed
wait,
as a
wait,
comedian,
wait,
people
wait,
would take him less seriously. But
wait,
he's
wait,
not listed as a comedian. That's the problem.
wait. Slow down, slow down.
I'm here.
Does Dave Chappelle does activism and they become politically aware about black and white issues on this and not just him but Charlie Murphy.
Wait, so would you call them activists?
Yeah, they're activists slash comedians.
You can do, listen, you can, I can change it. I can change my oil on my car, but that doesn't make me a mechanic. It
Nah,
just means I changed my oil. You know
all
what I'm
right. So
saying?
look,
Just because you do activism, some activism, it doesn't make you an activist. That's not your main occupation. His main occupation is comedian. But
who?
when you look at Tariq, allegedly his main occupation is supposed to be activist,
Wait,
right?
no. He never said that.
He's never called himself an activist. He's never
Well,
been portrayed
okay,
or
you see
or
that.
marketed as an activist.
Right, so now you're going the opposite way. You just called him an activist first. When did he say that?
Okay, I mean, I could probably find things
Oh,
where he
no,
said that, but if
no,
you go to his,
bro,
let's go to his
bro.
X, go to his X, share
Okay,
the screen and go to his
okay,
X. Let's
okay,
see what the description is.
okay. Look, I don't mind that, but what I'm saying is he's not saying I'm just that. Like Malcolm X was an activist. So, but Tariq has always said I'm petty. I'm petty. So here's the thing: people like you pick and choose which Tariq you want to believe. I believe everything he says he is. He said I'm petty. He said he has jokes. He's an entertainer. He has music. He's all of that, and on top of that, he's an activist. There's nothing wrong with that. I am an activist. On top of that, I do sports. On top of that, I debate religion. That ain't activism. Debating religion. On top of that, I debate other foolishness. But so I do a lot of things. But no, I'm not. I'm not 100% activist like Malcolm X or Dr. King. Like
Okay, so if he's not an activist, right?
no,
If
no,
he's
no, no,
if
no, no. I didn't say that. I'm saying he's
oh,
activist plus. So this is 2025, bro. Like we are evolved. We are more things than just one thing. And so now, are you aware of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, by the way?
of course.
Okay, so what did he say? He said entertainment plus knowledge. You gotta have so he realized you gotta entertain on top of educate. They call it edutainment. Okay, so you got to entertain as you educate because black folks, we love entertainment. We love sports. We love singing. Lil Wayne, the guys you mentioned, we love that over activists, unfortunately. So we got to be smart. I'm a chess teacher, by the way. So I teach strategy and tactics.
Okay, so I
So,
mean, if that's the case, I mean, Lil Wayne is an activist. I mean,
what?
LeBron James is an
No,
activist. I mean, we go
So,
down the list. The
no,
entertainers and athletes who are activists.
no.
What did Malcolm X say about what they try to do with black people and make entertainers and athletes our
Okay,
leaders?
okay. So now look, let's put that on pause because
Okay.
we're going to agree or disagree, and let's go to FBA. What's your issues?
So hold on, wait. So you want to agree to disagree on that? You don't want to touch on nothing I just said with that?
Well, we're going around in circles and we're not agreeing. So let's go to something we can agree on. So, and look, we could always circle back, but I want to hit on some things without getting bogged down to one thing. All right. So, look, we can come back to that.
Okay, cool.
Because remember, there's a couple of things that you got an issue with. So now, what's
Okay.
your issue with FBA?
Okay, so there's a few issues with FBA.
I believe.
The first issue is that it's a Tariq Nasheed online store that he owns the rights to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. He owns the rights to FBA. The web
Who
the
owns-
official the official web hold on, the official website
Okay.
is owned and operated by Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed owes the rights to the flag. Tariq
So,
Nasheed created and coined the term foundational Black American. So
okay,
that's one of the issues I have with it. But go
stop.
ahead.
Are
Mhm.
you an African American?
No, I'm not. Well, I am a American. I was born here. I was born in Miami, but my people's
Okay.
are Jamaican.
Okay. Do you ever select? Because now, brother, be
Mhm.
careful. Because I know what applications say. I'm in housing. Okay, and Jamaicans and every other Black immigrant only got one selection. Right? There ain't no other selection. Right?
Mhm.
With housing, and they all get housing. So now, do you ever select the option where it says when it's talking about race? There ain't no Jamaican on there. There's no
Mhm.
Haitian on there. There's no Nigerian. Do you ever select where it says Black African American?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're African American. Now watch this. Who copyrighted that? Who trademarked that term?
I don't know the history behind it. I
Okay,
know it
so I will
became.
tell
Go
you.
ahead.
I will tell you. A white man trademarked African American. You know why?
African American is not trademarked. It's
Oh,
not.
wait, okay. Let me cook you real fast. See, one thing you know about me, that bro.
I want you to
Okay.
show me that it's trademarked. I
I,
know for a fact it's not, but go ahead.
I got you.
Hmm.
One thing about me
And
is
don't
that
show me no BS website with no clothing store
no.
with no. Go ahead, show me the trademark. I want to see it.
I got you. But one thing you gonna learn about me tonight is that everything I say, I can prove. So watch this. So now, once I prove this, say you were wrong and I was right, and we can move forward.
I don't mind admitting I was wrong, but I know for a fact you're not
So
going
get
to
used to
prove
that
that I'm wrong.
because I'm never wrong like that. So I ain't got to worry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
All
So
right.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
So now watch this. I'm gonna read it, and they're gonna read with me. Yes, the term African American is trademarked by African American Inc., a food and beverage company based in North Carolina, and that's a white man.
Hold on. So this Wikipedia you showing me?
No. This ain't Wikipedia. This is AI overview. No, but hold on. All right. Look.
Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
So watch
Where's
this.
Where's the official site on the website where the trademarks the .gov website that shows
The
the
.gov.
African American
All right,
.gov website that shows African
no.
American as trademark.
No. That's not for me. That's for you. Because this guy right here, that owns this. Okay, this is Google. Now I can go to Chat GPT, it won't change. Okay, any search, I can go to Bing.com, it's not going to change. This white guy, you know why I know this? Because I already did a live on this before. Okay, now I can get his name for you. He even got a Facebook page, and he even got a flag. By the way, he got a flag too. This white guy got a flag. So here's the thing for those who are listening. This is a fact. So forget about what he's saying, because he wants to act like this ain't true. Some .gov shit. Hey, bro, this is simple. Anybody can look this up, and y'all can do your own .govs. And I want to put some money on this one. I got 100 that you can't prove me wrong. This is owned by this.
No, I don't have to prove you wrong. You have to prove you right.
Well,
You have to prove that it's trademarked. You showed me a wiki. You showed me a Google AI wiki search.
I already did. So here's what I'm gonna do. I already did. You said show you where it's trademarked. I'm on Google.com. This is AI overview. So now AI overview is lying now. So AI overview lies now. It has wrong information when you Google something.
It means that anybody can put the information
No.
bro. It doesn't have to be accurate.
No,
I could put. All right,
so okay.
I saw flying elephants on Wednesday. I could put that in Wikipedia and it would pull up.
Look, I already know you cook. I ain't saying Wikipedia, by the way. So I already know you cook. So hey, chat. So I'm talking to chat now. Hey, chat. I'm so confident on this. I don't gotta do what he said. I'm that thorough on this.
Of course you don't.
Of course you don't. I'm talking to my chat because my chat know how I get down. Chat. I'm so thorough on this. If y'all all do your individual research, y'all all going to say, unbiased Ron, you got it. That guy was wrong. Like people normally are when they speak to me. So now let's go further. So I don't feel like I got to prove this. I'm cool with you just laughing in doubt. I'm cool with that because I know when my chat Google it and research it on themselves, they're going to know that this guy, and by the way, chat, Google the owner of this beverage company. It's a white guy. He got a Facebook too, by the way. And they get, and guess what? FBAs are killing him on his Facebook. Anyway,
bro, this is all cap. It's all cap.
Okay, all right, no problem. No problem. Well, now,
I just did a Google search of my own just now, and it clearly says no, the word is not trademarked or copyrighted.
Okay, sure.
Can I share my screen? You want me to share my screen on here?
Hey, chat. No, because chat.
Of course not. But go ahead.
Chat, I know, right? Okay, so now let's move on. So now there's some things I'll debate, but this ain't one of them. Now, hey, bro,
you can't debate it because it's fictitious. You made it up. It's not trademarked. It's not. You cannot trademark African American. African American is a race. You cannot trademark. If you Google search this, and I'll talk to the chat now. If you Google search, can you trademark the word African American? It will specifically tell you that you cannot trademark it because it specifically identifies a particular group or ethnic group of people, and you cannot trademark words like that. Don't let this dude fool you. That's cap, bro. You cannot trademark African American. Period. But go ahead.
I'm so confident. I ain't got a response to that.
You probably talking about some online store that's making clothes or whatever, but you cannot trademark the word. But go ahead.
Fine. Now here's the thing. You said what you said. I said what I said. Now they got to do their research, right?
Right.
Okay, so now they're going to end up knowing I was right or wrong, and you were right or wrong, and I'm cool with that because I know I'm right. But anyway, so do you have a? So now here's the next thing, because we talked about Tariq briefly. We talked about this briefly. We come back to all of this later. I want to hit some bullet points first. Okay, so do you have a problem with Black Americans that trace their lineage back to slavery in this country? Go that way. Do you have a problem with us seeking reparations exclusively just for us? No Jamaicans, no Haitians, no Nigerians, just Black Americans. Go ahead.
Okay, do I have an issue? So those are two different questions. Do I have an issue with Black people tracing their lineage back to the 1800s?
No. It was one question.
Ahead.
It was one question. All I said was, do you have a problem with us? Well, I was trying to point out that who I'm speaking about. Because you say Black Americans, that could be anybody in Black in America, right? So I was saying Black Americans who can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census, right? I was talking about those Black Americans. Do you have a problem with them exclusively seeking reparations for themselves, excluding the other Blacks?
Do I have an issue with that?
Yeah.
Black people. So that was two questions.
Do
I have an issue? No, it's two questions. It is.
Okay.
Because one question is talking about if I have a problem with somebody tracing their lineage back, and nobody has a problem with that. That's the thing. Like, nobody got a problem with nobody tracing their lineage back. Trace your lineage back. Be proud of who you are, bro. Like, ain't no issues with none of that.
The reparations.
Period. Now, when we talking about reparations, now I have an issue with the individualism as it pertains to everyone trying to fight their own individual. This is more tribalistic BS. At the end of the day, the transatlantic slave trade and all these different slave trades, it was a global issue. The people that were responsible for the issues that the issues that Black people suffer from today, they're all the same people. UK and America, they were the same fucking country up until maybe about 250 years ago. They were the same. They're the same people. They're the same descendants. The UK, France, all these countries, they're the same people. They all come from the same place. When it came to Black people, they all got on the same page and they all worked together in order to enslave and colonize Black people wholly.
Is that a yes or no?
Yeah, I have a problem with it all the way across the board. We should all be working together because we fighting the same people. But go ahead.
So now here's the actual real second question. So CARICOM, is that for everybody? Is that for all Black folks? Or that's for the diaspora? Or that's just the Caribbean?
I believe that's a union for the Caribbean as far as the countries are concerned.
All right. So now they just did what you said. They just did what you said was wrong. So do you disagree with the CARICOM claim?
I do disagree with the CARICOM claim. I think it should be one collective claim.
Okay, so now, good. So let's walk it back now. So the American government, right? So now we're talking about government now. The American government, when they did what they did here in America, and let's start with Black codes, Jim Crow, Black Reconstruction, right? Did that affect all Black people of the world, or did that just affect those of us who call ourselves ADOS, FBAs, free people?
I mean, there was immigration during those time periods, so it did affect
There
people
were
across the world.
okay, brother. Now you got to prove that there were no Black. Hey, now I'm gonna give you the stat.
So there was no immigrants that were here in the
Well,
1900s or in the
no,
early 1950s. There was no
I,
that was around
slow
Jim
down,
Crow. But go
slow down,
ahead.
slow down, brother. Were there, and you say immigrants? Be specific. Say Black immigrants.
Black
Okay,
immigrants.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
because I study U.S. immigration, by the way. Okay,
Okay.
so Black immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
When Abraham Lincoln said he's going to free, when he's going to do the Freedmen Bank, the Freedmen Bureau, the free people, were Black immigrants in mind. When he said freedmen, free barrel, free people.
I mean, obviously, the man is talking about the people who reside within the country. So, if you were a Black person, you immigrated, then he would have been talking about you because you were
There were
residing
no
within the
Black
country.
immigrants. No, 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 no. So now, brother, let me help you out. So during that time, immigration was being halted. So you got the 1917 Immigration Restriction Act, hit the 1924 Immigration Restriction Act. Okay, so they were restricting white people from South Europe, Southern Europe, and Eastern Europe. So they were not even allowing white people in this country. All right.
Okay, you're referring to particular time periods, very short
Yeah,
time
of
periods,
course.
in which case there were no
This
immigration.
is
But that doesn't mean that there were no immigrants that were already here in the
okay.
country. And that doesn't mean that afterwards
Show us real
immigrants
quick.
didn't come into the country. But go
Okay,
ahead.
can you show us real quick when Black because I know the answer, but let's see you do. Can you and then tell us where they were living at and what state? What state do you? Okay, first of all, what was the earliest immigration for Black immigrants in this country? Do you know?
What was the earliest recorded immigrants between
No,
you
yeah, yeah,
said earliest
yeah,
what? Go
yeah.
ahead.
Because you're saying that there's a possibility, and I'm assuming that you're saying more than one, right? More than one Black immigrant in this country during the time where Abraham Lincoln had set up the Freedmen Bureau and the Freedmen Bank. So you're somehow anchoring mysterious Black immigrants to this Freedmen Bank.
Mysterious black. First of all, do you know that during the the transatlantic slave trade, they were constantly bringing slaves back and forth between Jamaica, the Caribbean, the islands.
Brother,
They
I'm
were
giving you,
constantly bringing
brother, I'm
people back
giving you
and
a
forth between the
specific
two.
time frame. I keep saying
Yeah,
free.
but again, that person would be considered an immigrant because they came from Jamaica, technically,
Wait,
according to you, right?
hold on. Wait, slow down, slow down. I'm saying the Freedmen Bureau. I'm giving you a time frame. I'm saying around 1865, 1867, 68. Are you telling me that there were Black immigrants from the Caribbean in this country living amongst us?
Bruh. So you're referring again to a very, very tiny window of time.
No, it's
Again,
not.
it's not.
This is the emancipation process. This is when it all counts. This is when he said, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to free the slaves from the Southern, rule." All right.
If you weren't here in America during that time period, then that means that you're during that specific, very small window of time that you're talking about. If you weren't here during that time period, essentially what you're saying is you're an immigrant, or what are you saying? They're not Black American. Like what do you what, what are you
Yeah.
trying to say? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it's not just a small time period. Because do you know the percentage of Black Americans in the South? By the way, now keep in mind we're talking about emancipating the enslaved. Okay, so that means damn near all of us. Do you know the percentage of us in the South at that time?
No, what was the percentage of us in
Okay.
the South?
It was like 98, 99%. So damn near all of the Black people. So no matter whatever you were, Jamaican, Haitian, all of the Black people were all in the South at that time. Okay. It wasn't until the Great Migration when we start to head towards New York and different places in the West away from this violent Southern. Okay, so now let me help you out. So Black immigrants ain't come over here and seek residence until Ellis Island. Okay, until the trip to Ellis Island, until when all those immigrants started to come over to New York or by the Statue of Liberty. Okay, that's where all of the Black immigrants and most immigrants went to. They didn't come to the South, bro. So most of us were in the South. This is why we can trace a relative back to the South.
All right, I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this conversation, because look, what happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world?
No, that's not the point. The point is reparations. So, for example,
okay, but it's the same people.
Wait,
what happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world? So tell me.
Hey, just hold on for a second. Just hold on. I'm giving some context to it. So now you said the UK, right? Okay, so the UK UKs are the same people who went over there and destroyed Nigeria. Okay, so now are you saying that all of us deserve recompense for what happened in Nigeria?
Doesn't matter where it was. You the same people. So yeah, we do all deserve it.
All right. So the Nigerians would think differently. Okay. They would say, no, only we were dealt with by the UK and Shell BP this way. You guys were not damaged.
They would only think differently if they don't know their history.
Brother, in a lawsuit, you can only seek damages by the offender. You can't sue his uncle, his mom, his next door neighbor. You could
and this is the issue with these conversations. See, y'all be thinking y'all gonna take somebody to court and they're gonna pay that's not how reparations work. Nobody ever pay reparations like that. So you gotta force somebody to pay you reparations. You can't ask for it. You can't take them to court.
So how did the Japanese force Americans to pay them reparations?
They got a whole country behind them. What are you talking about?
How did they force them to? No, their country just
they got a whole country behind them. What do you mean?
Decimated by Hiroshima. What are you talking about?
Okay, so they was looking to go right back to a whole country. So we looking to go right back to war.
The question is, how did they force the American government to pay them? Their country was decimated. Them niggas dropped the white flag.
Look, you can fight people in other ways. You don't have to fight people directly.
Right.
You can fight people economically. Hold on, you fight people economically.
That's what we do. That's what we're doing now. So we've been doing it. So you got to.
You're fighting economically. You can put tariffs.
How did the Japanese fight them economically? How did they put up a fight at all? Tell me right now, the Japanese.
How did the Japanese put up a fight at all? I mean, you asking crazy questions right now.
Yeah,
you asking real crazy questions right now. They have a listen.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna hear.
The question is crazy. How did they force? There's a whole country backing their citizens that are over here in the States.
Bro, they dropped the white flag. They weren't forcing nothing. They forced a white flag up and said, "Leave us alone, America, you big bullies." They gave up,
sir. They have political. And they have influence. They have political.
Explain how did they
explain
use
what?
Influence to
go ahead
to get brother. You just said something. You said reparations comes by forcing. So I'm asking you which way? I don't care what you want to say politically, whatever. Explain how the Japanese forced reparations from the American powerful government at that time, World War II.
I mean, American powerful people, bro. Listen,
just explain.
Are you gonna let me explain it, or are you gonna let me explain it, bro? When you control your own economy, you have your own resources, you have your own economy. Even though you might be dealing with another economy that might be stronger, a little bit tougher militarily, that doesn't mean that you can't put pressure on that other government in order to do certain things that you want them to do. You could put political pressure on them. You could put economic pressure on them. You could put all kinds of different type of pressure on them.
So what pressure did they put?
What pressure did what put? Japan?
Yeah, on the American government to pay them reparations.
Listen. I don't know the history specifically on what they did specifically, but that's an entire country of people. That's country.
All right.
So potentially you say, okay, if you don't give the Japanese citizens reparations, then you cut off to the whole Japanese market. Essentially, you can do things like that.
Ain't no market that they're destroyed.
There's no Japanese market.
Yeah, America had to build them back up. well, help build them back up. The country is
Right, right,
destroyed.
right. Did you hear what you just said? They had to
Yes,
help build them back up. So you
right.
so guess
So how are
what?
they forced
Guess what
allegiance,
happened?
bro?
Now guess what happened now? Guess
What?
what happened? There was a deal that was reached
No, but the
between the
reparations.
Japanese government. Hold on, wait a minute, bro. Wait a
So now
minute.
you know. Before you ain't
Wait
know,
a
but now
minute.
you know.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying though. They
Yeah.
made a deal. All
What
right.
deal was it? Okay, so now no, source up, because when I googled it, you said that ain't good enough. You said we can't good enough. So provide the source of this bill so we can read it.
Provide the source of I mean, you can see it in the economic agreement right now that they have
Oh,
between
so
the Trilateral
when I
Commission
pull
is
up
made up
something,
between Japan, United States, and some other countries,
no,
European
but
countries.
how did they
So
you
essentially, they
use the
teamed up.
bro, you use the word force. How did they force America
Okay,
to pay them
okay,
reparations?
okay. If you trying to be cool with me, you gonna have to do this for me. That's how they
No,
forced them.
bro, no.
If you want,
Are you
I got
serious?
something you want,
I'm
you
losing.
got something I want, and that's how we gonna get this done. That's all it is. I mean, you acting like you're ignorant to this. You acting like you don't know how bartering works. You acting like you don't know how
But bartering
reciprocity
isn't
works.
forced though, brother. I know what you
You
said.
don't act like you don't know about quid pro quo. When
Yeah,
you
but
got something,
that's the even exchange, but I do know about that. That's not
you
force.
acting like you don't know about it right
All right,
now
okay.
because you making it seem like
All right,
I don't know. I don't know what you trying to what kind of picture you trying to paint.
no problem. It wasn't force. That's all. All right, so now let's go here now. Let me see. Okay. So Jamaicans, right? No, black immigrants, period. They came
Mhm.
over in Ellis Island, right? Around like the 1910s, whatever. No, you know what? I got one better. Are you aware? Put that back. Are you aware of Marcus Garvey?
Of course.
What's your overall assessment about him?
I think Marcus Garvey's ideals were the correct ones. He believed in economic empowerment. He believed in yeah, pretty much economic empowerment for Black people. He believed in Pan Africanism, one of the godfathers of Pan Africanism. Black people being self sufficient, self sustaining. You know what I mean, and just kind of looking out for each other. So yeah, those are
All
my
right.
thoughts about him. I know you gonna bring up the mail fraud, even though he just got pardoned for that. But I know you gonna But go ahead, go ahead. I don't want to jump to no conclusion. Go ahead, bro. What you gonna say about him?
So in Jamaica, well, all those great ideas, how come the Jamaicans ain't buy it?
How come the Jamaicans didn't buy it?
Yeah.
Individuals that were in Jamaica bought it.
Enough to leave, right? To flee the country.
You said enough to flee the country?
Yeah, because in his own words, they he called them worthless, something like that, Negroes. He felt like that, and he felt like Jamaicans collectively were, I forgot the word he used, but he did say Negro. He said something Negro, but it was like really bad. He was not like he was discouraged by Jamaicans as a whole. Okay.
Okay.
So
I
anyway,
mean,
so now he wanted to get Black Americans to go to, I guess, Africa.
mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
So now, do you know what country in particular we're at in Africa he wanted to bring us?
Liberia?
Yeah. Okay. So is it possible to do that if the president of Liberia is unaware of that?
What do you mean unaware of that? What are you saying?
The president of Liberia was never on board with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he wasn't on board with it. I mean, honestly, it would have had to been something. It seems like one of those type of situations where, I mean, clearly he was working on it, so
No, he actually
he probably would have had
no,
to
he
make it
actually no.
mutually beneficial for both parties. Maybe
Okay,
the president of Liberia didn't see the benefit in it at the
okay.
time, So sometimes you got to make a win-win situation. But go ahead.
So wouldn't you agree that before I say I can do something, I will at least like if, for example, if I say I'm gonna get you to my grandmother's house, let's say you were like not doing well, it's a pandemic, whatever, you lost your business, whatever, and you say, hey man, I need a place to stay. And I said,
Mhm.
okay, bro, stay at my grandmother's, right? Her basement is like thoroughly furnished. And you say, okay, does she know about it? Nah, but just go there and just pull up with your bags and luggage. Like you wouldn't take me serious, right?
I mean, it depends on look, generally it depends on the relationship I got with the grandma. If I
Zero,
already
zero,
know,
zero. Like you know nothing. You just know me from the gym. We just play basketball together, and you told me about your dire situation. I said, okay, bro, go to my grandma's house. Now she don't know about you coming there, but just go there and say I sent you, and she'll give you the furnished basement. Like you wouldn't really take that plan as like foolproof. So that's what happened with Garvey. Garvey had
so you just criticizing the man's plan. I mean, at
yeah.
least he had a plan. I mean, at
Wait.
least he was trying to do
Well,
something.
Jim Jones had a plan, but you know, it was. I mean, a plan doesn't mean it's well thought out.
So
But
no one should have a plan because
but it
if
should
it's
be
not a good plan, it shouldn't be a plan at all.
well, people say plan. All plans are not good. It should
Yeah, granted, yeah.
right. So a
But he
plan,
had something in mind though. That's the
yeah.
thing.
But the thing he had now. Watch this. Now there were black leaders in America before Garvey came over, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
None of their plans was fleeing the country. All of them was trying to seek labor union rights and things like that, equal rights and protection from this. Not one black leader was thinking about fleeing the country. So it took an outsider to flee his country because Garvey came over here trying to cure us.
Not one black leader was thinking about delineating, but that's what FBA and Tariq Nasheed is talking about
Wait,
doing.
are you sure about that, brother? Because I'm
Don't
gonna tell
bring
you
up
right
Claude
now.
Anderson. Don't misquote
No,
Claude
brother,
Anderson. But go
hey,
ahead.
brother,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna guarantee you right now, you don't know more Black American history than I do.
Okay. So Tim, talk to me. Who was it?
A. Philip Randolph.
He was talking about delineating.
He didn't want you over here at all.
Okay. So he was a bootlicker.
No, he didn't want no immigrants. He didn't want whites, Chinese, and he said West Indian Negroes. He didn't want
That's very different than delineating.
no, okay, right. Well, there's no delineation because you're not over here yet. So there's no delineation. Like that's old. Like he was 1910, right? He met Garvey. He knew Garvey, and he funded the camp. He helped spearhead the campaign. Garvey must go. So he wanted Garvey out the goddamn country. He said, "Yo, what idea you're coming with?" And they all call him a charlatan. Everything you're calling Tariq Nasheed, that's what these guys call Garvey. They call him a charlatan. They said that he had this worthless idea that was unnecessary. No Black American was talking about fleeing the country. So he came with an idea that was foreign to us. Now, what's ironic is that he came over here with an idea to flee to Africa to free us from our government when Jamaica didn't get freedom until 1962. Well, independence. They were free in 1833, but they didn't get independence until 1962. So the hypocrisy is, how are you going to free us from our oppressors? And you're not in Jamaica, Garvey. You're still colonized while you're over here trying to. So basically, like you didn't win. You don't have no proof of concept. You didn't go accomplish something over there and to say, hey man, now.
So are we just gonna sit back and just just criticize everybody for for how they did things? Particularly, they were trying to do something. They were trying to make differences, and they were trying to make impacts in the community. But go ahead. We can. The thing is, we can go through a fine tooth comb, and we can find issues with every plan,
but
every
it's not about
strategy.
that. Just hold on. So now, are you aware that when Garvey came over here, right? In order to get funds, do you know his method of, because he wanted to buy some steamships. Do you know his method of getting funding? Do you know what he did to get funds?
He asked for donations like Tariq.
No.
What did he do?
Tariq didn't ask for donations. Tariq said, "I'm doing a crowdfunding." Hey, and he was very transparent and he was full of disclosure. Marcus Garvey lied. So Marcus Garvey's background was from a printing press. He used to do a printing press in Jamaica. So when he came over here, he was good at like forging stuff. So he lied and said he had stocks. So basically he lied and said he owned these ships already. And you can get stake in these ships. You can own a percentage if you buy these stocks. So A. Philip Randolph, W. Du Bois, and other Black prominent leaders was saying, yo, stop. This guy don't own the ships. The stocks are worthless. Like he's a charlatan. He's a scammer. So now, he even went to jail because to have stocks, bro, your stocks got to be regulated by the government. Like you just can't make up stock certificates. Like they got to be regulated so to prevent fraud and scamming like we have right now. Okay, like we have the SEC now, but they had their own body of government then. It wasn't as stringent as it is now. But Garvey was doing false advertisement. He was showing pictures of steamships he did not own and saying he owned them and say, hey, buy these stock shares for $5 each and you'll have a percentage in the ship. He never owned the ship. So wouldn't you agree if that's true, that's scamming?
Last time I checked, Garvey had been acquitted of
No, no,
scamming and mail fraud.
no, he wasn't. So now let
He had
me,
been pardoned, excuse
okay.
me.
So now let me educate you on that.
Okay,
Okay,
go ahead.
right. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. There's no Jamaican that knows more Garvey than me. There's probably no Black American that knows more Garvey than
I
me.
don't even know how we got on the topic of Garvey because first of all, what we're discussing,
Hold on.
your original question,
Let me just sum
your
it up real
original.
fast.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
See, because what I noticed is that the reason why we got on Garvey, because remember I said I got a standard that I spread across everybody, and you say you respect that. So, and what I'm showing to my listeners is that a lot of you Black immigrants your standard isn't for everybody. It's just for who you don't like, and you give every every person you like and respect, you give them a pass. So I'm showing you Garvey's true scamming history, right? Because when you say, well, not you, but when folks say Tariq is a scammer, they can't prove it. But I'm showing you Garvey is a scammer. Okay.
I mean, these equivalencies that you bringing up,
Wait,
like I don't
hold
know,
on.
like
One
it's like you showing me, like, okay,
Wait, just one more
this
second.
person was wrong, but this person was more
No,
wrong,
that's
but this
not what I'm
person was really wrong. It's
doing.
like,
No, that's
come
not
on,
what
bro, like, what
I'm
are we
doing.
talking about? How people are
Okay,
wrong?
okay,
Why can't we unanimously agree
hold on, just
that?
one second. Let me
Go
just finish.
ahead,
I was going to
go ahead,
finish that
go
in.
ahead.
Okay, so now let me finish with Garvey. So now, what people listening might not know that do you know Garvey represented himself in court like a sovereign Moor? Like he didn't hire a lawyer; he was in the court, doing his own thing. So now he got pardoned for how the court did him because they didn't give him a fair trial. He didn't get pardoned for scamming. He was scamming. That's 100% accurate. He got pardoned for how the racist court. This is Jim Crow. They did, they don't respect all Black
Now,
people at
earlier
all.
you said that immigrants weren't around during Jim Crow.
Okay.
Earlier you said that.
Okay. Now watch this, brother. Jim Crow ended where? Jim Crow ended what year?
You tell me. When did Jim Crow end?
1968. This is why you don't know more Black history than me, my boy.
Hold on, I just repeated what you said. You said he
No,
was
no,
not
no, no.
around.
I
You
gave
said there were no.
I
You
gave
said
you
they
a
were.
time
You
period.
gave me a 2-3 year
I
time
gave you
period.
a time.
Okay,
I gave you,
okay. So I just wanted to make
okay,
that clear to
cool,
the
cool.
audience that you gave a very 2-3 year time
No,
period in
no,
which case there were no Black immigrants.
no.
But go ahead, bro.
Okay, so
That's
cool.
what you did.
Okay,
But
now
go
let me
ahead.
further educate you, bro. Do you know the difference between a Jim Crow North and Jim Crow South?
Tell me what is it? What's the
Okay,
difference?
wait. First of all, do you know it?
Do I know the difference? I
Yes,
imagine that it had a lot to do with the things, the culture in the South, the Confederate culture in the South, and how things went on in the South and versus how
brother.
things went on in the
No
North. But go
Black
ahead.
immigrant knows more Black history than me. Okay.
But it amazes me that you have all this knowledge, but you push
Hold on.
you somehow back Tariq Nasheed
Let's
though. But go
wait.
ahead.
Let's put. Well, you don't know what I. Well, okay. So here we go.
I'm listening to you defend
Okay.
Tariq Nasheed.
So
That's what you've been
let's
doing
see.
all
So
night. We haven't
why?
even moved on to nothing else. We've been talking about Tariq Nasheed the whole time, and
No, we talking about
you've been
Garvey right
steadily
now. Got
defending him.
mad.
You've been defending Tariq Nasheed this whole
We're actually
time, but
talking
all of
about
a sudden you don't
Garvey.
back him now. But go ahead.
Actually, my brother, last I recall, we were talking about Garvey. You said, "How do
No,
you?"
you
Hold on, just
spun the
wait. You wait. So
conversation to
let me
Garvey,
go.
but we're talking
Yeah,
about Tariq Nasheed. That was the
right.
original
Okay, you
conversation.
got to make your mind up. You said so. Now you just complain about talking about him. So when I left him and got on Garvey, you
Complain
complain
about
that.
talking about who? Tariq. What? That was the whole conversation. I
No,
said
it's
let's
not.
start there.
No, right there. But there's bullet points I got. So it wasn't. Remember, I said Tariq Nasheed first. Then I said FBAs. That means we're no longer Tariq. We're FBAs. That means everybody 43 million. And then
Okay.
I quickly just wanted your opinion on Garvey because I wanted to show something to the chat. I wanted to show the double standard and the hypocrisy. How they would claim Tariq is doing something that he's not. They can't prove the stuff for Tariq, but we can clearly see it in Garvey. And let me just finish on Garvey. So he got pardoned for how the court mistreated him. They didn't respect him in the court. They didn't respect his rights.
First of all, bro, I don't want to go back and forth about Garvey because I don't
All right,
know
so
enough. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about
All
Garvey's
right, okay,
history to
no
be able
problem.
to rebut any of
You're
these things
learning
that you're
now,
talking
though.
about.
Okay, you're
No,
learning.
but really, it's a mute point at the end of
No,
the day
it's not.
because you're getting off topic. You're getting off you're getting off track,
Relax,
bro.
I'm on top.
We talking about FBA,
Hey,
bro.
relax.
You bringing up Garvey? What?
Relax.
Those two things they don't mix at all. They're
Relax.
two separate topics.
Relax. They're not separate. You just say he was a Pan-Africanist. And you acknowledge, I said, what you know about Garvey? You said he was a Pan-Africanist. So this has a lot to do with that because this all works with FBA. So I'm showing you Garvey was a scammer, but he didn't get a fair trial. So in today's time, you can be guilty of murder or selling drugs or conspiracy, but if you don't get a fair trial, they usually dismiss the case. It's not that you're innocent, it's that you were treated unfairly. You didn't get a fair trial. So Garvey didn't get a fair trial, but he was absolutely guilty. He even spoke in court. It's the transcript of him admitting knowingly selling fraudulent stocks, but he said it was, it was pure. Like he wasn't really trying to, like he tried to say like he really believed in his dream. Like, okay, yeah, okay, I did that wrong, but I really would have got them to Africa had I got the ships going. Okay, I did it in the wrong way, but had it worked, I would have got them to Africa and they would have forgiven me. Like that's pretty much what he said in court. So he acknowledged his fault, but he was pardoned because they did him wrong in court. So I can admit that he did him wrong, but he was definitely scamming. He was definitely selling stocks to steamships he did not own. And there's names, Phyllis, forgot the shit, but there are complete names. Okay, so now let's move on Garvey. So we tackle reparations, right? And you said it should be a global thing.
Let me just say this about real quick before you move on. When somebody, if you go to trial and you're found not guilty,
he was somebody
not
guilty.
Okay, it was thrown out. It was thrown out.
No, it was not thrown out. He was
okay. What was it then?
Of scamming. And wait. And before you do that, before that trial, because that was trial, he pled out to another charge, which was fraudulently selling stock. So just hold on, brother. There's a couple court cases he had that you're not aware of because none of y'all know more Garvey than me. So he actually plead out, right, to a charge of selling stocks that were fraudulent, that were not commissioned by the government that allows stocks, because you got to register your stocks. He did not register any stocks. He started selling certificates that he called stocks. So he paid $100 fine. In the 1920s, that's like 100,000, like right now. Okay, so that was serious. So none of y'all know more Garvey than me, so just be careful. But go ahead.
Let me just say this, bro. A lot of black people were taken down around that time, generally speaking. You know what I mean? Black people could walk down the street and it's a crime. Black people could vote, could sit in a white chair and it was a crime. I mean, honestly, you're not proving a whole lot by saying what you're saying about Garvey. But again, I don't know enough about the history of Garvey to be able to even have this conversation with you. I know the original conversation was about FBA. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about my issues with FBA. Like we were talking about my issues with FBA. I started out by letting you know my first issue is the fact that it is an online registered store by Tariq Nasheed. He owns the right to the official website. He owns the rights to the flag. All right. He coined the name. He trademarked the name. This is a Tariq Nasheed ran business. All right. So that's my first issue with FBA. The fact that it is a trademarked entity business by Tariq Nasheed. He came up with the shit, decided that he was going to re-identify people that were already identified in history as African Americans. He decided woke up one day and decided he wanted to re-identify people that were already identified so he can make money off it, because that's really what it is at the end of the day. So that's my first issue with it. My second issue with it is that the leader of FBA, and if you want to debate me whether or not Tariq is the leader, we could do that too, because at the end of the day, who else but the leader would own the rights to the official website, the name, and the flag? but the leader. No one but the leader would have that kind of power in most cases. Okay, so my thing is the fact that the leader, Tariq Nasheed, or the proprietor, or whatever kind of word you want to use to dress it up nicely, goes on a daily smear campaign against other black people that are in the diaspora. This is literally what he does every day. Every other video is about what a tether did. A tether did this. A Somalia guy did that. This person did this, and that person did that. And it has very little to do with what the original idea of the movement was supposed to be about, which is reparations. When's the last time this dude ever talked about reparations? He rarely talks about reparations. Why? Because the majority of his argument is about black immigrants. And I'll say that again, black immigrants, because when it comes to white immigrants, there's never no issue. There aren't any videos talking about white immigrants and the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who came over from Ukraine over to the United States. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about Trump saying that it was okay for the white South Africans to come on over to the United States, get their 40 acres and a mule. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about how Trump, along with his entire cabinet, are all actual immigrants. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about the general, this dude CQ Brown, who just got fired. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about anything that has any substance other than. There's no videos about anything of substance. There's no videos of anything other than black immigrants. But go ahead.
Okay, so chat. Everything he said, Tariq has a video for everything he just said. So this is somebody who does not watch Tariq's work, which is, I ain't saying he has to.
Show me the videos.
Wait,
where they at?
Wait, brother, you just ranted for like 2 minutes straight and I was quiet. So let me respond. Okay. So I played them. You know, my lives be like 11 hours long, bro. All right? 8 hours long in the daytime. I play all of his videos and he tackles all of that stuff, man. Everything he just said, he has a video or spoke about it in the video, every last thing. So one thing I don't do, chat, I don't speak about something I don't know. I don't just wing it and just hope I'm correct. Okay. Now, Tariq I just showed a debate with Jeffrey and Tariq was debunking all of the white immigrants. Matter of fact, every time a white person calls, he always asks their background because, brother, like you just said, mostly all of them are immigrants. And then what he's going to say? Which country you fled from? All right, which European country you fled from? So America is really based off immigration. All right, so you got that wrong, bro. You got that wrong.
Let's. Why don't you do us a favor? Pull up Tariq Nasheed's page, and let's see how many videos where he's talking about that versus what I said he was talking about.
Okay, now hold on. So you just said, so you brought up what we spoke about, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X was mentioned, and other folks. Okay, so white supremacy, global white supremacy, is nothing new. So it's not shocking, right? So when you hear about a Nick Fuentes or Jordan Lee Peterson or one of these guys spewing some Ben Shapiro, Louder Crowder, when you hear Candace Owens, but these white guys, when you hear about them saying some racist, borderline stuff or just outright far-right racist, it doesn't shock us. What shocks us is a non-white person saying this. So like, for example,
this is about shock value now. Go ahead.
Dude, let me respond. It is. Because when something is normal, it's normal. When something is abnormal, it is more shocking and you pay more attention to it. So when you see, again, a black guy being arrested for something or being charged with a crime that he didn't do, that's shocking. That's like, hey, I thought this country is built off justice, like blind justice. So when you see a Vivek be racist towards black folks, that's shocking because that's not something that's like blasted on your station. When you see a Candace Owens saying some, or like you said, Jesse Lee Peterson, when you show stuff like that, that's outside the norms. Like, hey, when did we start adopting these white supremacist talking points? Okay, So now, largely Black Americans did not know enough Black immigrants had these right-wing conservative views about us. We didn't know that. So when we start to hear it, we like it draws our attention. We pay close attention because we think we on code, right? Because a lot of these guys claim, "Hey, man, we came off the same boats." It's like, okay, we came off the same boats, then why are you speaking like that? So yes, it is more shocking when your own brother scams you rather than a stranger. If a stranger scams you, it's like, oh, I got scammed by a stranger. Wow. Okay, let me call the cops. But when your brother does it, yes, it's going to hit different.
So Charles Barkley ain't your brother? Jesse Lee Peterson ain't your brother?
So what did
Ricky
Charles
Smiley
Barkley?
ain't your brother?
So
These are all your brothers. But guess what?
I got.
Just like they sold out.
Wait. So you're just saying names, but you're not saying what they said because we can do a cross comparison. Because tell me what Barkley said.
Oh no,
and I can tell you, what Chaotic Truth said.
Well, these dudes they all have the same talking points, and they're all far right.
Barkley,
hold on, they all have this. Every person I name, they all for the most part have the same talking points. They're all far right talking points, super right wing talking points. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There is no racism in America. Black people need to pull their pants up. You know, they all have the same talking points. These dudes all say the same shit. They all read from the same white supremacist script.
So
they all do.
See, the thing is,
all lives matter. Same things. Go ahead.
Got you. The difference between me and you is that I'm real confident where I'm at, where I don't got to give you an argument. I'll just ask you and let you just tell me your answer, then I will get on your answer. But you're giving me an argument or position that I never said. I never said Charles Barkley. Whatever he's saying is we call it light foot shuffle. Like so, he's foot shuffling. He's not doing. Okay, look.
That's Conan. But go ahead.
Just be. I mean, but how do you know? You're not one of us. Cooning that's our term. Like only we can determine what's cooning. Like a black.
So okay, all right. I love this. So nobody else but black.
You got it from
America.
us.
Nobody else.
You got it from
it's
us.
Just another word for the same thing. Sell out.
But you gotta use
sell out.
Hold on.
Cooning. Tap dancer, buck dancer, shucking and jiving. They all mean the same thing. So would you prefer I say sell out?
Relax. See, but this is why we say cosplaying. Because, bro, you got to use our context.
Bro, I'm from Miami. Whose other context would I use?
You're going to use your own. You're going to cosplay yours and project.
But I'm literally from here, though. So I'm literally using my.
No, hey, brother, listen, bro.
Go ahead and tell me I'm not from here. Go ahead. I love to hear this. Go ahead. You're regurgitating Tariq Nasheed's talking points. But go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me I'm not from here. Go ahead.
Relax. Why are you so insecure? You screaming over me? Relax.
No, because I already know where you're going. Go ahead.
All right, cool. You know where I'm going. Now, look. First of all, me and Tariq hit on different angles. There's some stuff he knows about that I don't know about. And there's some things about history I talk about that he never talks about. Okay, first of all, Tariq has never went on Garvey as deep as I ever did. Okay, never. Now, because again, the average person don't know more Garvey than me. Neither does Tariq, or you, or you Jamaican. But let's go back.
I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you. You did your work. I'm proud of you.
Hold on, just relax. You just said you're from Miami. I'm glad you said that. Mm-hmm. You just proved the opposite. We know that most black immigrants go to Florida and New York. So you're amongst yourselves. You're not amongst us. Hey, bro, right now.
So you don't think there's any black American people in Miami? Is that what you're saying?
Let me finish what I'm saying, and you can understand what I'm saying. Let me paint the picture first, bro. But you keep interrupting.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, because
you gotta have confidence in your stance. Okay, so I'm glad you said you Florida, because all of y'all are in Florida and New York, and New Jersey. All right, you're not here. You're not in South Carolina. You're not in North Carolina. You're not, and you're not in these deep southern states. These Jim Crow deep southern. You're not here. And this is where wait. Well, it sounds crazy, but not to us because we know the South is what makes you black. It's that Southern. Our food comes from the South.
Have you
Wait,
ever
wait,
heard of
wait, wait.
Overtown? Have you ever heard of Overtown?
Relax. Let me get this out, man. You talk for 2 minutes straight. I was quiet. Why are you insecure?
Bro, this is cap. But
The
go
South.
ahead.
I got you. A black immigrant gonna tell us South about what we do.
Bro, you're not from Florida, so how you know? You don't know what the hell
Brother,
went down here in Florida.
Florida is your thing, and so is New York. But the
Bro,
South is our thing. That's what I'm trying to point out to
Oh
you.
my
But hold
God.
on.
Okay, go ahead.
Relax. I'm talking to the chat too. And you gotta be a little respectful. I invite you on, like, let me go in a little bit. So I'm trying to explain something. The South is what makes you FBA. All of us to trace our lineage, we're gonna go to the South, bro. We ain't staying in the North. We're going to the South. This is why L.Jamar had a hard time with tracing his lineage. He couldn't do it. He can't go to the South. His lineage stays in New York and then goes to Guyana. The South is what makes you FBA. It's the Southern experience. Okay, so you just said you're in Miami, and other you guys are in New York. That's how you don't know us. That's how you don't know us. You gotta be in the South to know us. But anyway, go ahead.
Bro, where's Florida located, bro? Just tell the chat. Where's Florida?
Florida is over there down east. They call it East Coast. It's in the East Coast.
It's in the East Coast?
Yeah. East Coast.
Okay, so essentially you're saying Florida's not the South. Is that what you're saying?
It's the South, but East Coast. But now listen.
Bro,
right,
this shit sound crazy, bro.
So
first of all, I don't know how much.
I gotta mute you. Okay, because he don't know what we mean by South. We're talking about Jim Crow South. Okay, so he doesn't know that. He don't know our history, and this is the thing. They think because they hang around us and listen to our music and watch us and cosplay us, they think they know us. You don't know us. When we say South, we're talking about Texas. We talk about the slave states.
Bro, what the hell, bro?
I gotta mute you. Gotta mute you. You don't know this, but my family know. When I say South, I'm talking about the Carolinas. I'm talking about Virginia. I'm talking about Texas. I'm talking about Mississippi. We're talking about the Southern violent Jim Crow states. That's the South, bro. 90% of us were not in Florida, bro. We were in the states I just named. Florida was a safe haven for you, and Florida was a safe haven, and New York was a safe haven for you. You guys didn't see when I say South, he's trying to add in Florida. No, we're talking about where we were during slavery, bro. We call that's the South. We understand that they named these other states in the South, but we're talking about historically. The South is where we got all of our traditions, our food. It was in those states because we were predominantly there and nowhere else. When the Great Migration happened, we went to New York with you, we went to Florida, and we went west to California and other places. But before then, we were in a few states that was, Alabama's another one, Alabama. These are called the violent Jim Crow states. All y'all Google, violent Jim Crow states. Okay? So I don't even think Jim Crow is mandated in Florida. But again, when you don't know us and you don't like he can't relate. But bro, I'm gonna mute you guys. You could talk for whatever. I'll be quiet. Go ahead, unmute. But I want to talk uninterrupted. Go ahead, unmute. You could go ahead. Unmute. I'm trying to unmute you. Yeah, Louisiana, another one. Yeah, it's the East South. It's the East Coast.
So I don't know if you've heard of
quiet.
I don't know if you've heard of Overtown. It was founded in 1896. It was a historically black city down in Miami, Florida. So I mean, what you saying? I mean, there may be an element of truth to it, but there are most certainly were Black Americans that were down in Miami, Florida around that time. It was not just people that were immigrants. That is all cap, 100% cap. So you could do a quick Google search on Miami, Florida, and find that there were Black American people that were in Miami, Florida. All right. It's historically Black neighborhoods down there, historically Black towns down there. And one of the things that went wrong with Florida is, there was an influx. They brought in an influx of immigrants and uh, what's it called? Gentrification that happened down there, where they moved a lot of Black people out of those towns and those cities. But other than that, bro, like it's all cap, bro. Like there most certainly was Black American people down there in Florida. So I don't know what this dude talking about. Also, too, it's like he's saying you're using our lingo, bro. I'm from Miami, Florida, where Black people are from, and that's how we talk in Florida, bro. Like if you move to another country, you're gonna speak like how that. If you're born in another country, you're gonna speak like how the people that were born in that country speak. You're going to adapt to whatever your surroundings is. This is just regular social sciences. I don't know why Cuz would even say that again. He's regurgitating bad faith Tariq Nasheed talking points, and they make no sense. They don't hold up when it comes to regular logic at the end of the day. So, you know, again, I don't even know how we got this far with this particular conversation, but but yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, can you see how I was totally quiet while you went in?
Go
Because
ahead,
I'm
bro.
confident. Okay, so violence and enforcement. Mississippi and Alabama were especially notorious for brutal enforcement, including state-supported racial violence and lynchings. Georgia, Louisiana, and South Carolina had deeply entrenched segregation and violent suppression of Black voting rights. Tennessee was the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan 1865, which played a major role in racial terrorism. Arkansas and Texas also had racially motivated massacres and legal discrimination that persisted for decades. So that's why I like to add in the nuance, violent South, because Jim Crow was pretty much everywhere, but it wasn't the same. There's a difference in a Jim Crow in New York than Mississippi. See, but we know that because we got relatives, we got grandparents who experienced Jim Crow in the South. But guess where W. Du Bois was? He was in New York. A. Philip Randolph and Booker T. Washington. These guys are up north. This is why they were able to do what they was to do. In the South, they wouldn't got as far as that. They would have been met with severe opposition, violent opposition immediately had they tried to build some Tuskegee institution in Arkansas, or Alabama, or Tennessee. That thing would have been burnt down, or attempts to burn it down would have been often. So that's why we say there's a big difference between the violent South, the slave states, and other parts of the country. But when the Great Migration happened, which you probably don't know too much about, we went to Florida, bro. So that means that we had harder times other places. We went to Florida. When we went to New York, that means we went there for better opportunities. So why are we going to Florida if it's just as bad as where we just left? Nah, we're going to places that has jobs, less racism, or less Jim Crow mandates. That's where we were going. Okay, so anyway, we can move from there. Okay, so
hold on. Let me respond to what you said. I mean, essentially, what it seems to me like you're trying to. I don't know if this is the oppression Olympics. You're trying to say that one part of the country had worse treatment than other parts of the country.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we can make that debate all day.
No, we don't.
But at the end of the day, the original argument was whether or not Black people were in Florida, Black American people, and they were.
I never said
So, I don't know what, but you're making it seem like the culture is somehow different from Florida to Georgia. Is it different? I mean, is it? I mean, for anybody chat, is it different? I mean, because
it has to be, because why you're not in Mississippi? Why you're not in Alabama? Why you're not in these southern, historically violent slave states? Why are most black immigrants, most black, and you could just Google this, most of y'all are in Florida and New York.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with this particular argument.
Why do y'all go there? Why don't y'all go to the South? Why do y'all go to the safe, protected federal states, the liberal states? Why don't you go to a red state like that's known for discrimination, known for blatant racism, like this is
So go ahead. You don't think there's black people that black immigrants that live in Georgia or South
bro.
Carolina or
No,
you
yeah.
don't
Okay. I'm in South Carolina. Y'all ain't here, bro.
it might not be a lot of people that's
Okay.
there, but
So
there's
what?
people that's there. They're immigrants, black
Well, yeah,
immigrants.
sure. I mean, like this.
There's not a lot of people South Carolina is shoot, ain't a lot of people moving there in general. A lot of people are moving away from South Carolina.
Hey, brother.
So like,
I think that difference. Okay, so you got North Carolina, you got South Carolina. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in North Carolina. I lived in Texas.
mhm.
I ain't see y'all. I seen Hispanics.
So
Yeah.
so you don't think there's any black immigrants in
Okay.
Texas or
So
Mississippi? Is that what you're trying to say?
hey, bro, I'm too smart for that. Don't use the word any. I'm saying that majority of y'all. There's only like 5 million of Caribbeans total in America, bro. And the majority of the five. This is a fact. The majority of the 5 million is split between New York and Miami. I'm sorry, New York and Florida. The majority of the black immigrants, the 5 million that's in this country, ain't a lot of y'all. But you guys are in New York. I'm from Jersey. You're in New York and Florida. The majority.
Bro, you can make that same argument all across the board, bro. Most people are in major cities,
So
period.
so let me ask you. Well, no, because majority of the black
Yes.
still in the South.
Yes. You know about red states and blue states? Yes, bro.
Let me
Go ahead.
ask you this. How many jackets you got?
I got a whole lot of jackets, bro. Whole lot.
Why?
Depending on how I'm feeling that day.
Okay. Brother,
Well,
let me ask you this. Jamaica got its independence in 1962, right? August, I think, 2nd, 1962. Somewhere around
right.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but before then, are you aware of the wind rush ship?
Windrush?
Yes.
What is that? Explain that. What is that?
Okay, so my Jamaican history. Okay, so during World War II, the UK was badly, hit, right? So now that's I think 1952, somewhere around there. So they invited a lot of West Indians and mainly Jamaicans to the UK to help build it back up. And they were in war, so it's like to help build it back up, join the employment field, like keep Britain afloat as they go to war. So
Okay.
so the ships, a big ship that was popular for that is called the Wind Rush. I think 1952. Okay, so that happened. Y'all went over there and y'all helped keep British the empire afloat. Then 1962, Jamaica had an idea that they wanted to be independent. So when y'all fought for y'all independence and won, UK said, "Oh, really?" So UK said, "All right." So they passed the immigration law that literally discriminated against just West Indians. They said y'all want your independence. Well, y'all no longer allowed in this country unless y'all like a doctor or scientist, but no more laymen, laywomen is coming to the UK. So that was a restriction law passed, I think same year, 62. Okay, so 3 years later, 1965, America passed the Immigration Act, right? Where they opened the floodgates to all immigrants. Again, I just told you about the 1917, 1924 Restriction Act that was limiting immigration, all immigration, whites too. 1965, America, which is really piggybacking off the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. So that's why when black folks say, you guys wouldn't be here without us, it's not like we really was caping for y'all, like pushing for y'all. It's the fact that the immigrationists at that time had clamped on our movement like they do now. Like we have the wave and everybody just hop on it and try to get shit done with the wave. So the immigrationists had attached to the civil rights movement. So they passed the 1965 Immigration Act. Okay, so once they did that, a lot of Jamaicans had looked at America as a place to go, and also Canada, as opposed to UK, who just locked them out. So my thing was this: you just got your independence in '62. Why y'all in a rush to leave and go to the United States and Canada? Why not embrace your independence and build your land up? So anyway, they left and they came to Canada and the United States. So, but that's okay because immigration is part of the United States. Like they allow legal immigration, right? That's nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem: your brightest minds and most skilled people left Jamaica, and they left behind the less educated people. And the less educated people, when they're left behind by themselves, and they get into politics and government, they're going to create corrupt governments, corrupt police officers, right? So that's what's going on. So now that's called a brain drain. So when a country lose all of their best minds and best skilled workers, that's a brain drain for the country. But the country like USA, who's receiving those people, is called a brain gain for us. Okay, but what happens is y'all come over here, not you, but y'all come over here as a collective, and y'all don't really get with your education, you really don't get employed the same way you would be in Jamaica, like what you're qualified for. So instead of being a doctor or a nurse, you end up working in a factory. That's called brain waste. That means that you have the education to do much more, but America don't have that opportunity for you. So you're probably doing some regular work. That's called a brain waste. Stop. So now here's the issue with Jamaica. This is why Jamaica isn't getting any better. Because those who leave the country never return. The smart ones, the more skilled, they don't return. They stay abroad, America, Canada, wherever they went. And they don't go back to like rebuild it. Okay. So that's a problem with Jamaica, and India and Nigeria is having the same issue. They're most smartest people coming over here, and they're not going back to rebuild the country. So now Tariq never used those terms before. So never compare us like that. He knows some stuff. I know some stuff. He never said brain game, brain waste, brain. Okay. So no, I don't regurgitate nobody's stuff. I do my own independent study, and I'm him. By the way, I'm definitely him. Okay. So the reason why that night Jamaica was murder capital of the world, by the way. So when people talk about Chicago, that's a city in America. Jamaica is the murder capital of the world. It's the Chicago of countries in the world. And Jamaica got the biggest parental scam in the world, where they charge a Jamaican man for being a father. That's called a jacket. And I asked you, Jack, I was talking about that. So they charge a man with being a father on purpose. Like, it's not like she's confused. She don't know. No, she's purposely saying the wrong man is the father of her child, maybe for income or something different. And he believes that he is a father and child. So when a man fathers a child unknowingly, that's called a jacket. He's a jacket father. He has a jacket child. So Jamaica's number one in the world. Nigeria's number two, and nobody's close. So what I'm saying is, so Tariq never talks about that, ever. All right. So we don't have the same talking points like that. Stop. I do my own research. So
Bro,
now
go ahead.
So last thing. So here's the problem. So when Tariq hints to that and say, hey man, you fled your country, why don't you go back and build it up? So now, like I said, he's saying in a more comedic, joking way, but I'm giving a more serious repercussions for that. What Jamaica actually complains about, the government complain about. So as a result, when you leave, now you're immigrating yourself. You're immigrating the Chinese and the Indians over there, the East Indians, to fill these labor markets. So that's why they're over there, by the way. They're over there because you're not over there. So they're immigrating the Indians and the Chinese over there to upstain Jamaica to some degree, like uphold it and keep it flourishing. But you guys are supposed to come over here for education and opportunity, and then go use that and go back and build up Jamaica. So when he says you're not, but he never elaborates on that too much because he clown whatever. But that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back and literally help Share your education over here, your skills over here, and the money, and go back and make your country better. Yeah. So now Jamaica, 89% of your tertiary graduates. That means people that's the most like so tertiary graduates mean or tertiary skill level means people who got hired in a high school diploma. Those 89% of your most educated people never go back to the country. You're number two. Guyana's number one in the world. So this is why Jamaica is corrupt, because y'all literally got the worst of the worst running the country. The best of the best is over here.
All right, bro. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So,
Any response to
and
that?
this, yeah, I got a whole lot of responses to that. So this is the thing about Tariq Nasheed, dudes that, and I know you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but you clearly share his very very same philosophy and ideals when it comes to all these things, even though it don't be based on nothing really. It just be based on really half truths, because you tell one part of the story, but you don't tell the other part. But the other part of the story is really the main part of the story. So why did people leave Jamaica? Oh, well, is it just because the United States was a great place and they were just like, hey, yeah, let's go over there? No, they left Jamaica because there were no opportunities in Jamaica for them to prosper and succeed. But why were there no opportunities?
Y'all didn't stay there long.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with economic sanctions? Do you know the impact or the implications of economic sanctions have on a particular country, especially from one as powerful as the United States and the United Kingdom? When they sanction a country, they cut off all your trade, exports, imports. Do you know what that does to a country? Do you know what that does to its jobs? Do you know what that does to career? Do you know what
Why
that does
you
to
go
economy
back?
growth?
So after you leave, after you flee, why don't and you build these opportunities over here? Why don't you go?
Hold on, bro. Let me keep going, because you went on for about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I wasn't counting. It was a while though.
because that going back part gonna
It
hurt.
was it was a while.
Nothing stops you from going
No,
back.
no, I mean the same reason why the people that left the South in America didn't come back. They stayed up north.
No, no, we
Yeah,
didn't.
because when you go somewhere and you settle there, typically you stay there.
I'm in the South now. I'm from Jersey.
Did
We
you?
can go
You're
back.
from Jersey.
Yeah,
Y'all went back. So
I
you
can
don't
go
think
back.
there's. So you don't. So you're the exception to the rule. When people go
No,
and
no,
they
no, no, no,
settle
no, no,
somewhere,
no,
they stay there.
no, no, no. See, brother, you
So
speak
okay. So
what you
what
don't
you're
know.
saying. So what you're saying is no Jamaican has come to the United States and gone back to
Not a,
Jamaica ever.
well,
Is that what you're trying to say?
no, but I can answer, brother. If I leave South Carolina and go to, let's say, New Hampshire, I'm still in America. I'm still in my country. I'm paying my taxes still being withheld by the same government. I'm still filing income tax. I'm still spending, building up the same. Wait, wait,
Well. Let's use.
I'm answering.
Go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm still helping build my country up. Nothing changed.
So if you're
Sure.
familiar with the United States, then you know that technically each state is its own really country. So when you leave a state, typically you're no longer contributing to that state where you're from, although it's the same country. That's one point.
Brother.
Another point that I want to make to you
Yeah.
is at
Please
some
don't.
point,
Yeah.
at some point during the Confederacy, that was another country. So that means that people left the
Oh,
Confederate
no,
States,
no, 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 no.
went north, so they fled the country. Okay, so if we're gonna use these ass backwards
So who's the
ass
president?
analogies at
Okay,
the
so
end of
who's
the
the
day, because
president?
it's all ass backwards. If there's
So
no
who is the
economic,
president of Mississippi?
who's the president of Mississippi? There's a governor of
No, no, no.
Mississippi. Yeah,
Wait, hold on,
yeah.
hold on. Wait, stop. I'm not saying no to that. If it's a country, it has a president, not a governor. Okay. So if it's a country, it has a
So every
president.
country has a president. Is that what you're saying?
In our hemisphere over in,
Okay, yeah. Clean it up. Clean it
well,
up.
brother,
Cause that's not how it works.
I'm using
Go
your
ahead.
technology. You're calling states, which is goofy. You're calling states governments. I'm sorry, countries. You're calling states countries. They're just
Every
states.
state.
No,
Do you know? Do you
it's called the
do you
United.
know what?
It's
Do you know
called
another
the
name for a
United
state?
States.
Do
Hold
you know
on,
do you know the another name for a country? Do you
brother.
know what the other name
It's
for it is called?
brother. It's called the United States.
Do you? I'm asking you a
We
question.
are one.
Do you know
What is
another
our
name for
country? Okay,
country? What's another name for country?
brother. What is our country called over here?
What's another name for country?
What is our country called?
It's called the United States. And then let's look up the definition of
Finish.
state.
Wait, no.
Let's
Finish,
look up.
finish. No,
Let's.
no.
It's
Finish
called
the
the United
United
States.
States of
The
13th
United
original
States.
of
So a
America,
bunch
right?
of a bunch of
Wait.
states. So hold on.
America.
Let's use this for an example. If all the countries in Africa, if they all formed
Look, he
one
just said it.
government,
Yeah, he just said all the countries of Africa. Exactly, their countries.
but you're proving my point by saying that. If they all came together and became a country, they would be the United States of Africa because they're united and they're
Bro,
each individual states.
if
Let's look
every
up the
country,
definition of a state.
if every
Let's
country
look up
in
the
the world came
definition of a
together,
state.
if every
A
country in
state
the world,
is a political entity that governs a population and territory. A state.
yeah, right. Where's the country?
A state is a self-governing political unit with supreme power. A state is made up of laws and their enforcement. A state is made up between different individuals on how to settle disputes.
Thank you.
States are individual countries. There's one federal government that unites the state, but at the end of the day, each state is its own country. Okay,
No.
so that's
That's
that.
you saying that. That's you, but you
Let
didn't
me
read.
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Can the federal government dictate child support laws in different states?
Okay, so now can I answer?
Go ahead, answer.
You don't know more about America than me, and you damn sure don't know about more about
Answer the question. Stop filibustering. Stop filibustering.
federal.
Answer the question.
Hey,
Can
bro,
the federal government
just let me answer.
dictate laws,
I got you.
dictate state specific laws in the state? Can they dictate child support?
Okay, hold on. You gotta relax for a second. Okay, I'm gonna toot my horn before I answer. It's my show. I could do that. Okay, brother.
I like filibustering, but go ahead.
It doesn't. It's me toot my own horn. I know about federalism. Okay, you don't. I know about the Articles of Faith. I know all that type of stuff. So now,
You know about the separation between state and.
okay, relax.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so federalism. Wait, so what is federalism? Do you know?
Explain it. This is on you now. This is on you. Explain it.
You're asking questions that you don't know what you're asking. So federalism literally explains what the federal government is involved with as opposed to state government. State government is more regulating the affairs of the people. So child support and those things like that will be state regulated because the state governments are more in tune with that's why they leave abortion, they leave like things like that up to the states because the states, and matter of fact, arrest the federal agency is not going to arrest you, right? Just because you ran a red light, that's state. So state governments and local governments are more involved in your day-to-day affairs. So no, they're not going to do that. They're going to, because states have the rights to pass their own laws as long as it doesn't contradict federal law. That's called federalism. You don't know more about America than I do,
bro. You're not refuting my point. You're what you said does not go against what I'm saying. You pretty much proved my point by saying that they can't interfere as long as it doesn't go against the Constitution.
It's already
As long constitutional law is the law of the land, but
bro,
states have their own laws that also the federal government can impose on their own individual state.
Bro, you don't even understand your question that you asked me.
It's not a question. It's not a question.
You
don't even get that I'm not asking a question.
Support. You just said that was a question, bro.
Well, you left that question in dust a long time ago. You answered, you said no. So that's the only question. No, because it's their own state. They control the laws when it comes as it pertains to those things when it comes to the state, the individual state.
That's not why. That's not why. The Constitution, okay, is the law of the land. So states, and state legislators, they can vote on certain things they want to do in the state. So federalism, the federal government allows states to come up with reasonable laws. They can't be stupid like Jim Crow. Okay, they can't violate your civil rights, your constitutional rights, but they can come up with laws amongst themselves. Every state. So some states you can be 17 to drive, some states 18, some states 15. That states are allowed to do that. Government allows them to do that as long as it don't violate your civil or constitutional rights. It's okay. That does not contradict anything. But now, if a state try to pass something that's like discriminatory or race-based, the federal government will step in and say, "No, sir."
Let's get to the point here. Do states have their own economy?
Again, all right. Here's a better question.
Do they? You're not gonna answer the question?
Well, it's just goofy questions, man.
How's it a goofy question? Do they have their own economy?
Of course, you idiot.
Okay, well, if they have their own economy, all right. If they have their own economy, why would you leave one state's economy to go to another state and not contribute to the economy that you're originally from?
Okay, because some states are behind other states as far as industrialism. Like, for example, you don't know.
You just proving my point, but go ahead.
You don't have a point. You're just saying random stuff.
You asked why Jamaicans left Jamaica, so I'm using the same logic. I'm using the same logic, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're gonna say the same things that I said. Economic opportunity.
I gotta mute you because if I start talking over you, it's gonna sound sloppy. Okay, stop it. I can leave if one state is slow. I can leave this state and go to another state. Okay, because none of these states are successful without us being here, being the labor force. So you're like straight skipping past that. You're skipping past why are other states even more profitable than other states? That has all to do with our free labor. Okay, you don't know that. You don't know our history, and this is where we got delineate for you guys. You don't even know why these states are even popping. It has everything to do with us being over here. Everything. That's why they're popping. The Great Migration, the industrialization, all that type of stuff. That's because our labor, our free labor over here. You know nothing. As a matter of fact, unmute yourself. All right. Because he's asking just random questions. I already said federalism allows states to draw their own rules and laws and ordinances, city ordinances, as long as it doesn't contradict your civil rights or your constitutional rights. Okay, I already established that. But now he's talking about states, we're going this state over that state. Bro, our labor is the reason why that state popping. So yeah, we're going to take advantage of whatever our labor help get popping. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with convict leasing?
What's convict leasing, bro?
Okay. Are you familiar with peonage, the peonage system?
What is the peonage system? Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So these are other ways outside of slavery. So when slavery was abolished, the South, they enacted, even the North, they enacted black codes and Jim Crow. And because the 13th Amendment left a little loophole that said slavery is abolished unless you are convicted of a crime. So what they started to do is they started to convict us of crimes that really we didn't commit, like vagrancy, truancy, just trumped up charges. And this is like documented, like historically. Like this, white folks don't even run from this. They started to lock us up and charge us with bogus crimes, therefore leading to a peonage system of slavery and a convict leasing of slavery. Now, Miss Alabama, during convict leasing, 73% of Alabama's economy was based off convict leasing FBAs. Chat, listen to what I'm saying. 73% of Alabama's economy, he said economy, was based off convict leasing.
Bro, I mean, I'm really trying to figure out where you're going.
I'm mute you because right now I'm educated. I'm educated. Okay, so when we talk about reparations, right? We talk about land. They literally owe us states. When you look at how many states' economy was solely based off convict leasing, the peonage system, When you look at how much they depended on our labor, they owe us probably 4 states. We talking about land here, 40 acres a mule. They probably owe us 4 states. No. Plus the bag. We're talking about land. They probably owe us states, plural. 73% of Alabama's economy was convict leasing, an illegal, unconstitutional practice. He doesn't know this stuff. That's why he just can talk freely and just say what he want to say. And when I make sense, it doesn't make sense to him, but it makes sense to you because you always lived here. He didn't. He most likely came here after 1965. Okay, so he don't know about these Southern things. That's why I said, bro, you don't know us unless you got that Southern past, that Southern history. And that's what separates us from Black immigrants. They normally don't have a Southern past because they came here and went straight to New York. He stays in Florida. They go there. They don't go to Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Out here, and man, I ain't other than a restaurant, I ain't meet no Jamaicans nowhere. You'll see them at a restaurant, that's it. They're so far in between, but everybody, I work in housing, by the way. Okay, I know what everybody is because one of the questions when you get in housing, they ask you, are you a natural born citizen? Right? Okay. And I ain't seen one person that said that filled out they were other than Black FBA, ADOS. Not one person. These are Gullah Geechees. That not one person claimed Jamaican or some type of Caribbean ancestry. Not one person. I talked to all of them, and I specifically asked because I want to know. You dig? I'm working on the FBA mentality. Like, hey, so where your father from? I'm asking because they got little accents. So I'm like, hey, so where your father from? So y'all always been here? Yeah, we always ever been here. Family goes way back to slavery. So while he's just yapping, I'm out here taking notes. Okay, damn, not one person. And by the way, welfare is like nobody's on welfare. So when folk is on here arguing about welfare, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Yeah, ain't nobody on welfare. Yo, they barely do child support out here. So all these stereotypes about welfare and child support, yo, these women, I asked them like, yo, why you no child support? Like, why you ain't got money? I just want, out of curiosity, I just want to know, like, what? I mean, I ain't, maybe like a hand, like 2, 3, 4, kind of on child support. But majority of these women, that single parents, none of them are on welfare, and few got their baby dads on child support. Few. They got snapped. They don't got TANF. They got snapped. SNAP means non-welfare. TANF means welfare. Okay? So, yeah, so that whole welfare thing, I'm going to challenge that. So, focus, get ready. But, yeah, so he doesn't know because he's not from the South. And I don't like when folks just wing it and just see what sticks. Like, right now, he disrespecting me as an intellectual. He's just throwing spitball, see what sticks. Like, he's trying to see what I don't know. And I keep saying, bro, I know more Black history than you in this country, and I know more white history than you. I said I studied immigration in this country. He don't want to believe me. He don't like his arrogance, but this is why we got delineate. Like, yo, these guys are unreasonable. Why are we on Garvey? Because you said you're a Pan-Africanist, and I want to know if your standard for Tariq is the same for Garvey, or do you pick and choose? I don't do that. If I think Tariq is wrong, I'm gonna say he's wrong. If I in one thing or another, because who agrees with everything? See, now these weirdos believe he's our leader, and these weirdos think we're in a cult, and these weirdos think we believe everything he says. We go with everything. No, brother, he's a human being like us. Okay, I don't think nobody more important than me. I trust me over anybody. Okay, so you got the wrong idea, but I get it. This is the way you justify his talking point if that's accurate, because I can omit Tariq. He brought up Dr. Claude. I can omit him. I could just talk about Yvette and Tone Talks. What do they say that's different than Tariq? What they say that's different? See, that's why I went back to A. Philip Randolph. Bro, he was an immigration restrictionist in the 1920s. He didn't want none of y'all. He didn't want none. He said, yo, delineating. Bro, he didn't even want y'all. He said, well, he wasn't delineating. That's because you were not here like that. You were in small numbers. but he didn't want none of y'all over here. Oh, he a coon. No, he didn't want white immigrants either, or Spanish. He didn't want no immigrants. Because he said, y'all gonna come over here and do whatever, everything you're doing now. He said, you're gonna have degradation, you're gonna lower the wages, the cost of living. Everything he said we're experiencing right now with immigration. I'm not blaming one immigrant or another. It's just immigration collectively is happening. They're taking low wages. And by the way, these are not they went away from what immigration is about. When immigrants come over here, they're supposed to bring something, bring a skill, bring education. Now you got immigration coming over here working in factories. Like, dude, that's not why we do immigration. It's to come over and help us level up. Like, the VVEX, not the guy working at Home Depot. Like, no, you at Home Depot, you go back home. You come over here, you better be top tier. That's why, like, a lot of Nigerians are doing well over here, because a lot of Nigerians, they send their top tier. But by the way, there's a term called transportation in immigration, in the beginnings of immigration from the UK to America. Again, he's not on my level at all. Okay, so transportation. What that meant was UK was letting loose of their degenerates. And the term was called transportation. So they had two choices. They can stay in UK and face their charges, right? Or they can escape their charges and come over here to America and be indentured servants. And they could work for their freedom, work for whatever they need to get to. All right. But there were no slaves at all. They were nowhere near a slave. They could work for freedom. They can get themselves out of there. And it was for a period of time. Like, they would win their naturalization, like or they could pledge to get the American citizen. Like, there's a whole bunch of citizenship. There's a whole bill there. But it's called transportation. Okay. That's what's happening now with these countries, not just black countries, all these immigrant countries. They're transporting that no longer their best. They're transporting what they don't want in their country. The lazy people that claim they do hard work. It's like, no, you don't do hard work. Your government allowed you over here because you were not prosperous over there. Now, he says that sanctioning, like, bruh, stop with this sanctioning shit. Okay, Cuba, a lot of countries face that type of stuff. But bro, that's what happens when you want your independence. Like, how you gonna try to get your independence and still want to go to Britain and want all these favors? Like, nah, hell no. Like, yo, you thought the grass was greener, so go do you. But you don't flee. So he didn't really address that. He didn't address that Jamaicans got the independence in '62 and were already fleeing the country in '65. So sanctions make you flee? No, you stand there and you fight, and you build up Jamaica the best way you can, and until you build some type of you do what Nigeria did. You come up with some type of commodity that other countries would like, because just because UK sanctions you in America doesn't mean, like, they got ops. North Korea gonna rock with you, Russia gonna rock with you, China gonna rock with you. You think other countries gonna rock with you outside of America? Just probably European nation ain't gonna rock with you. But that's a given. Like, you need to know that when you're trying to get independence. There's a setback. Like, what y'all thought? It's gonna be all good? See, but like, that's the delusion for some of these guys. They think of fight for independence. Look at us. Like, we got emancipated, right? And what happened? We what was our reward? It was the KKK and Jim Crow. Like, dude, you got to expect this is coming right afterwards. They ain't gonna be happy you're independent. They're not gonna be happy you're emancipated. They come in full force. But what we didn't do was flee. Okay, we traveled throughout our states that our labor helped build. So that was a horrible comparison, dude. You left your country wholesale. You're not even there long enough to be fed up. You left in 3 years. 3 years of independence, you left. That's not enough to realize yo, this ain't working. Yo, do it. Put 10 years in, put 20 years in, put 30 years in and say, you know what? This ain't working. But he didn't address you're supposed to go back. So the leaving, I understand that. No problem. But just after you come over here and get educated and get a great skill set, you're supposed to go back. So I said, God, why you don't go back? I get why you left, but I don't get why you don't go back and help build your homeland up. He had no response. Just excuses. That's the fleeing ethnogenesis these guys developed. Okay?
All right, bro, like, can I respond out to all this, what you talking about, bro?
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna give you just as long as I just had. So let me just respond to Michael in the chat, because Michael said that I don't work in housing. Okay. When you want to put your money on that, my boy? Now watch this. You don't know more about housing than I do. Okay, go ahead, KD. I'm gonna put the phone number on him. I want him to challenge me. I'm not in housing. All right, so go ahead, KD. I'm gonna go on mute, and you get to talk as long as I just did. Go ahead, brother. Oh, my fault. I muted you. I meant to mute.
So yeah, I just want to make a few points. You know, he kind of spoke about economic sanctions, like it's not a big deal. You know, like yeah, it's nothing. You know, economic sanctions. Well, we all know that economic sanctions they cripple economies. You know, they take away all the jobs, they take away all the careers, all that good stuff. But in addition to those things, another thing that a lot of these dudes they always conveniently leave out of the argument. They always leave out of the argument the exploitative measures that the country that they're so involved in at this particular point, the United States. They always leave out the fact that this country is known for going to these other countries, exploiting the resources, destabilizing the economy, and then bringing all those riches back to the United States economy. Like, that's what these dudes do. That's what the United States government and other European powers, that's what they do. They go into these other countries, they destabilize the economy, because he was talking a little bit earlier about, how Black people were exploited within the country. And we acknowledge that. We all know about slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, all these things. But Black people across the diaspora were suffering from the very same things in their respective countries as a result of the same people that he's talking about. The same people that did it to him and his ancestors did it to us and our ancestors. We all got the same ancestors. I don't know why dudes like him and Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, these dudes want to duck and dodge around that. Like, DNA don't lie, but we ain't got to go into the DNA. It is what it is. And then he mentions fleeing, right? Now, let me see if he still keeps the same energy. Is he familiar with the 20,000 Americans during the 1800s who left the country to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone in order to repopulate those areas? Did they flee? Did the African Americans who went to Haiti when Haiti was offering refuge over in Haiti, giving African Americans free land and money, did they flee when they went to Haiti in order to escape the crimes and the degradation and everything that was going on within the country? Did they flee? Like, this flee word is very disrespectful, but I only hear it. But not only is it disrespectful, it's very subjectively and selectively used. If we're gonna say people was fleeing, then we just got to be consistent all the way across the board. Everybody be fleeing if that's the case, right? But at the end of the day, we know that when economic hardship is a real thing, war is a real thing, people went through hardships, and you can't victim blame people for doing what they thought they had to do in order to get out of the situation that they were in. And then he mentioned something along the lines of people going back. Like, when you go and you settle into an area, it's very rare you go back to where you came from, especially if you have kids, you met a husband, you know, you got two generations, three generations in, you're not gonna necessarily go back, especially when the place that you're going back to is still going through the same things you originally went through. Or the same things that when you're originally thinking about were going through at that particular time. So, you know, there's just a whole lot of contradictions. Like, you know, these dudes, they always tell half truths, only a part of the story. They don't talk about the economic sanctions. They don't talk about the exploitative things the government does to these other countries, the reasons why they have immigrants in the first place, the quote unquote aid that these governments give so they can make deals with these corrupt governments, politicians that they put in place so that they can exploit the resources from them. Meanwhile, destroying the economy, destroying the people. They don't talk about these things. Why don't they talk about these things? Because it's way more convenient to talk about black people. It's easy to talk about black people and what black people don't do and what black people could be doing and what black people did. It's easy to talk about black people because we the weakest. I hate to say it, but right now we the weakest. We working on that shit. We got stuff going on right now in Africa, Burkina Faso, the Sahel, all that, which these dudes don't talk about that. Of course not, because it doesn't suit their agenda, because they want everybody to believe that everybody who's foreign is fleeing their country, and their country, they're in the shithole countries or whatever kind of agenda that they're painting. And I'm not specifically talking about the brother here on the line, but Tariq Nasheed is really who I'm directing all this energy at. I don't really listen to Yvette Carnell like that, but that's the agenda that's being perpetrated out here. When in the reality is we all got everything that went on here in the United States, everything that you named that black people had to go through here in the United States. Everybody, all black people across the world had to go through the same thing, and it's the same people doing the same things to everybody across the world, and not nor him or anyone else can disprove that. You want to hide behind governments, but these governments, a government ain't nothing but a corporation that some dude put together, right? But it's all the same people. If you trace the founders of this country, the same founders of this country are the same people who are the founders of the UK, who are the same people who are the founders of France, who are the same people who are these people are all the same people, but we fighting amongst ourselves about government borders and things like that, nonsensical things that don't make sense in the larger scope of things. So I land my plane right there, bro. You can say what you gonna say.
Okay, so do you believe I was fair? Like I went on a long rant and I gave you a long rant?
Yeah, yeah, that was very fair.
Okay. Because sometimes you gotta just both of us just gotta get a moment just to talk, you know what I mean, to get it all out. And then we can go back and dialogue and cut each other off. Okay, so just a question for Jamaica. I'm gonna go to FBA question. All right. So the last question I got for Jamaica is are you aware of Jamaica's crime stat, like globally during your colonization period?
No.
You were the safest country in the world. Are you aware of your crime stat after you got your independence?
I'm guessing the most violent.
Yes. So you were safer when a white man was controlling you, and you were more violent and deadly when you were governing yourselves. Okay, so now that has nothing to do with sanctioning. All the things you're talking about, that has nothing to do. The white man's gone. This is just you guys misbehaving. But I'll leave that alone. Okay, so now FBA, do you got a problem with us, who you would call Black Americans? You got a problem with us coming up with a term? It could be FBA, it could be ADOS, it could be anything, right? It could be CCCCC. Do you have a problem with us coming up with our own identifying term?
No.
Okay. So the are you aware of what delineating means? Like, oh no, let me ask you this. What does it mean to you? That's a better question. What does it mean to you when we say we want to delineate?
Means nothing to me.
Now, I mean, like it's an actual word. I mean, the action, because to delineate is an act. That's a verb. So when we say we wanted to delineate, or let's say when we agree with Tariq Nasheed and say we want to delineate, or when we agree with Yvette and say we want to disaggregate, like when you hear that, what do you think we're trying to communicate to the world?
We're not like those black people over there.
Well, we're not like, what we're saying is like we're not like nobody outside of us. Like just like a Jamaican is like nobody outside of Jamaicans, Nigerians. When you talk about Italians, like they got Italian pride. They're saying we're different Europeans than other Europeans from Europe. The Germans are saying, yo, we're different than you guys, and like nobody's no, the Lithuanians ain't saying no, you're divisive because you want to be called, Scottish. That's or Irish. No, they're like, no, we're actually different. Like this ain't no game. We're actually different. So for us, what we're saying is it was fair game. Not okay. This got nothing to do with you. This is beyond the Caribbean. What we're saying is that we were fair game. Everybody had a delineating term, and delineating just means to draw the line. That's all it means. To draw. It's separating you from the others. It's like drawing a border. It's like, hey, this is my territory, and for us, everything else, you guys got to claim your own territory. And the territory in this term is your identity. It's your ethnic identifier. Jamaican, Croatian, Ukrainian, like those are your ethnic identifiers. So we never really had one, or better yet, we never came up with one ourselves. Something that we agreed to. We never agreed to color. We never agreed to Negroes, right? So when we got a chance to call ourselves something, it was black, okay? But then, like later on, it was co-opted, and because you got black Hispanics, you got black Indians, right? So now it's like, okay, we got to specify now what type of black we are. See, we don't want to do that. We don't want to keep specifying. We want to be like you. When you say Jamaican, that's clear, right? Who is Jamaican, who isn't? Okay, so now in around like 2016-ish, 17-ish, we say, you know what? Well, there was already a term for us back in the 1800s, which was free people. So there was already a term out there that Abraham Lincoln said, the free people, the emancipated persons. But we came up, but he said that. So, but we said, you know what? We want to name ourselves. So finally we said, hey, man, we're ADOS. We're American descendants of slaves. And then, Tariq later on made some alteration. He said, you know what? We're FBA. We're Foundation of Black Americans. And what I kind of did with FBA, I like to combine that with free people. So if you got a problem with Foundation of Black Americans, I would say, okay, well, we're free Black Americans or free people of America. It's different ways you could remix it, but it's still pointing to the same people, right? So that's all that means. It doesn't mean we're drawing a line to never speak to you again. It doesn't mean we're drawing a line to show how inferior you are. We're drawing a line saying, hey, this terminology is exclusively referring to us. That's it. Okay. That's all that was meant by delineating. So the reason I brought up African American, because so Tariq Nasheed is just a guy who came up with a term. Yvette came up with a term. That's all. But if we agree, we all say no cap, right? Did somebody come up with it? But everybody use it. So just because somebody came up with something, it doesn't mean it's exclusively theirs. If everybody takes it and run with it, it's now everybody's. Okay. So that's how language is. Jesse Jackson said African American. And as a result, that became one of our applications to this day. Now, I never called myself ever an African American. I always said I was Black. But a job or, like politically, and you are African American. Like Black is something added on later because of common usage. But politically and school-wide, it's called African American history. It's called Black history later, but everything was African American everything, right? Before Black was attached to it. So that whole Nation of Islam push had made Black, part of the conversation. So that's how ADOS and FBA is. We're using FBA and ADOS like Malcolm X used Black. We're saying, hey, this is what we want to be called today. Hey, it might change 20, 30 years, 100 years from now. But right now, we feel like this is a more exclusive term that separates everybody else Black from this group and everybody outside of Black from this group. So when you hear Mexican, you don't got to scratch your head. You know who we're talking about. Native Americans, Chinese, or North Sentinel, like who we're talking about. So we want the same thing with us. When you say black, it's so vague. You don't really know black, Hispanic. Like on an application, it says African American. When you check that, you're not done. It shows you it now. It makes you click ethnicity. It says non-Latino or Latino. So I got to explain to all of the tenants, the residents. I got to say, hey, you got to check that one too. They say, why? I said I was black. I'm like, yeah, but there are also black Latinos. So you got to you put black African American, but there are black African Latinos. I said, so now you got to say you're black American, African American, and you're not Latino. That's why that's there. They say, oh, you see, so it's not exclusive like that, like you think it is. You got to still specify with the ethnicity part of the same application. So FBA and ADOS, there's no more need for specificity. It's clear I'm this type of black person. I could trace my lineage to slavery, right? So like you said earlier, the boats drop people off, Caribbean, Brazil, but this boat, when we say ADOS, we're talking about the boat that drop Africans off, right, over here in America. And as a result, they went through an ethnogenesis. Now, you said those Liberians. Let me get to that. So those folks that went to Liberia, you can say fled. For those who went to Haiti, you can say fled, no problem with that. I just think like hell that my ancestors didn't flee. They say, no, we're staying here. And everybody in that chat, and everybody listen to this in the future, you should be proud, even more proud, that your ancestor ain't fall for that fleeing bait. They said, nah, I'm good. I'm going to fight. Okay. So those who went to Haiti, they're Haitian now. Those who went to Liberia, they're Liberian now. They went through their own ethnogenesis. Hundreds of years somewhere else, adopting that culture, that language, that food, you dig? That's who you are. So we appreciate allies, right? So if there's a Hispanic, Chinese that want to ally with us and they have a history of being cool with us, you know what I mean? We appreciate that. There's some black Jamaicans, Guyanese, or whoever that has a good rapport with us, and you know they on code. We're not gonna run them off. We appreciate that. What we don't appreciate is the ones who admit that their mother taught them to hate us. I got so many testimonials of black immigrants, Nigerian, Jamaican, just name it. All of them, Sudanese, Rwandian, all these people are admitting that their parents taught them when they come to America, stay away from Black Americans. And they got like funny names for us, I'm not going to say, but they made that known. Stay away from them. And then some blame movies, right? We watch movies about you guys. That's why we don't like y'all. I say, okay, whatever. But you can't come to us with that mentality. So if they said that, and it's true, that means that they delineated first. They were divisive first. They came over here with those vibes. Stay away from Black Americans. So when we try to, hey, what's going on? Hey, and we try to build with you and talk to you, get to know you, you're being standoffish. So being standoffish might get you called a name. Because after a while, we be like, yo, why you acting like that? And now we're going to become who we are. Okay, we got jokes. Okay, well, this is you now. You dig? And we're going to mock you. But the standoffish is what's going to provoke that. And that's what a lot of Black immigrants openly admit to. I can just play a plethora of videos, which I always do in my openings, of how many different Black immigrants say their parents taught them to hate us. Our parents never, there's no foundation Americans you're going to find, foundation Black Americans you're going to find say their parents taught us to hate Black immigrants or anybody. The best you're going to get is probably the Nation of Islam hating white folks. That's the best you're going to get. Or the Hebrew Israelites. But outside of them, and that's white folks. But you ain't going to find no Black family, no Black household, no Black community that taught their children to stay away from Black people from different countries. That's not going to happen, bro. There's no such thing as that in this country amongst us. So that is the difference between us. Like, you guys bring that divisive spirit over here because you were told by whoever, movie, your mother, the white man, whoever told you some negative things about us. You get over here and you don't experience those negative things, but you still hold those negative biases. That's just irrefutable. So on the screen, so I know Facebook kind of a little played out. It's a little played out. But for those who still rock with Facebook, on the screen, that's the Facebook group. So it's 685 online right now, 1.7K members. It's a private group, so that means I gotta let you in. FBAs versus the world. So I figure we can keep more in touch there. We can have daily dialogues because I won't be able to go live in a day like that anymore. It could be cracked down. So anyway, this is a great space to share links and videos and images and, talk politics, sports, or whatever. But I wanted to talk about the other thumbnail, but I had a brother come on that we were commenting. Well, he commented on one of my videos about Tariq. And here's the thing too, that he like totally ignoring. He's against Tariq, one guy. All right. Like he's like, again, like this monolithic thing. He's against one guy. That's personal. There's 43 million of us. There's a lot of FBA you ain't gonna like. Shit, there's some I don't like. All right. I don't know why. I don't know why y'all think you're gonna get along with 43 million FBA's ADOS. No, there are gonna be some folks you don't agree with. Some folks ain't like Malcolm. Some folks ain't like Dr. King. Some folks ain't like W. Du Bois. That's the way it is. But for me to hear somebody say, "Oh, I hate Tariq," and this guy, I was like chaotic truth is a tether. But you don't hear me on here, and he talks bad about FBA. But you don't hear me. I don't got no. How many videos I got of chaotic truth? Like how many I got of him? Like one. I didn't even mention him. Like, cause that don't bother me. I'm so secure as an FBI. I'm so secure. That don't bother me. Yo, FBA's, I'm your daddy. That don't bother me. Like, we're so secure over here. Like, that's something that we have in us. We're confident people, man. That don't bother. We're used to white supremacists making mockery, minstrel shows. So a tether talking about this and that don't bother us. Like, I do whatever. So now it's people trying to use the FBA name to get them some type of clout, but it's not working. So Ringo TV, and let me just should I show it now? Let me show y'all something about Ringo TV. So he's the most embarrassing one out of all, okay? Because he's been clout chasing for 12 years. Let me show you something. Okay, so it's not this one. All right, and look at Chaotic Truth, by the way. Like these are tethered trolls. Okay, look, where's videos at? He made his videos for members only. Like these guys now look, all of them, him and Ringo, they claim Tariq is all about money. The videos that they made about Tariq Nasheed, him and Ringo, they made them, they charged $3 to watch the video. Okay, those are the only videos they got on their channel that's for money that I came across. They all free. So they claim, so that's what I'm trying to expose with old boy, that KD. Like, dude, you're talking about Tariq, but you have a double standard, and you're hypocritical. Because when I talk about Marcus Garvey and show that he's actually a scammer, you wanted to talk about Biden pardoning him. Yo, people get pardoned. That doesn't mean you're innocent. When you Biden also pardoned his son. Was his son innocent? Like, yes, y'all getting this pardon thing mixed up. Pardon is literally a get out of jail free card. When somebody get pardoned, it doesn't matter if they're guilty or innocent. It's a get out of jail free card. So Biden pardoned Marcus Garvey. that doesn't mean he's innocent. He was clearly guilty. He admitted himself he was guilty, but he tried to say he had pure intentions. But he does not deny him scamming, selling stocks to ships he did not own. That's his history. There's no way to get around that. But he tried to get out of that. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He didn't want to own it. He just, again, so for them, like they got this weird man fetish for Tariq Nasheed. And it's just like crazy because it's like we don't like Math Hoffa for what he did with Fat Joe. But we're not obsessed with Math Hoffa. Who else? Like when these guys do something negative towards us, we'll speak on it, but we're not obsessive. Like we speak on it and we move on. Like every video these guys got is Tariq thumbnail, Tariq name in there, and they're not like promoting him; they're like demoting him, defaming. So they're trying to build a name off an FBA. So it goes back to these guys like to ride our waves. They rode our waves in the Civil Rights Act and other things, hip hop, and now they're riding the wave of FBA. Adolf, the wave that we've created. Yvette sparked off, Tariq took it to another level, and now you got these non-FBAs, whether they white, because they do it too. All of them are clout chasing off of the buzz we provided for ourselves. Yvette, Tariq, Dr. Claude, even Umar provided a wave for himself that people are making. Like, you know, it's funny, Black immigrants, they got a thing for Umar too. Like they're like just as obsessed with Umar as they are Tariq Nasheed. But they don't out their own. So when I brought up academics to this guy, he made up excuses. I said, "Yo, are you really trying to compare academic to Tariq? Like, so you're mad at Tariq for making jokes about Black immigrants? That who calls his show? By the way, listen." Are we ignoring the fact that Tariq got a show and Black immigrants voluntarily call in? Are we ignoring that? Like, yo, you don't have to call in. You're calling in to shine, you know, to get him, to catch him out there, gotcha moment, whatever. And when he defends himself and comes back with jokes of his own, KD said Tariq's wrong, but the caller is fair game. Like that doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, but again, he's not one of us. He doesn't understand that we got jokes. We don't run from that. You got jokes, we got jokes. All right, let's get it. You know what I mean? That's like me. Like, I can have a serious dialogue, but when y'all guys come with jokes, or I'm coming back with some jokes, you best believe that. So, but again, like when you don't understand us, you're gonna keep running into this problem, and you'll never understand us if you're in Florida or New York. You'll understand us when you come to the South, this rural South. Okay, come to the rural South, and you'll understand us a little more. But in Miami, the point I was making was in Miami, he's amongst themselves. Like there's a lot of Black immigrants in Miami. Like they have their own enclaves, they have their own cities, their own buildings. You dig? Where they're amongst themselves. They don't even have to be around us. There's enough Jamaicans in Miami, enough Haitians in Miami where they just could be around themselves, and that's just it. And that's what end up happening anyway. You know, they'll mingle with us here and there, but they're pretty much amongst themselves. So they still don't know us. Okay, but so Chaotic Truth. You see, he got his videos all for the members only. Okay, because you know why, right? Because he was talking his trash, and a lot of us was in his comment section roasting him, and so now his videos are hidden. These are some weird. So they're not ready for what they are asking for. Now this guy with 11,000 subscribers is trying to get Tariq Nasheed attention. And again, I got 1,700 live viewers. I'm sorry, I got 1,700 subscribers. He got 11,000. And we pretty much almost do the same numbers. So he got damn near 10 times more subscribers than me, 8 more, 7 more, and we still almost do the same numbers. So in some videos, I do better than him. But he's trying to get Tariq attention where he's doing my numbers with way more subscribers. That's not so do the math. That's why I said like these guys are clout chasers. So for me to get this guy on my channel and Ringo, they're clout chasers. They're gonna come when they see the numbers, the live viewers, or the total viewers when the live ends. So you guys need to be on code. So when I go live, I'm not saying every live pull up, but try to support. Give me the numbers so I can get you guys on. So you see, I had KD on here. We had a good conversation. I was really teaching them, but good conversation. But I want these chaotic truths. I guarantee you, KD would do better than chaotic truth. Like he's not as bright as you think he is. Dude is a goofball. Listen.
I'll tell you real quick.
Absolutely. No.
You know I'm married to a black woman. However, I will admit
Yes,
this.
Courtney. I like
Hey, bro. Hey,
I dated,
hey.
and believe it or not, I've only
Where you sleep?
No, I wasn't asleep. I was listening to you. I was just letting you do your thing. You know what I mean? So,
Hold on.
you know,
Let me get this in real quick. Hold on.
only dated 2 white women in my life. And Courtney, I have to say this. It was like being, and I'm not trying to listen, it was like being in heaven every day. What? That's all I have to say. It was like married. It was like
All right, so now, that's chaotic truth. Like he's from one of these African countries. And he said he only dated 2 white women in his life, and it was like being in heaven every day. This is what we won't do. But let's.
I know, but it was. I got like, because I wasn't ready for marriage.
Just for good.
Okay, so that's chaotic truth, right? That's the guy that wants to debate Tariq Nasheed talking like that. I say, all right, bro, stop. All right, real quick.
let me say a few things real quick, bro, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. Then I'm gonna jump off because I'm gonna go get something to eat. But let me just address a few things that you said, man. You were talking about how black FBA is one of their own identity, and I don't even like saying the word FBA, but I'll say Black Americans want their own identity. And then you made a comparison to Jamaicans and things like that. And I always hear people make this
Why
argument.
don't you want to call us what we want to be called?
Well, you're speaking for 40 million people, and it's just you. You want to be called FBA, and that's fine.
Yeah, but you're talking to me, and you're talking. But you're talking to me, and you're talking to FBAs.
Well, I'll call you by your name. I mean, if you want to be called FBA, cool.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You're talking, but you're on the FBA channel.
But you're not the spokesperson for 40 million.
I am a spokesperson.
40 million.
I am a spokesperson.
No, you don't speak for 40 million people. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I don't speak for all Jamaicans. You don't speak for all black people in America.
This is what you
Come on, man.
Gotcha.
No. But listen.
Wait, hold on. You're not as witty as you think. I just said,
bro. I'm being very straightforward. But go ahead.
I said, why don't you call us what we want to be said? You said all FBAs. You said all Black Americans. I said, cool. I said, but you're talking to me. I would like to be called FBA. So I'm speaking for me now. In the chat would like, because you're talking to us. You even said earlier, I'm talking to the chat. Okay, well, bro, we would like to be called FBAs.
That was earlier. I'm no longer. I'm just making a general statement.
Yeah, but you're still speaking to us. But you don't have to. But I'm just pointing out to the chat. This is the more reason why we can't rock with them. They can't respect our right.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that you and Tariq do. You act like you speak for 40 million people when you don't. You speak. Wait. You speak.
I made that clear. I'm not.
No, but you're mixing the two, though.
No,
you're mixing
I'm not.
the two.
Of course, but I'm saying tonight. Okay, watch this. It's no confusion. I'm saying tonight, you're speaking to me. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm speaking for the chat. I'm not speaking for all of Black Americans tonight, for this phone call only. I'm speaking for me, myself, and the chat. That's it. Because we're the only people listening right now. So I'm saying we would like to be called. You don't have to. You got the right to say whatever you want to say. But I'm saying we would like to be called FBAs. But I'm making a bigger point. I'm saying that these guys that get mad at us want to be away from them and want them back in Jamaica, where they from, out of here. They can't respect our wish. The Hebrew Israelites, right? I don't agree with all that, but if I'm talking to one, I'm going to call them an Israelite because that's what he want to be called. If I'm talking to a Moor, to harken back, I don't believe in that. But if he says, "Hey, I'm gonna call him a Moor," because that I don't even believe in that stuff. I don't accept the LGBT. But if they want to be called that, I'm gonna call them that because that's what they want to be called. But that's just how we do. But go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, you're confusing ideological group or a religious group with an ethnicity. Those are two different things.
Okay.
There's already a name for the ethnicity. It's called African American.
Okay.
That's the actual name. FBA is something else. You know, it's really Tariq Nasheed's online store /fan club. All right, that's really what it is. But let me get to the point I wanted to make. And the point I wanted to really make is that I hear this comparison between, you know, how Black people in America want to self-identify themselves. And
Mm-hmm.
first of all, I don't have no issue, but the comparison is always weird because they always you said this earlier. You said something about how Jamaicans are called Jamaicans and Haitians are called Haitians and are called Black Haitians or whatever the case. But Jamaica is a country. There are white Jamaicans, there are Black Jamaicans, there are Chinese Jamaicans, and guess what? When they go anywhere else, they call themselves Jamaicans or Haitians or whatever country that they were born in. By the logic that you're using, everybody should want to call themselves Americans because you're born in America or the United States, people born in the United States call Americans. So there's really no need for another name outside of Americans if that's the logic that you're using to make these arguments. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is you mentioned something about how people who are immigrants, they bring a divisive spirit. I mean, this is stuff that comes directly out of Tariq Nasheed's mouth, directly out of his mouth. You know, you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but I'm hearing a lot of his talking points coming out of your mouth, bro. First of all, tribalism is already that's already in our history. Tribalism, we've been doing that. You do that here in the United States. We do it in Jamaica. We
No, we don't.
do it in Africa. Yeah, you do. Crips and the Bloods. Ever heard of them?
Yeah. Well,
Vice Lords.
wait, hold on. The Crips and let me educate you. Are there Jamaicans in the Crips and Bloods?
Possibly, maybe.
Okay. Keep going. Done. Cooked you there. But go ahead.
You didn't though, because all you did was further prove my point. That is tribalism. Essentially, you're aligning yourself with a particular tribe and you're going against another tribe. Tribalism. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. It's not based on ethnicity. It's based on what you bang. But that's tribalism.
No, because first of all, can somebody be a former Crip?
What do you mean? Can you be a former Trip? I mean, these are irrelevant talking points. At the end of the day,
it's just yes or no. Can you be a former Crip?
No, actually, some people say when you're a Crip for life.
Okay, all right, go ahead, brother. I'm good.
A lot of these gangs, they don't let you leave. You a Crip for life.
My man.
You might not bang anymore, but you still gonna be considered a Crip or a Blood.
No, you're not. Well, once somebody drop that flag, that's it. But anyway, go ahead.
You still okay, and then them Bloods see you and they know that you be with them Crip people. Guess what? You still a Crip.
But that's fantasy because Bloods and Crips hang together. I don't know if that's fantasy you talking right now.
Okay, all right. So everybody been making up everything about Bloods and Crips. Okay, it's okay. So Bloods and Crips really don't have nothing going on. GDs, the Vice Lords, there's none of that going on. You're right. Okay, I just made it up just now. All right, but cool.
That's TV.
All right. Okay. You mentioned some other stuff about bad stereotypes from parents and people coming into the country and them having like a certain ideology about Black people when they come to the United States. And it's just like, bro, if you watch somebody on TV and they're portrayed in a certain light, then that's how you're gonna view them when you see them in person.
So
we talked earlier.
So you guys never watched Mo Better Blues? You guys never watched Denzel Washington The Man on Fire. So you guys only watch degenerate movies.
Is that on BT all day, 24/7? What do you see
Yes,
on TV?
yes.
What do you see? You see
So
back
you
to
guys,
back repeat of Baby Boy. You see Baby Boy
you guys
17,000
never, yeah,
times.
but
You
okay,
see
hold on.
America. Go ahead.
Okay, but hold on. See, but here's the difference though. You're watching movies about us, but you guys are now watch this. Now here's the thing that you got to sit down and think about. You guys watch movies about us being violent, and then you guys say, "Hey, they must be violent," as though you're better. You guys lead the world in violence. So it's so like let's say,
Oh, come on, bro. You
hold
sound
on,
like a white supremacist right
hold on.
now,
No,
bro. Come on.
no, I'm making
Fix
a
that.
bigger. This,
Go
this
ahead. Go ahead.
point. My point is, if you guys were against violence and you watched us be violent in movies, I can kind of get the logic a little bit, right? But if you guys are the most violent people in the world and you're watching us become violent, then it's no big deal. It's supposed to be like that's something you're accustomed to, you're used to. So you guys are the most violent. So whatever violence we do in the movie, you're still more violent than that. So why do you look at us? Oh, they're violent, they're bad. But you're violent too, and you're the most violent. So aren't you bad too? But anyway, go ahead, brother. You got it.
I mean, it's crazy. You just generalize like
No, that's a real
millions of
fact.
people. You just generalize. You put all millions of people in one box. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no,
Like,
that's a fact though. Jamaica led the world for like 10, 13 years straight to being the most violent country in the world. That's not propaganda. That's a fact.
okay, the most violent country in the world.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are the world Chicago.
I mean, it's crazy. You said the world Chicago,
Yeah,
so Chicago's a real place. But anyway,
yeah. But
um,
Jamaica's a real place.
okay, but Chicago is too.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But
what are you
okay,
saying? And this is the thing that
because
you guys do. This is the
Chicago.
thing that you
No,
guys
no, no,
do. You
no,
try to make
no,
one distinction. You try to say,
no.
oh,
That's
well,
not what we're doing.
we're not that violent over
No,
here. You guys are more
listen.
violent on this
No,
side.
no,
And yeah,
no. Hey,
but
brother,
they put
I'm
this they
not,
put the same label on all
brother,
black people.
brother. I'm not doing that. I'm saying
Well,
Chicago is compared to other cities in America, not to other cities worldwide. Because there's other cities that's still those Spanish cities make Chicago look like Beverly Hills. So what I'm saying is Chicago is seen dangerous when you compare it to American cities, but when you compare Chicago to world cities, Chicago's not number one. But if you compare Jamaica to other countries, you're number one.
bro, they put the same title on any place that's populated full of black people. Name one place that has a bunch of black people in it or people of color, and it's not the most violent place on
I'm
earth.
going
Name
off
one.
you.
Name one.
So you can finish. You can ask the question because you had a question for me. So go ahead and finish what you got to say. I'm gonna go on mute, and you can ask the question.
Yeah, bro. I just want to, cook on some of these talking points, man. At the end of the day, when you're shown a certain image of somebody and you pull up on them, that's the image that you're gonna get when you come to the country. It's just regular human behavior. You watch videos about the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? If you see something that look like it could be the boogeyman, you're gonna be scared. You watch videos about ET and not ET, but the alien versus predator or alien. You see something that looks like that, you're gonna be scared because it's the programming that we get when we watch TV, when we watch social media. But and this is the thing, regular human behavior. But who we never, and this is the thing with these conversations, we never talk about who's putting out this information, who's portraying these people these certain types of way. We talk about the result, but we never talk about the cause, right? These conversations are always like that. And, very disingenuous conversations. But I want to ask a question, bro. I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna wait for the answer. I ain't gonna cook as long as you did. I'm gonna ask a question, wait for the answer. I'm gonna listen to the answer, and then I'm gonna drop off. My question to you, bro, is, and I'm gonna listen to understand. I'm not even gonna listen to respond. I'm gonna listen to understand. How is FBA delineation tangibly beneficial? Period. And I'm gonna leave you with that question. Answer that as best as you can.
Good question. So it's tangibly beneficial because for the first time, a lot of us are putting down our religious differences. We're putting down most differences that we would normally have with each other. Yeah, I was against Sarasu and Seti's, Pan-Africanist position, right? But the fact that he embraces FBA, I excuse that. Like, I don't care. He could be Pan Africans all day. I don't give a damn. The fact that he embraces FBA, I'm back in tune with him. I'm back watching. So that's a tangible difference. It made us lock arms in a way, seemed like nothing, like probably similar to like the civil rights movement. It made us lock arms regardless of our personal indifferences. And that's some things I'm trying to like let the chat know. Like, stop arguing over simple stuff amongst yourselves, because this is what they want. They want us to divide on small things. The fact that it don't matter if this person is Native American or he's not. He's still FBA because he most likely got a lineage going back to slavery. So if he want to be Native American, so what? He's still FBA. If he want to be Christian, Muslim, atheist, he's still FBA. So that's what it did for us, for it did for me. It made me stop arguing with my own people. So that was my resolution this year, is to argue least as possible for FBAs. And that's a tangible difference, because before I got on total on code, I was arguing with my folks on the smallest things. So that is something that did for me. And it got all of us, well, all of us that acknowledge ourselves as FB and ADOS, it got all of us with one common idea. And so let me correct you a little bit. So ADOS is more centered on reparations, not FBA. FBA, so we say, hey, they don't do reparations. Well, that was never our main thing. FBA, that's ADOS. So when Tariq was saying ADOS, he was saying reparations. And then he would use FBA and ADOS interchangeably. But once he starts saying FBA, he was saying reparations, he was saying tangibles, and tangibles ain't reparations. Tangibles is set aside anything from your state, local government outside of reparations, right? So that just, because he's also asking for Black or FBA hate crimes. That's not reparations. So he started to expand it past reparations when ADOS was more centered on reparations. So Tariq Nasheed started to expand FBA beyond reparations. And then it got to a point, hey, we this is our lineage. This is our ethnic identifier. I don't know if ADOS goes that far to say that ADOS is their ethnic identifier. But Tariq Nasheed is now saying, hey, this is a better identifier for us than the things that we were called before, because those things are not all exclusive. They are inclusive. Elon Musk come over here, he's African American. So that's why we can't do African American, brother, because Elon Musk is African American if he gets citizenship. And those South Americans, so those South Africans you're talking about, so are they when they come over here. They're African Americans. That's why we can't do that. So we're that smart to know to beat it ahead of time. No, we're not African American, because all of those white folks that come over here, those South Africans, once they get citizenship, they are now African American. We're good. But one thing they can't say is that they're ADOS. You can't either. And you can't say you're foundational Black American, and you can't say you're emancipated persons or a free person. You can't say that. So those are the terminology we'll stick with. But tangibly, that's what it did for us. It made us lock arms and embrace each other and love each other, kind of similar to the civil rights movement.
I would just argue that none of what you were mentioning was tangible. You know, they were more symbolic,
No, that's
maybe spiritual, maybe, you know, there was nothing there that you could extrapolate that was anything tangible,
but
beneficial.
everything. Well, hold on, hey, bro. Everything starts with an idea. So all tangibles, every last one of them, started with an idea, a universal idea. You had to believe America, right? For the British subjects to come over here, they all had the same idea. They were all against the British oppression, the taxation representation, and all these different things, how they've been treated as British subjects, right? They didn't like that. But they all had the idea, and the idea turned into something tangible. So for us, we're not going to skip that process. It starts off with an idea, and we're all becoming aware of the idea, and more Black people, Black Americans, are adopting either ADOS, free people, or FBAs. More and more. I just briefly ran it past my aunt, who knows nothing about Tariq or nobody. Like, she's straight Democrat, straight liberal to the core, right? Kamala Harris all day. I just briefly ran it past her. I didn't know how she respond. And when she said, "Tell me more about it," I told her. She said, "Yeah, well, we're FBA, yeah, because we can trace our lineage back beyond 1870 census." But that's how easy it is for a Black American just to say, "That's what it is." Oh yeah, okay, I'm cool. So the reason why 43 million ain't on cool because 43 million don't know. Like they're still doing what they want to do, and they're not in these spaces. But as long as we keep talking about it and talking to them, bro, they're hopping on. Yeah, I told my boy that's back in Jersey. Again, he don't care about this stuff. But I just briefly ran it past him. He's like, "Yo, tell me more." And like he not all the way on board right now. But he's listening, like, "Oh, let me hear more." But like that's how easy it's for us to like get on code. But again, it's the idea first. So we're not going to skip past the idea and go to tangibles. No, it's important to have the same idea. Get on. That's what on code is. Get on code. Get on code. You hear them? And you hear us. Get on code. Adolf's got their own mantra, right? But it's to get on code, and then the tangibles come afterwards. But right now, it's a beautiful symbolic feeling right now. It feels good to be loved and to love your people unconditionally.
Right. Now, I'm gonna say something that's gonna throw you into a frenzy right now, bro.
No,
But it's gonna be very simple too.
no.
It will. Do you realize that what you're describing are the principles of Pan-Africanism?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, bro. Getting on the same page, it's the same ideas. This is Pan-Africanism, bro.
That's not.
That's what that is. Collaborating with black people, other black people, uniting, locking arms. This is Pan-Africanism, bro.
Can I respond?
That's what it is. Sure.
Okay, but that's not how Marcus Garvey defined his. Again, you guys don't know more Marcus Garvey than me. Marcus Garvey did not define his Pan-Africanism that way. Marcus Garvey defined his Pan-Africanism as to overthrow white colonial power in Africa and have a government ran by him where he'll be the president. That was his blatant definition of Pan-Africanism. Now you guys remixed it later, but your leader, your king, he said Pan-Africanism was to go into Africa and dethrone the white man. So you could try again.
You know that Marcus Garvey didn't create Pan-Africanism, right? It was around before he got there.
Oh, but I'm gonna use that word. He was a spokesman for it.
Okay, he was one of the spokesmen for it, but he wasn't the only spokesman for it. And he's not the founder. He's not a creator of Pan-Africanism.
So who was the spokesman of Pan-Africanism?
Who was one of the spokesmen of Pan-Africanism?
That was largest because so Garvey had, they say, up to like hundreds of thousands to a million followers. Okay, so what influence? Because again, you said tangible. These are your words. You said, so what tangibles came out of this? So I want to know so name your guy and tell me what tangibles follow that person.
I mean, we could name a lot of. First of all, we could argue that the civil rights. I'm saying I could argue that the civil rights movement was a Pan-African movement.
No, it wasn't. So now let me educate you again. The civil rights movement.
Please do.
Okay. The civil rights movement spun from it was A. Philip Randolph. He's literally called the father of the civil rights movement. This came from his labor union thing, and also the trains. They had a big movement on the trains. There was a lot of job opportunities on the train, and they were getting paid under white folks, but then they started to be discriminated against. So A. Philip Randolph had joined that protest later, and then he founded his labor union. He had the first Black labor union in America. Okay, so now the civil rights spun off that because he was fighting for equal rights and equal pay for those people riding the trains and in the labor unions. Okay, so this predates the civil rights movement. So no, you're wrong. The civil rights movement was literally founded by A. Philip Randolph. He's called the father of it. Try again. You don't know more Black history than me, bro. You could keep trying, but you don't.
Bro, describe Pan-Africanism to me outside of
Okay.
Garvey's definition.
Well, I only know Garvey's. Can you get some?
Oh, now you only know Garvey's. Let's
Yeah.
just look up the
Can you give me
definition of
somebody
Pan.
else? No,
Let's
wait.
look up the definition.
Wait, hold
Let's just look
on.
up the definition of it.
Just hold on. Because you said they were
Just look up the definition. That's all. That's
you
all
can
we gotta
do that.
do.
I don't mind that, but I'm saying.
Okay.
But listen, you told us that they were Pan-Africanists that predated Marcus Garvey. Give me one name, please.
Alexander Cromwell.
Okay. Now, what did he do that was tangible compared to Garvey? And how? Go ahead. Tell
So
me.
you keep deflecting. You keep moving the goalposts.
No, because
bro.
listen,
Come on, man.
I'm not. I'm giving you back the standard. I say I live by
You're
one
moving
standard.
the goalposts, bro.
No, sir. I live by one standard, and I apply it to all people. You do the same. Try it. So now you say Alexander Cromwell was Pan-Africanist before Garvey. Okay, so how many people he influenced? How many followers, and where was he at? What state? What state was he at?
But I don't need to give you a history lesson on Alexander Cromwell. I'm just proving the point.
He just Googling shit.
You're deflecting from the argument.
Yo,
what you described,
I'm gonna do it for you.
your tangible benefit that you described that comes out of FBA, your tangible benefit was literally the definition of Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna leave it right there, bro. You deflected and you going all these other places, but right where we were at, your definition of what you say FBA contributed to your life is literally the definition of Pan-Africanism, bro. The definition, when you look it up, it says a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent and end colonialism and white supremacy.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so how close
you don't want to end colonialism and white supremacy?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Well,
okay.
I guess that's probably why we have this.
Just cut the check.
So you're okay with white supremacy and colonialism?
White supremacy gonna do what it do.
I got you.
Just cut the check. I ain't see that's that Rastafarianism bullshit where y'all come over here and Babylon.
So how you think you're gonna get them to cut the check,
bro? The same way they. Okay, now watch this. Again,
come on, bro.
You asked the question, so look for the answer.
I'm listening.
You're not as witty as me, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. White supremacy was well and alive when the civil rights movement was passed. White supremacy was well alive while Abraham Lincoln emancipated and also created the Freedmen Bank and also gave 400,000 acres of Confederate land to free people. So we always got wins amongst white supremacy. That's not new. And that's off the top.
So you comparing those things to reparations?
Yeah, those are, bro, 400,000 acres of land, that's reparations.
Wait. Maybe I missed something you said. Say what you just said again.
400,000 Confederate acres of land was reparation.
So are you talking about the 40 acres and a mule? Is that what you're talking about?
Hey, brother, do you know what now listen, you said something earlier, right? You said something was symbolic. Do you know that the 40 acres and mule was symbolic to something else? Do you know that? That was symbolic language. Do you understand that?
It was symbolic language for a promise that was actually supposed to serve as some sort of reparation.
No, it wasn't a promise. It was okay. All right. Explain the promise. Who promised it?
I don't remember who promised it, but I understand that the promise was.
Brother, it was not a promise. It was actually a deal.
It was.
Hold on.
So what's the deal? A promise.
Hold on.
But in any
case,
a
deal. No.
Were you thinking like pinky promise or something?
No. A promise is not a deal. We're talking about an actual contract. We're talking about a contract. There was an actual.
A contract is a promise, bro. What are you talking about?
It's not
why are you trying to be? Why are you trying to be all? You trying to be all semantical?
Hey, bro.
Why?
I promise I'll call you tomorrow. That's not a contract. It's not a deal.
It's a promise.
Right.
If you say I'll call you tomorrow, it's a promise.
Yeah, that's not a contract or a deal. We're talking about an actual deal, a contract. It's different. But anyway, let me move on. Okay, so now the 40 acres and a mill was not a promise, but what was it in symbolic? What was it symbolic of? Like what was actually going to happen?
People were supposed to get their 40 acres. That's what they were as a part of the reparations part. They're supposed to get their 40 acres.
Let me help you out.
And farmland.
Let me help you out. The term 40 acres and a mill wasn't even part of the deal, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
Say more.
that you don't know more history than me. The deal I just told you, and you didn't even listen. The deal was 400,000 acres of Confederate land. So now amongst ourselves, we were going to divide it, and it was going to come to 40 acres of land
Semantics,
to each person.
semantics,
No,
bro.
this is actual history, and this is the chat.
It's
Let me
it's
tell you.
it's semantics
Wait,
though, bro. We
no,
talking about the same things, bro. You just
no,
you
we're
all you're
not.
doing, all
We're
you're
not.
doing,
Not.
all you're doing,
But I'm going
all you're
back. But
doing
I'm
is
going back to comparing. You said compare that to reparations. So that was the first payment of to start payment of repairing black people for slave labor. So Abraham
okay.
Lincoln.
So
Wait, hold on,
was
hold
that
on, just hold on, bro. There's no comeback. This is just history. You're saying, what was that? This is just rebuttal. There's no rebuttal. This is history. We worked out a deal.
but I'm not rebuttaling that though.
Okay,
The
okay.
thing about it is
Okay.
was
So
that
listen.
ever given
All
though?
right.
Was it given? It
Yes, it
wasn't
was
given.
given. You dumbass. It was taken
Where
back. It was
okay,
actually good. Okay, look. This is what I'm
what
trying to
was it
tell you.
given? Go
Okay,
ahead,
no.
break it
Okay,
down.
okay. Wait, no.
And here you go
Listen.
with the ad hominems and shit. So
Yeah,
now
yeah.
I'm
Me.
gonna have to so now I'm gonna have to get so you shouldn't get mad if I come back at you. But go ahead,
Oh
fam. Go
no,
ahead.
no. I
Go
I
ahead.
I welcome that.
Okay, I'm glad you're a welcoming
Okay,
guy. Now go
'cause
ahead,
I
finish
will cook
explaining,
you.
cause 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 you
If
got
you go
you
that
got
route,
400 acres, right?
you
Go
go that
ahead,
route, I'll
tell
cook
us
you.
about the
But
400 acres
okay,
that y'all got. Go ahead.
okay. So now, do you know what happened to Abraham Lincoln after that?
What happened,
So wait. First of all, do you know about Black Reconstruction?
bro? Stop. Just tell
No,
me
no,
about the
no,
four.
no,
Tell me
no,
about the
no,
four
no.
hundred acres, bro. You
You're not
always do
gonna.
this thing where you
No.
trying to deflect, you
All
try to
right,
go
I gotta
here, you
mute
try
this
to go
guy.
there.
I gotta mute this guy because he want to deflect now. I
Oh my lord.
if I explain this, bro, you gotta be with me. So I want to know. 'Cause I might have to explain these things as well. Are you aware of Black Reconstruction?
Yes, I'm aware of Black Reconstruction. Go ahead.
Okay, so what happened during Black Reconstruction?
There were some black cities that were burned down by white people, and
No, that's not Black
somehow
Reconstruction. No, no,
that
no,
was part of the Reconstruction
no,
era.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, 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 no. I'm saying explain Black Reconstruction.
Oh, bro. Listen, you are you gonna talk or are you gonna let me talk? Just go ahead and say what
Yeah,
you're gonna
well,
say so I can
there's
respond to it,
no
bro.
burning
Go ahead.
down. There's no burning down during Black Reconstruction, my brother.
Okay, so Black Wall Street wasn't burned down by a bunch of white people during the
Hey,
Reconstruction
bro,
era.
do you know what Black? Okay, again, you don't know what Black Reconstruction is. Just say you don't,
Are you
because
talking about the Reconstruction era? Is that what you're talking about? Or the history?
brother, Black Reconstruction is a certain time period.
I know what you're talking
Okay,
about, bro.
okay.
I'm saying you're talking about the Reconstruction era, right?
Yeah, no,
During
but
that time period,
bro, when did the Black Reconstruction ever end?
bro. You want dates? Just say what you gonna say, bro. Say
Let me mute you. You don't know. So Black Reconstruction ended as soon as the North Union soldiers pulled out of the South, and then the KKK. And so it ended during Jim Crow, bro. Fuck you talking about Black Wall Street? Black Reconstruction ended once the Union pulled their soldiers out the South. The KKK came right away, and they implemented black codes and Jim Crow. Black Reconstruction done. So now, what he didn't know that you guys know that we were in positions, sheriffs, we were mayors, governors, all types of Congress. We that's Black Reconstruction. We were in political positions and we had our land. So Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, I think, by John Adams. And then, no, I'm sorry, not John Adams. He got assassinated. John Adams came, I think he was the vice president. So he became president, and he wasn't, sorry, that was a slip. He was not assassinated by him. He was replaced by him. He got assassinated, and John Adams took his spot, and John Adams gave the South, he awarded them back their land, kicked us off the land, and we were actually tilling the land. We were living on the land, and we were growing it, making it better. We were tilling the land. Okay, and they got us off the land physically.
now, tell me how the fuck that's relevant, bro. Tell me
Because
how that's relevant.
okay, now be quiet. Let me tell you, because you asked about how does reparations compare to that. I said because that was reparations. That was a form of reparations, the same way we're talking about a form of reparations today. So you asked that question.
Nigga, but they took this shit back.
Okay,
Why are you talking about some shit that was taken back? You don't have it no more.
but that
So
wasn't
what are we talking about right now?
okay. And I think you're a little slow, my boy. You're a little slow.
Bruh, you bringing up these irrelevant facts. You're bullet pointing a bunch of different little historical things that you done learned. That's cool
Yeah,
that you
you
know
can't
it,
follow.
but
Yeah,
it's
you can't.
irrelevant, bro. You
Yeah,
gotta,
you
you gotta.
clearly can't follow
If you're going to
conversation.
state facts, make it relevant to the conversation. That's the
All
thing
right.
that you
So,
do.
what was your
You
question?
just you just like, yo, Jupiter's
So, what was
the
your
biggest
question?
planet in the solar system. What the fuck they gotta do
Hey,
with what we
bro,
talking
you
about,
don't
fam?
remember. So, what was your question you asked me? Do you remember?
Lord, my question was, it had to do with the 40 acres and the mule. I asked you
Okay.
about
So,
the,
wait.
I
Why
asked
do
you,
you?
oh, okay, you were talking about reparations and how to
Right.
get reparations.
Right.
All right. And then I brought up I think I brought up the 40 acres and the mule.
No.
You brought up the 40 acres and
No.
the
No.
mule.
No. 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 Let's go back a little further. You said, "How we gonna get it doing white supremacy?" And then I said, "Brother, we always caught wins in white supremacy." And I brought up the 40 acres mule, and you said, "What they got to do with reparations?" I said, "Bro, that was reparations." So I had to explain how it was reparations because it was
Bro,
reparations.
but it's
It was a
mute as
former
fuck. If they took it back, it's mute.
no,
What
but the,
it's mute. What are we talking about?
you can go
This the thing that you do, bro. You just
because
bring up these points.
they love to
They're
talk in
mute.
circles. Okay,
Bro,
brother.
that point is mute,
Okay,
man.
brother.
If they took the land back, what are we talking about,
That had
bro?
nothing to do
Come
with that.
on,
But
man.
anyway, brother, carry on. Go ahead, finish what you got to say.
In any case, man, it's like this, bro.
Cook them.
At the end of the day, when it comes to because we were talking about the principles of Pan-Africanism and how everything that you said that was tangible from FBA was really a principle of Pan-Africanism. And I just read the definition of Pan-Africanism, and it literally states a movement that seeks to unite
What
people of
website was
African
that?
descent. I
What
just
website?
Googled it. I did the same thing you
Oh, now
did.
you. Yo, chat. He can't. That's why I was being funny saying which chat site was that. You see, I'm telling you, yo, these guys got double standards.
It don't matter. It don't matter what site you look it up on.
Hey,
It's
yo,
gonna be the
chat.
same thing.
Hey,
You
chat.
can't
And
show
I
me a
said the same
patent,
thing.
but
Hold on, hold
it's
on.
a
Wait,
definition,
hold
bro.
on.
Whatever,
Hold on.
whatever.
Wait. I gotta mute you, chat. I just said earlier. I said my standard is the standard for everybody. I don't flip flop like these guys. I don't flee from a standard. These guys got the fleet ethnogenesis in them, and that's what they do. Okay, I don't. Whatever I stand on, I stand on. My standards for everybody. Okay, so he just said I can't Google it. He needed .gov. So he just Googled something real randomly. So I said, bro, where you get that from? I know what I'm asking. I'm more wittier than this guy. So he fell right for it. I just Googled it. Oh, so Google is, you know, .gov is for me, but Google is for you. Got it. Go
Bro,
ahead.
you smart than a dumb nigga, bro. Like I don't even understand what the fuck. Like, bro, at the end of the day, bro, you can go in any definition. You can look up Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is going to tell you the same definition. It's just going to be as
What
read.
was so the guy Alex, what you said name was Alex who?
Alexander Cromwell, bro. But listen,
What was his
again,
definition?
you're going away from the
I
point.
just want to know. I want to know what was his
See,
definition.
you deflecting again, bro. You out here like you got your lightsaber. You just deflecting right now, bro. You swatting flies. Stop
Not ready,
swatting.
bro. Yeah,
Stop swatting.
you know what
We're
you thought.
talking about Pan-Africanism right
Yeah, you
now,
know
the definition of it. Are you telling me that my definition is wrong? Say that. Don't bring up a whole bunch of other shit. Is my definition of Pan-Africanism wrong? Is that what you're saying?
What's the source?
I just Googled it, bro. You Googled a patent. I'm Googling a definition.
Yeah, my man said he just Googled it. All right, fine, go ahead. All right, so your definition of Pan Africanism is black folks of African descent, right? Doing what?
Seeking to unite people of Africa. It's a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent in colonialism and white supremacy.
All right, so let me ask you this now: Nigerians, are they practicing Pan Africanism?
Oh, here we go with this shit.
I'm just asking a question because you said it's to unite Africans. All right, so I'm asking about Africans. Do Nigerians practice Pan Africanism?
Yes, there are Nigerians that practice Pan-Africanism.
In
Yes, there
Nigeria?
are some. Yes, there are
In Nigeria?
Nigerians. There are
Okay.
Nigerians in Nigeria that practice Pan-Africanism.
So, bro, why are they purposely allowing Shell BP to taint their land with cancer-causing oil and
Okay,
oil?
you're talking about the government.
Okay.
The government is not the same as the people. The
So,
government
so how
are
are
a
you?
particular group of people.
Okay. All right. Now watch this. Are you aware of the floating slum in Nigeria?
No, tell me about the floating slum in Nigeria. Here you
I'm
go
not.
in all these other
I'm not.
directions. Go
No,
ahead, bro. Go
no,
ahead.
no,
You be deflecting, bro. You be
no.
swatting. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, bro. How are you practicing Pan Africanism when your government is literally killing you? You don't got time to be uniting with different blacks of the world. You're trying to save your own soul from your government.
So you don't think the government in America is killing black people in
Brother,
America?
brother, is the government black or white largely?
Bro, you deflecting again,
Bro,
bro.
I'm
You
asking,
swatting. Stop swatting,
okay,
bro. You
so,
swatting.
but here,
Stop.
here's the thing, and this is what most black immigrants fail to realize.
Oh boy,
They
here we go.
they fail to realize that we're the only black people in the world that do not govern ourselves. We don't police ourselves. Every other black person, African descent person in the world governs themselves and police themselves. So when their government is corrupt, that's literally black on black crime. They can't blame nobody. We can actually point a finger and say there's an outside person who's not us, who's racial profiling, discriminating, those type of things, harming us, killing us, is not us doing it. It's somebody else.
Bro, do you know what neo-colonialism is?
Wait, no, wait, no. Okay, gotta explain. Go ahead, gotta explain.
No,
Explain,
tell me. I'm asking you. Do you know what it is?
bro. It's an excuse. That's what it is.
How is an excuse?
Because, bro, your black people got independent. So, are you telling me they're not independent?
It depends on your definition of independent. What's your definition of independent?
But independence. Well, when countries go for independence, they get their own flag, right?
Okay, it's a flag. What
Okay.
else?
Don't they get their own government?
They have a government. I don't know about their own government, but go
Is it
ahead.
okay? So, is their government? Because, for example, Nigeria, when they got their government together, it was theirs. It was literally their government. There's no white folks involved at all. It was their government. No white folks was in
Oh,
that. Okay. So now,
so did the Nigerians get to pick who were
yeah,
their leaders in government
yeah, yeah.
through a non-rigged democratic process?
Okay, so you don't know the story. You don't know the history of Nigeria, do you?
I do know the history of Nigeria. You're gonna
Okay.
tell me about oil and how they got oil and
No, no,
how
no, no, no. I'm
blah
not.
blah
No, I'm
blah.
not. No, I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna tell you anything. I'm gonna ask you. So Nigeria. What was more prioritized in Nigeria? Was it oil or building a strong government?
Okay, who were the leaders that were in charge
Not
of governing those resources?
Nigeria.
Okay, but Nigeria is a country. The government
Yeah,
runs
no,
the country. The people do not run the country. The
bruh.
government does.
And the government is ran by people. It was
Okay, the
Nigeria,
government is run by select people. Who
but
selects those people?
no. Hold on. Relax, relax.
You running away from the question, but
No,
go
no.
ahead.
I'm gonna educate you
You
again.
running away from
No,
the
no,
question,
no.
bro. Answer. Who selects those people? How do those people get in power?
I got you. Relax. Chill out. Relax. Relax. Okay. So what you don't know is that the government was always there, even so. Well, first of all, you don't know Nigerian history. I know you don't. Okay, because let me ask you this: the UK, the British came there in what year?
I don't know what year the British came in,
Right,
bro. I don't know. You deflecting. You moving the goalposts. You
you don't.
swatting, bro. You
Okay,
swatting
so
again.
now, okay, so no. I'm at to mute you again because this is something you don't know. Now, the British government, they went into contracts, which you don't know, of course, you don't know. They went into contracts with the Nigerians. They didn't enforce nothing over there. They went into contracts on how to get the oil. Okay, so they had them sign contracts with Nigerian government signed a contract, and they were getting paid. They were not forced into nothing. Everything they did was a deal.
Bro, please stop it, bro. Do you know the splits on these contracts? Do you know how much of the how much actual money they were getting for these resources
Hey,
that they
hey,
quote
hey,
unquote had these contracts for?
hey, bro.
That's why I say you clearly don't know about
I'm gonna
neo-colonialism
mute this
because
guy.
that's what it is.
He's still doing the same thing. I gotta mute you so I could go real fast because you're just talking right now. You don't know shit about Nigeria. Okay, so he just said contracts. You don't have to sign the fucking contract, my boy. You can say no. They said no, by the way. They end up saying no. They didn't say yes to every contract. This is why you don't know more nothing than me. I'm starting to realize. The Nigerian government said no. They didn't say yes to every contract they were offered by Shell, BP, or the British, colonizers or whatever. No, they said no sometimes. That's how they got the independence.
Bro, what the hell that got to do with them signing an exploitative contract? If it's a fucked up contract, it's a fucked up contract.
Gotta mute you again. Because contracts are negotiable. You don't have to sign it. You can negotiate a better deal for yourself. I make the same argument for rappers and musicians. You don't have to sign a contract. You chose to. You got stories of other artists that had more faith in their abilities and they said no. They said no. These are big time producers, big time rappers want to sign them, and they said no. I believe in my ability, and they won. They got a better deal for themselves somewhere else. That story goes on for the best rappers right now. A lot of their stories are just that. Look at Jay-Z and Dame Dash. Okay, they ended up doing something better. They went into joint venture with Def Jam. They did better than what other artists would do. They went to
There's no way in hell you comparing a record.
Okay, no, it's about contracts, my boy. It's about contracts. I'm comparing contracts. I didn't meet you again. I'm comparing contracts. I'm saying contracts are negotiable. They're not forced on you. Okay, you can sign it or don't sign it. So the Nigerians, they were greedy. Okay, I'm trying to use good words. They were greedy. They wanted money. They were selfish. They didn't care about the Nigerian people. They were not Pan-Africanists, the way you defined it. They were Nigerian, okay, Africanists. And they wanted money. So they signed a deal where they got the money and they never invested in stronger government. They were the government. Ain't no British person select their people there. Now, that might have happened later, sometime in the future, but their initial government, that was all them. And they were,
man, that's cap, bro.
And they were corrupt on, well, it's not cat because we actually read you want to .gov? We actually did a study on this, bro. You're late. Go look at my videos on Nigeria. Okay, so I think it's Alabama University. I think it was. So you're late. Like we already did this. We did one on Rwanda. So you're late. No, it's not cap. I got videos actually called Nigeria. Just go look at it. I think they're 3.5 hours long. Go look at it. It's there. So I was reading from universities. And matter of fact, we read different sources, by the way, because he pulled up some sources from newspapers over there in different countries. So we didn't rely on just sources in America. So we actually did 3 lives on this, 4 lives. Me and Focus, we debated this. We did about 4 lives on Nigeria. We did about 2 lives on Rwanda and the genocide over there. So it's not cap. This is what it is, man. And you don't have nothing that contradicts it that's credible. Because we did .gov, we did .edu. All right, you're going to do .jokes.com. That's what you're going to do. Okay, so I'm comparing contracts. So the bottom line is that when somebody offer you a contract, you do not have to sign it. And I was making a comparison, something that we can relate on over here, FBAs, because we think when somebody hands us a contract, we got to sign it. Even when I was young, when I was going to job interviews, I never negotiated for like a better pay or some things that fit me. I just took the job or for what it was, what they offered me. And once I got older, where I started to say, I want more money. Or you know what? I want to come in during this time. I want this much time off on lunch, where I would negotiate because I knew my value, right? And I wasn't thirsty for the job. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the contracts are negotiable, but we in greed and desperate measures can make us not negotiate and just sign the contract blindly and just hope for the best. And usually that don't work out for you because the initial contract is going to be better for the person offering the contract. You could look it over and say, hey, man, I want more money because you need I need your equipment. I need your machinery but you need my resources. So we need to do right now. It's a 95-5 split. I need a 60-40. I need a 65-35. I need a 70-30. They could have done something like that. They did not do that. They signed the first contract put in their face. And guess what, bro? When you sign a contract, you got to live up to it. And the contract was not forever. It actually had an expiration date on it. Okay, so the contract actually expired, and they were offered another contract, and they said no. They would rather extract their own oil, and that's what they decided to do. They said, no, we don't need you no more. We got it from here. Okay, so that's why I said you don't know more about that than me, so stop.
Bro, you sound very naive.
Sure.
Very, very naive. This tells me that you don't know much when it comes to neo-colonialism, because if I go to your house and I take your house over.
Oh,
right?
So now you're making an analogy? I couldn't make a rap.
I'm making an analogy. You made like 17
hold
million
on.
analogies tonight. Come on, bro. I can't make.
Nah, yeah, the point is, bro, you're double standards.
Bro,
no,
come on, man.
I have to point this out. He just said I could not make. So now I'm making a contract analogy. How you don't have to take the contract. You can negotiate. And I just said rappers, they do the same thing. I mentioned rappers because we know about rappers who said they signed bad contracts. That's something familiar with us. Like we know rappers said that. We know that. So I was trying to use something that's like relatable. Like, you don't have to sign the contract. You can negotiate or don't sign at all. Okay, that's all we're doing. But the thing with you, I muted you, was you had a problem with me making an analogy, and the first thing you do is make an analogy. I'm like, what are we doing here? But again, that goes back to Black immigrants. You're really looking.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, you're really looking bad because you.
So it's Black immigrants that do that. Okay, bro.
I gotta mute you because, bro, you don't know what I said earlier. I said about a month ago. I said I've never met an honest Black immigrant, and I still haven't. You've been using double standards all day today. You say I can't do something, you go do it. You said I can't Google, you get in Google. You said I can't use an analogy, and the first thing you did was use an analogy. I've never met one honest Jamaican, and I right now I give up. I don't think I ever will. Everything you said I couldn't do, you went right behind me and did it. Okay, now go ahead and make your analogy that you said I couldn't do. Go ahead and make the analogy. You come to my home.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. You got Black people that use white supremacist talking points. You never met an honest Black person, huh? Okay.
No.
Well, in any case, okay. Yeah, I know.
Immigrant.
I know. Okay, because all dishonest people are immigrants, right? There's no dishonest people who are from America, who are born in America, raised in America. They're all and this is what it comes down to. This is why the whole FBA delineation movement. This is why it's a ridiculous move. It does, because this is the rhetoric that people such as yourself and Tariq Nasheed, this is what you guys promote, what you propagate. Oh, there's no honest immigrants. Immigrants are the bad people. They're doing all the crimes. You sound like the KKK. You sound like white supremacists. You sound like dudes that neo-Nazis, except you're not white. You want to be white, but you're not white. But in any case, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, though, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying.
KKK, can I ask a question?
No, let me finish what I'm saying, because I mean, you've never met an honest immigrant, right? Yeah, okay, all right. I bet you've met honest white immigrants. I bet you met those. Oh yeah, we know how you dudes do. How y'all be tap dancing, buck dancing, buffooning. Yeah, we know how you dudes do. It's always Black people that always are the dishonest ones. And you see how this goes. You see how you dudes do? You regurgitate these talking points. You get them from white daddy and from white mom. I know where you get them from. This is why the shit that y'all say irritates real Black people the way it irritates.
Didn't answer my question about the Klan, though.
What question did you ask about the Klan?
Why did Marcus Garvey meet with the Klan?
You going deflecting, filibustering, you talking about this, talking about that.
Why did he meet with the Klan?
Maybe he was trying to negotiate a deal. I mean, Marcus Garvey wanted to segregate He
No,
didn't
bro.
want to. He didn't want to integrate. He wanted to
Hey,
segregate. So
bro,
maybe he was negotiating a deal.
no,
Couldn't
hey,
have been
bro.
that. You asking me to speculate. So I
No,
don't
no,
know
no,
what.
not
I don't know what
speculate.
type
I'm
of
saying
answer you want.
right. He
What
wrote a
answer? What
letter.
kind of answer do you
Bro,
want for that kind of question?
he wrote a letter. Are you familiar with the letter?
What answer do you want for that question? What
The
kind of
letter.
answer?
The letter. Are you familiar with the letter?
I'm familiar with the letter, but
Okay.
I still don't
So
understand what
so
answer do
why
you
was
want to
he
that question?
praising? Why was he praising white supremacy in the letter?
That's political shit. You
So,
why do you niggas swing from Trump's
yo,
nuts? I
yo,
don't you clearly you because you're trying to get benefits, right?
he just said that we borrow white supremacy talking points, and Marcus Garvey just praised white supremacy. He said, yo, he was political. So I guess now it's cool if Marcus Garvey does it. It's cool to borrow white supremacy talking points. I get you. I got
That's
you.
not a white
Double standard.
supremacist talking point. That's just him saying he cool with segregating. That's
No,
all that is from white
that's
people.
not what he said. No, he actually
You comparing apples to oranges and you thinking
he
you're making so much
literally
sense, but you're
he,
not.
he literally
Sounding crazy
praised
right now.
he literally
Huh?
praised listen, he literally praised because they wrote a book or an article. He literally praised the article that was clearly uh hate is a hate article towards Black Americans. He actually praised it. He said that's a beautiful writing that you did.
This nigga keep bringing up Garvey. Why you, bro? Are we talking about Garvey right now? You
Because
bringing up
Pan,
Garvey?
yes, because we're talking about Pan. You just said it also. We're talking about Pan Africanism. You brought up that
We
when I
we we can talk about Tariq Nasheed talking about how to turn out 15-year-old girls in his book, Art of Mackin. We can talk about that
okay,
too. So you want
but
to bring up
yeah, let's talk about
everything that
that.
has to do with Garvey? Let's talk about Tariq.
All
How
right,
he be pimping out girls, how he be talking about pimping girls and stuff like that
all
all the
right,
time.
okay, good. Let's talk about that. See, for me, it's full disclosure. Nobody's off the hook. So I talk about Garvey. I talk about some people. We could talk about that.
Well, why
Okay,
haven't you brought it up though? Because you've been talking about everything that Garvey's done wrong and
because I think you're
Garvey's this and
lying.
Garvey's that. But I
Okay, but
mean,
I
what
think
about
you're lying.
Tariq?
So okay, let's talk about it.
Why haven't you brought up Tariq? Let me ask you that question. Why haven't you
Because
brought up the
I
things
don't
that Tariq
know
Nasheed has done?
because I don't know. I don't know anything he did that was illegal. I know things that Garvey did.
Oh, that was very political. Very
Okay,
political.
so go ahead, enlighten us. Enlighten us of what was illegal. You said pimping out 15 girls. What page right now? Tell us what page.
Why I gotta name what page? It's in the Art of Mackin. Go read the book and you'll see exactly what
So
it is
read
that
the
I'm
whole
talking about.
damn book. Come on, you hear this guy?
Am I lying? Tell me I'm lying.
Yes,
Say I'm lying. So
you
it's not in the
are.
book. I'm
You are.
lying.
No, because you can't tell us where it's at. You're lying.
Oh, because we can't. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
because
you
I
ever?
can't tell
Okay.
you where it's at.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's a better question. Did you ever read that for yourself?
Yes, I
So you
have.
got. So you got the book, right?
I don't have the book. I read it online.
Back to Google.
Not on Google. There's such thing called ebooks,
Yeah,
sir. I mean,
yeah.
it's
This guy
2025.
read.
You
This
got
guy.
ebooks.
Yeah, this guy read Taharka Bay's post, and all of a sudden it's a fact. I got you, my boy. Yeah, you got to source up, my man. When you say
What
something
about
like that,
first of all, what about the Tariq Nasheed doing the little thing where he was pimping on, teaching people about how to pimp on girls and doing the little thing, the little comedy
when,
spoof thing? When you talk
when,
about that,
when
there's a whole ad of him doing it. He was on there with what's the dude, the little fat dude name?
the white guy. Yeah,
Michael Moore, he's up there talking about pimp. You see, you want to play dumb when it comes to Tariq Nasheed. I see how you do. I see how you do.
well, I see how you do. You
When it come
ask
to
a
people who you
question.
like, you
You
don't know
ask
nothing
a
about none of
question.
that. You don't know
Okay, so
nothing about none of
no,
that.
I
But
don't.
yeah, I
I don't.
bet you don't. I
I
bet you
don't.
don't. I know you don't. I know you don't.
Okay, but you're not explaining.
Because you be talking out both sides.
But you
You one
okay.
way here and you one way there.
So he
But it's
just
only
said, "I got see why you want to scream match, bro. I don't want
I'm
to.
not screaming.
Okay,
I'm not screaming.
dude, I don't want to scream match. You just said earlier. Okay, watch this. The double standard. When I got on Garvey, you kept saying, "Why you on Garvey? Why you on Garvey?" And then just now, and look, so that you had a problem with me bringing up Garvey. You made that clear. But just now, you said, "Let's get on Tariq." What I say? I ain't say why Tariq. I said, "Okay, let's get on Tariq." I kept explaining all day. I said, "I got one standard, and nobody's off the hook. If you got something on Tariq, let's hear it." So I never said, "Hey, let's not talk about Garvey or Tariq." I'm saying, let's talk about it. I asked you the page. You couldn't tell me. No problem. So let's move forward. Now you're saying there's a skit he did with Michael Moore. You said a skit, right?
Yeah, skip.
It's a skit, right? So it's like TV ratings type stuff.
It might have been. I don't. First of all, I'm thinking it was a skit. I'm not really sure whether it was or wasn't, but it looked like it was a skit.
Okay, then we can't use that. So we won't. And that's
Why we
speculation.
can't use that? Why can't we use that?
Because
For what?
you said earlier, speculation is no good.
What do you mean speculation is no good? It's documented. It's on TV. You
Yeah,
can see it.
but you're
What you talking about?
I got it. Listen to what I'm saying now. You're speculating right now. We just heard you, whether it was a skit or something true. So you don't know if it was a skit. We got to throw it away. It's a skit.
But it doesn't matter whether or not it's a skit. It still portrays black people in a negative image. So it's still negative, no matter whether it's a skit or not. If I went on TV and I started tap dancing and shuffling and
those are white
getting
women.
butter biscuits, that would be harming too, whether it was a commercial or whether it was me doing it for real.
Hey, hold on. Were those women white or black?
Where's what?
The women that was part of the skit, were they white or black?
Bro, that's irrelevant, man. You
just said black women. You just said they were black.
Here you go. First of all, is Tariq black? Yes or no?
This guy
is Tariq black? Yes or no?
This guy, yes, he is. But
so he's a black person portraying a pimp on TV in front of millions of white people and black people. Is that positive for the community or not?
Neither. It's a skit. Like you talk about. It's
what do you mean neither? It's a skit. Then you shouldn't have a problem with anything that portrays black people in a negative image, right? You shouldn't have a problem with all the movies and all the music videos. You shouldn't have.
I'm gonna mute you real fast. Unlike us, FBAs, we can watch a movie and take it for what it's worth. You're out of your own mouth. You are the ones who watch movies and judge and make racial judgments based off a movie on a whole ethnic lineage. You said that. You said that we are in movies, you guys watch it, and the movies are enough for you guys to say Black Americans, FBAs are no good. You said that. That's how you guys think. That's not how we. Hold on. I mute you again. You talk. That's how you guys think. We watch movies and we take it for what it is. It's a movie. So Denzel is a bad cop in Training Day, and he's Malcolm X over here. Okay, and then over here, he's a super cop, and over here, he's a dirty cop. Okay, to us, it's just a movie. So when Tariq does a skit, like you said, your words, it's a skit. Dave Chappelle does a skit, it's a skit. Biggie Small does a skit, it's a skit. You had Obama doing a skit, it's a skit. Skits are not real.
Bro, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Are those portrayals harmful to they're not harmful, so they're okay?
Yep. If it's a skit, it's okay.
If it's harmful. Skit, it doesn't matter what it shows. It could show black women getting beat up. It could show children getting raped. Okay. It could show whatever, but it's a skit, right? So that's skit. Okay.
It's a skit. Now, what's alarming? Things like that's not a skit. That's alarming. So when you got Marcus Garvey out here scamming, selling fake.
Here we go back to Garvey again.
Yeah, because this is not a skit. This is reality, right? Because you said Tariq's our leader, right? I never said that. You said that. Well, I'm saying
he's the owner of the FBA website and the official flag.
And Garvey is the owner of his flag. He's the owner of his website. So cool. So you got Garvey, I got Tariq. Okay, so now let's go. So now Garvey is a convicted felon, deported failure.
Tariq's a felon too.
I got it. Got it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're even right there. But Garvey's a failure. He failed in Jamaica and he failed in America. He went back to Jamaica and failed again. So he failed 3 times. Tell me about Tariq failures.
All of them? What the hell has Tariq done? Name one thing.
I got you. So Tariq got a series of successful Hidden Color documentary films, right?
That's for him. Who cares? What does that do for the community?
Bro,
nothing.
Well, okay. My God. Bro, these are #1 selling documentaries.
So what?
So again, your reality is different from ours. So my reality is, I remember being in the barbershop and thugs who would normally talk about foolishness will come in there and talk about Hidden Colors. And like, to me, like, that was like, oh wow, like that was eye-opening for me. It's like, wow, there's a consciousness that's being pricked, and now we got guys who I can never talk to in a serious manner. I can now talk to them in a serious manner, all because these Hidden Color documentaries. And by the way, when they were coming out, I had no idea who none of these guys were. I didn't know who Umar was. I didn't know. I'm just seeing Hidden Colors. What the hell is this? But
So
like I
Tariq
said,
is responsible for what?
okay, the consciousness. He pricked consciousness. He made us one. So he made these guys cool. He made information cool. The way he put these documentaries together, he made research and he made. I just said it. He made documentaries cool. All those guys pretty much got blue checks now. You dig? Blue checks means that they gained popularity for being smart. All of them got, they all got blue checks for being smart. So wait, you asked the question. So Tariq is largely responsible making intelligence cool in the black community, which is not the thing. And our thing, negativity is cool right now in the 2000s. Negativity is cool. So what he did was he reversed that. He made being smart cool. So now all of a sudden you got these guys like young Pharaoh who bragged about being in jail and selling drugs and busting his gun, but now he wants to be smart. So now his followers he got a whole bunch of followers, hundreds of thousands of people follow him.
Please stop. Please stop. You trying to give Tariq credit for the collective consciousness in America? Come on, bro. Stop it, bro. This sounds bad.
I gotta mute him because all these guys, Dr. Umar Johnson, who we all talk about, nobody would know him without Tariq. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know Dr. Claude Anderson. These guys are relatively just smart people nobody ever knew about.
But these guys were around, bro. You come. First of all, you gotta stop muting me.
I gotta mute you because I don't like misinformation. I gotta be responsible. Remember, the views and things are not of mine. I didn't say that earlier. So when you talk, people might actually think that your views are my views. So I gotta mute you because I gotta control the narrative over there. Like we're not just gonna say any other thing. You gotta be held responsible for things you said. And so far, you've been saying stuff without proving. You said Tariq Nasheed told he macked on a 15-year-old girl in his book. I said what page, you couldn't name it. So again, we're different. You say something, you can't prove it. I say something, I can prove it on the fly, on the spot. You can't do it. And you got to Google. Now, how you going to Google a goddamn book? I'm thinking he got the book, but he Googled it. Does that make sense? Now, he said he owned the book, but he also Googled it. What if I got books right here? I got the New Jim Crow. I got the old Jim Crow.
Deflecting, bro. Deflecting, filibustering, deflecting,
wait a
filibustering,
minute.
swatting.
Yo, what happened to you earlier? Wait, what happened to you earlier? You said this. You said, yo, listen, man, I'm about to go. I got one question. I'm going to say something. I got a question. I'm out of here. You said that 4 hours ago. You're still here.
It wasn't no damn 4 hours ago. Now who lying? That was probably like 30 minutes ago, bro. But in any case, man, yeah, man. Yeah, but you had to laugh at that one because you already know you've been the one all technical and with the semantics and all this whole time. But
you're not
ready.
ready.
Talking about 4 hours ago. But in any case, man, yeah, bro, I'm gonna go ahead and hop out. I'm gonna let you have it.
I want you to come back on tomorrow. No, wait, hold on. Wait. I want you to come back on. I want you to come back on. I'm trying to think because I might be debating religion tomorrow. So I want you to come back on. Yeah, you can come back on early Saturday.
Saturday, I'm gonna be on. I'm going to see Cat Williams on Saturday. I'm gonna be out of there.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe sometime next week, bro.
Yeah. Well, next week I'm pretty much free. The same time I was today. I'm free like that pretty much all like during the week. But we probably won't talk this late. Probably like 10 o'clock be the cutoff. So probably like an hour or two. We could discuss some things and like we'll have some topics. Right now we were just freestyling like a fill out, but we talk again, we'll have specific things we can talk about.
Yeah, I don't mind talking to you, bro. Even though you saying what you saying, bro, you still my brother. At the end of the day, that's what Pan-Africanism is, And I disagree with 90% of everything that you say and your ideals, but shit, bro, I can still call you my brother.
Do you disagree with Garvey's idea of Pan-Africanism?
Do I disagree with Garvey's idea of Pan-Africanism? No, I think it's just another way, a school of thought. I don't necessarily disagree with it.
Do you think it was realistic?
Yeah, it's realistic. Why would it not be realistic?
So it's realistic to gather all these tribal countries and groups together to dethrone white supremacy.
Yeah, absolutely. White people did it with us when they came and colonized Africa and they did the transatlantic slave trade. Did you know that Europeans were at war with each other and they came together and decided that they were going to go ahead and infiltrate Africa and colonize it, divide it up? Yeah,
bro,
they were at war with each other when it happened.
bro,
So yeah, we could come. If they could do it, we could do it.
they
Why can't we do it?
first of all, they weren't tribal.
They were, bruh. They
Uh,
were tribal. The
they,
Vikings,
hey, yeah, you know what?
bruh.
Dan, he goes back to the Vikings. Hey, yo, you know what? Dan, like, where's your time frame? You just be saying any old thing. You got
So they were over there in Europe living in harmony before they came over to Africa. Is that what you're saying?
brother. I'm giving you a time reference. I'm saying, uh, Garvey said Pan Africanism, right? Listen, I'm doing. So that means I'm talking about 1920. I said, how realistic is that? In 1920, a bunch of tribal Africans are going to get together sometime soon and work together to dethrone uh, the white power structure that's colonizing the world. I said, is that realistic? You said yes. I'm like, wow. And then you went to say white people. I'm thinking you're going to use a time frame for white folks. You just randomly just talking. You said Vikings. Like, God damn, Vikings. I'm giving you what Garvey said. Garvey said Pan Africanism is basically blacks hooking up all over the world. And in Africa, he made that clear. He wanted to be in Africa. Okay, in Africa, dethroning the colonial power in Africa. That's what he said. And I
Bro,
asked you, was that realistic? You said yes. In
I'm
1920, 1940, Jamaica didn't get independence until 1962. Matter of fact, so did Nigeria. A lot of these black countries didn't get independence until the 1960s. And you're telling me that Garvey's dream was true when these countries were all being colonized at the time. They weren't even free yet.
Bro, but you're thinking about these places as countries. Before they were countries, they were different tribes that
No,
existed in Africa.
no.
Before they were countries. Countries are new.
Oh,
Countries are within the last 100 years.
hey, yo,
Countries are new as
thank you.
hell. Yeah,
Thank you
so
for
I
reminding
mean,
me.
let me also say this as well in
Thank
response to
you
that.
for reminding me.
There's no point in time, I believe, that Africans couldn't have united together and overthrown white supremacy. We always, the only thing that we didn't have particularly was the technology, that machine gun. But other than that, we were always physically superior.
That's
We always had the warriors on our side. We were always,
uh,
there was no point in time that couldn't have happened. You're talking about spread out across the world.
nah.
But first of all, we were sailing across the seas before.
Oh shit!
So you're
Wait.
trying to say we didn't
Hold on.
make any trips? We made trips from Africa
Hold on.
to the Americas, but prior
Hold on.
to
Hold on.
transatlantic slave trade. But go ahead.
I want to respond to what you said. Okay, so you're right. You're right. The white man made y'all countries. He united y'all guys. Without him, you just reminded me. Yo, you're right. You were tribes warring all the way back in Rwanda, Burundi. These were all tribes warring with each other in Nigeria.
So were the
Oh,
Europeans
okay. Oh, just
and
hold on.
everybody else. But go ahead.
Just you gotta see. You respond without hearing the point. Just hear the point first. I'm saying you guys were so tribal when the white man came to extract or colonize these countries. They realized that they won't get far because these guys ain't on they're not on code. So the white man literally meshed them together. Said, "Y'all Nigerians." He said, "Yeah." He literally unified them. So y'all couldn't unify yourselves all this time before. This is pre-colonial, right? Pre-colonialism. Y'all couldn't unify. Y'all tribal as hell. The white man came over and was trying to pull resources. I was like, damn, this can't happen with these guys not on code. The white man literally unified you guys. Something you guys couldn't do, he did for you. Say, yo, stop all this, you this, you that. Y'all Nigerians, get in line. And that's how they became Nigerians.
Ah, man, please stop, man. That's big cap, bro. Come on, bro. And again, you thinking about these things like
It's not.
a country ain't nothing but a LLC, bro. It ain't nothing but a corporation.
Oh, so
That's
now
all it is.
yo, this guy
Am
said
I
I can't use
wrong? Am I
analogy
wrong?
again.
Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
Bro, I just use a contract similar to the hip hop contract.
Tell me I'm wrong. See, you talking about something
now,
else. Tell me I'm
because
wrong.
now you can use an LLC contract to countries.
It's not the same contract, but it's a corporation. You get what I'm trying to say?
No,
It's a corporation. It's a corporation. A country is a corporation. That doesn't.
Yeah.
The people. There are different tribes that were in Africa. Just like there were different tribes that were in the Americas, Native Americans, they had different tribes, the Seminoles, the Choctaws, these are different tribes that were
Right.
in the Americas. They didn't have countries, they had tribes. In Europe, they didn't call them tribes, but they had different sects of white people that were there, these Vikings and these different types of people, right? In Asia, it was the same thing. In every part of the world, it was the same thing. There were different groups of people that just lived amongst themselves in these different sects. All right. And that's how people lived up until the Europeans up in Europe decided that they saw these group of people, they saw that there was an opportunity for them to benefit, make money, whatever it is, right? Colonize, because I think it's something deeper than just making money with these people. But they saw an opportunity and they had a conference called what's the conference? I think it's called
Berlin.
the Berlin Conference.
Berlin.
Okay, so you know
Wait,
what I'm
what
talking
year?
about.
What year? What year? What year?
I don't need to know the year, bro. You hit me with the
1880.
technicalities.
1880. No, no, no.
All right, that's cool. That's
Look,
cool.
bro,
Listen.
I'm
I'll
just
give
saying.
that to you. The
I'm just.
Berlin Conference.
Oh my God.
I appreciate the help, but let me finish. The Berlin Conference, they decided you gonna get here, you gonna get there, I'm gonna get here. We're gonna stop fighting with each other. We're gonna exploit these people. This is your part, and we're gonna stick to this agreement, and this how we gonna rock. And that's what they did. The only reason there are countries in Africa is because these are the pieces of the pie. The Europeans divided Africa up so they get amongst themselves. That's the only reason there are countries there. Other than that, there would be no countries there. And they did the same thing in South America. They did the same. They tried to do the same. They kind of did the same thing in Japan. They tried to do the same thing in China. Like they actually did do what they kind of did, not all the way, but you get what I'm trying to say. But this is how it went, bro. Like,
Hey, but bro, the one thing you're leaving out is that what you're admitting is that the Europeans had got it together. They realized being divided didn't do good. It didn't do them any justice. So they had that aha moment, and they said, "Yo, we will do far better if we unify and go ahead and start carving out these indigenous places." Right? Okay. So the problem is these African nations, these African tribes, they're not nations, these tribes, they never had that aha moment. Now, brother, Japan I also studies Japan history. The Japanese, they had the shoguns, like they had their wild over there. They had tribes, but bro, their elite, their elite said, okay, this tribal shit ain't working, and they said we're going to become more westernized. We're going to seek out. We're going to send people to America. We're going to send people across the world, these white nations, to get westernized. We're going to learn what they learn, the science and all type of shit, and we're going to build ourselves up. We're going to compete, bro. Some people, as you expect, they said, nah, you're collaborating with the enemy. That type of talk. So shit y'all be doing in Pan-Africanism. Oh, the white man, the white man. So guess what? The Japanese just killed them, right? People talking like that, they just killed them. So they had like a civil war because they really didn't want to do anything with white folks. Because they had that Pan-Africanist view, white man the devil. And they just killed them all, bro. Literally just killed them all. And then they went and sought help. They got education from America, and then I think later Germany, and they became a superpower in 40 years, right? So when they dropped, so everybody who dropped their tribalism, it seemed like they had a unified goal, and they became powerful. Now you said America, you said Black America, you said we got tribes, you said Bloods and Crips. Now the misrepresentation of that is Bloods and Crips are far in between, and they're low in numbers. These are not, and they're like so non-influential in our communities. Like I couldn't tell you how many Bloods and Crips I don't know because there's
how many Bloods and Crips rappers do we have right now that represent the community? But go ahead.
Right. You said rapping?
Rappers, yeah, that represent the community. How many Bloods and Crip rappers do we have that represent the community?
Okay, so you got. I'm sure you probably got some real ones, but you also got some fake ones. But
hey, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, but even then, but rapping is not reality. Like rapping is rapping.
That's what they put in front of us as our leaders.
No, at least what? All right, now listen, brother. Listen, you're about to be mad.
Hold
on.
Go ahead.
I just finished the point. You're about to be mad because, brother, I studied this industry also. Stop. That's not what happens in rap. Black leaders don't go out looking for young black musicians or rappers and bring them to Bad Boy. That's not what happens. So stop before I cook you on the rapping or the
Bro,
music
so
industry.
you're misrepresenting what I'm saying, first of all.
Yeah. So wait,
What I'm saying is the
please.
rappers
Mhm.
are who are put in the forefront of the black community as leaders.
Okay.
Who
Explain.
put
No,
them? Yes, go ahead. Let's talk
no.
about who put them because that's what it
Slow
is.
down.
But go ahead.
Slow down. Slow down. Because now you're changing up your language. Okay.
No,
Cool.
I'm not. I'm not. But
Okay.
go ahead.
In a sense, they are leaders in a sense. Like, so whether we like it, Mr. Farrakhan brought this up 20 years ago, 2 decades ago. Okay, that's why he was meeting with Ja Rule and meeting with rappers because he realized, in a sense, they are leading to a degree. Right? You'd be delusional to believe they don't got influence and they're not, and like their fans don't look at them as leaders. So yeah, so
That's not the argument. But go ahead.
it's part of the argument. So now,
No, it's not. But go
okay, so
ahead.
now watch this. You said they're being put in the public as leaders, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who is putting them as leaders?
European corporations, the
Name
record
one.
labels,
No. You're saying random stuff. Name one. Name one.
Universal Music Group. I mean, who are
Okay,
these people that run the music industry?
Stop.
Go ahead.
Okay, because I love this conspiracy theory, bro. What person in Universal Music Group got out there?
Universal is a corporation.
Right. Okay, I
Go ahead.
understand that, but right. So it's not a person. It's a bunch of people. So
Right.
that means somebody had to go and say, "Hey, I'm gonna get these black folks and put them in leadership." Which one did that? Which one of those guys?
You're being disingenuous, brother. You're
No,
being very
I'm
disingenuous.
getting
Yeah,
down.
you are. Go
What
ahead.
I'm doing here is I'm saying you're just throwing out random conspiracy theory stuff, and when I try to hone you down to the person who's responsible, you can't give me that. See, yo, we don't do that because like that's called babble. We don't just point a finger and say the boogeyman's over there, but never identify who's actually the boogeyman. What we like to do is we like to pinpoint who is doing it. So, for example, when the Nation of Islam print out that book, the secret relationship between black and Jews, they actually named the Jewish people. They didn't say the Jewish people, like the whole monolith. They didn't do that. They actually gave you names of Jewish people. So
Okay, let's do this, bro. Name a leader in the black community right now over the last 20 years who's not an entertainer or an athlete.
okay, brother. First of all, there are no black leaders, right?
Okay.
No, I'm not done with the answer.
Mm-hmm.
There are no black leaders. Like we're all influential. Okay, we never really had leaders ever in this country. We never had leaders. We all played a part in just being on code. So if you go back to the Civil Rights March, okay, and even before then in the South, with the Klan running rampant, we had no leaders, right?
So MLK wasn't the leader.
No,
Malcolm X wasn't the leader.
no. They were the leader of a movement. They were not leader of a race, bro. They weren't leader of a lineage. Malcolm X was the leader in the Nation of Islam movement, organization, religion. He was not the leader of a race. We had no leaders of a race.
See, now you're being disingenuous, bro. Come on, bro. Like
Again, they're not FBA.
there's no leaders of a race, period. But the president is the leader of the country.
So how does somebody right? But
Tariq would be the leader. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so wait. So now, bro, you're kind of like going to what I was going to say next. A leader is chose. They voted in unanimously. Bro, give me the black man who was voted in or chose unanimously as a leader. Tell me.
First of all, that's not the definition of a leader. A leader doesn't have to be voted in. What are you talking
Wait,
about?
okay.
That's not how that goes.
Wait. Now I said voted or chose, bro. To be a leader, somebody they got to look at you as a leader to follow you. Like, okay,
Right.
just slow down because you're kind of not listening. Because if you're saying right, then you got to name that black person. So what I'm saying is a leader is somebody who stands up, either is voted in, or he assumes or she assumes that position and takes lead, and then we follow. Okay, there are so many of us, as you said earlier. Remember, you said everybody in FBAs because there's so many other black folks. Okay, then you're gonna have that same problem with leadership, because leadership, according to you, everybody got to agree. Because you said at the FBA thing, everybody
Nah,
don't. Wait,
that is not what I said, bro. But go ahead.
got it. Earlier, when I said we want to be called FBA, see, I know what I'm saying, and I can recall exactly what I said. I said, bro, why you just can't call us what we want to be called? You said, but y'all don't want to be called that. There's so much more of you guys out there that's not claiming FBA. I said, okay, let me just narrow it down to just us in the chat. Okay, so now you said a black leader. So now what you got to do is show us the black leader that we, because according to your standard, all of us got to choose him as a leader. So just give me one leader, and Dr. King was not our leader, by the way. He was a leader, or not even a leader. He was a face, because the leader of the civil rights movement, I already told you, it was A. Philip Randolph. But Dr. King became the face of it. It started before him. I already explained that. It started way before him. I showed you how it evolves to the civil rights movement by A. Philip Randolph. That's why he's called the father of it, not Dr. King. And A. Philip Randolph did speak in 1964. Matter of fact, he was the one who talked about marching. So it wasn't Dr. King, it was A. Philip Randolph. He said he's going to march to Washington, and he ended up joining Dr. King. So it became a bigger thing than just what he had going on. It became bigger, but that was his idea originally, to march on Washington. All right, but so we got 2 calls we called in. So
definition of a leader is a person who leads or commands a group, organization, or country. Bro, Dr. King was definitely a leader, bro. Like, I don't know why you trying to go around this. You're trying to use semantics in order to, shield yourself from what I'm trying to say. He was definitely a leader. Okay.
Right.
And this very same definition also describes a lot of our entertainers and a lot of our athletes. They also take on the role as leaders
and
as
that's
well.
why. So that's why you asked me the question. You said, "Who was our leader?" And I said, "We don't have a leader." And what I was going to say is, like, we're all like leaders, and that's why I said it's the code. It's always been the code. There was never a leader. People assume the role of leader, but we all did that. We all did that. I'm doing it now. Like,
But we know that there's levels to it, though. We know that these
of
celebrities, these
course,
dudes that got
I mean, dude, you're just talking now. Like, there's no leader. There was never a leader to us. People stood up, and a certain portion of us followed that person, or did what they did and hopped on it. But it was never all of us. Elijah Muhammad was a leader, but we all didn't follow him. There was so many black people in this country that became leaders, but we all didn't follow them. A certain portion of us followed them, but the masses never did. Like, what percentage of us follow any one of these guys? It was very small. Like, we never had a leader. But
this is irrelevant though, bro. Because
hold on, we're talking in circles. I want the guy who just called in with the 0964. What's your name, so I could change the phone number to your name?
Thanks, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Tiger Crane Shakir.
So I'm gonna just put Tiger.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a few things. One, a lot of the stuff that this brother on the panel is bringing up, kind of disingenuous, to say the least. Like by mentioning Tariq Nasheed's name, a lot of these things that you bringing up, bro, these were things that was going on for years within the Caribbean. Now, I'm Jamaican descent, born and raised in New York, but the experience I had growing up amongst FBA, a lot of things I learned that Tariq and others have put out, we've been hearing this shit for years. Black folk from the South, like like Native Black Americans, I would always hear someone. There was always an FBA that I knew I grew up with that had a Cherokee grandparent, Blackfoot grandparent, family tree go back a couple of hundred years in either Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas, Tennessee, the Carolinas. So this thing of Black folk coming here, all masses of us as slaves, many of us were already here. Many were in Caribbean and elsewhere. So as far as I'm concerned, when I see this delineation going on and been going on with Black Americans, and when I say Black Americans, I'm talking about those that are genealogically American, not just American by citizenship, but genealogically. And the haterism from a lot of the Caribbeans, Africans, many of y'all in denial of it. Y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all deflect and get around it. I remember a quarter of a century ago, debates I had with boomer Jamaicans. And let me say something real quick. A lot of the Caribbeans, and I just want to add this, I'm not trying to dominate the panel, but I just got to put this out here. A lot of Caribbean people, and Jamaicans especially, y'all got to stop being in denial of this shit, man. This thing didn't start with no Tariq Nasheed. It's been going on for decades. And all you have to do, you talk to any first generation born Caribbean person that's here. And if they're honest with you, like I am, they'll tell you, we've seen it. We've seen it. And I know Caribbean people who came here, they told me they got their citizenship here. That white man would shake their hand, welcome them to the United States, and told them stay away from the Black Americans. So there's levels to this shit. Okay, of course we got to deal with the white supremacy. If we're gonna talk about white supremacy, let's be honest. Let's be transparent and put all of it out there. A lot of Caribbeans still like kissing European ass. I'm in 2 groups on Facebook now, and within the last week, 2 of these Jamaican groups specifically, we've been going back and forth. A lot of them, one of them, talking about this German girl. She's born and raised in Jamaica, but both her parents are German. But they claim her as a full-blooded Jamaican. They don't question her. I'm talking about Black Jamaicans. This is how Black Jamaicans specifically and Black Caribbeans in general think.
Wow.
Anybody tells you to the contrary, I'm telling y'all, you was a lie.
All right, so
when I came in here, because both, I'll just say real quick, because both my parents are Jamaican, my grandparents Jamaican. No, you're not Jamaican because you're born a foreign. This is the attitude they have. And there's a lot of other Caribbean people in my shoes, they can testify to that. Okay, you was going to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted KD to respond to that.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot I could say in response to that. The thing is that a lot of people, they love to speak to the results, but never speak to the cause of the situation. Are there a lot of Jamaicans who be shuffling, jiving, shucking? Yeah, of course. But you're gonna find that kind of behavior anywhere, at any time, any place. Black people as a whole, we suffer from self-hate and identity crisis all the way across the board. And my only thing with this whole FBA thing is that it's trying to isolate one group of Black people from other groups of Black people, when in all actuality, we've all really gone through the same things from the same people. Sure, there are different governments.
Can you explain that real quick? Because I thought I already explained what FBA was about. But can you explain?
And I got a response for that too. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. I just want, when y'all finish, I want to respond to that.
Okay. So you want me to explain that? So you mentioned slavery, you mentioned Jim Crow, these types of things. Slavery went on in Jamaica. Some of the worst slavery.
No.
Go ahead. What? No.
I made it very clear. I said that everybody in this world, again, Rwanda, the Hutu, the Tutsis, the Ogoni people in Nigeria, everybody in this world has an exclusive ethnic identifier where nobody can usurp and say I'm that too, because they can't go, they don't have a lineage, they don't have a history behind the people who actually claim it. I said except for us. We were the only people who had terminologies that were very exclusive. We were called Negroes, and so were you. You were called Negroes too. Marcus Garvey called you Negroes, and so did us. Like we called you guys Negroes. I'm talking about Jamaicans. So Negroes wasn't an exclusive term for us. Okay, then we were called colored, right? And these are terms that are being called to us that don't mean nothing. Like what the hell is color? Like the NAACP is a national advancement for something for color associates for color people. So like that's not really an ethnic identifier. Everybody's color. We got colored folks now, colored Hispanics, Indians, Chinese. Everybody's colored, but white folks. Okay, so none of these terms are exclusive. So I told you that then we're called African American, but if the South Africans come over here, like you said earlier, and get citizenship, they're African American. And then Black American, you yourself as a Jamaican man checks that box as Black African American. So again, that's not an exclusive term for us. So we're the only people on this earth, literally, that don't have an exclusive term, like exclusive ethnic identifier. So we came up with ADOS, free people, free men, and FBA. So that's how it's used. It's used as an exclusive ethnic identifier, which when you say it, you're only talking about us in this country who experienced slavery from our experience in this landmass. That's what it's used for. So when you say it, there's no confusion. Is it Black American Jamaicans, Black American Nigerian, or is it just, so now there's no confusion. FBAs is FBAs and ADOS is ADOS. That's why they was named. So now we have our own exclusive identifier. That's all it is. And the reason why they came over, and the reason why they used it, it was for reparations. It was to show, it was for, so now all Black folks around the world can't latch on to something owed to us from our government, because you have Nigeria, which is the scams country of the world. There's no debate there. They're definitely going to try to latch on to some reparation case for us. So we said, let's use language. Let's use language that other Black people just can't hop on and get a free bag, taking the money from our pockets. That's why these terminologies were even thought of to begin with. And then they stretched, like FBAs had evolved to become an ethnic identifier. So it far stretched past a claim for reparations.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna say this. The thing is, you guys like to remix ethnicity and lineage and interchange these words and turn them into something else. When you the definition of ethnic group is a group of people who share common culture and religion and other characteristics.
And history, right?
So
wait, hold on. Keep okay. Going. And a history too, right?
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say history. It just says characteristics. Okay.
Slow down.
Go ahead. You need me to repeat it?
No, where are you pulling this?
Just from? Google. Just Google. Wait. I'm keeping it simple.
Okay. Right. Oh, hey, no. See, hey, now look, hey, Tiger. This is what he does. While we're talking.
I can't even finish what I'm saying. No, but go ahead.
You're being this genius. Hey, brother, while we're talking, he likes to go get tailor-made definitions of words. Now, he knows that these words, depending where you pull it from, it's going to say something different. So what he does is he tries to find something. Now, I just said a whole bunch of something that should have meant something. All right. So when I get done, that meant nothing to him. See, at that point, wait, hold on. So at that
I saw it. I saw it already.
Yeah, but you know what, bro? You know what? If you want, you can add history in there. Because the thing about it is, when it comes to, go ahead. You can add it on there, but go ahead.
I wasn't finished though, because I was saying at this point it gets disrespectful for me, right? Where I don't want to talk anymore, because I'm sitting there explaining that we're the only. There wasn't even rebuttal from you. I said we're the only people that I believe on this earth that don't have an exclusive term. Where when you say it, you think about us only and exclusively. I said, so now we want a term. It is called an ethnic identifier. I just explained earlier, you check the box for Black African American.
But hold on, but that's cap, bro, because it's the same thing in every country. When you say Jamaicans, and the brother that's on the line, he said the same thing. They're white Jamaican.
I gotta meet the guy. He just like to talk. Okay. Those white Jamaicans were something before they came to Jamaica. You dumbass. That's my whole point. My whole point. They were
okay, but do they call them anything but Jamaican? No, they don't.
Brother,
so it's cap.
If you keep cutting it, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room, but you cannot respond. All right. So those people, their lineage is gonna go past Jamaica. Their lineage, so they can call themselves what they want to call themselves. People over here call themselves Moors. I made that analogy. People say they're Hebrew Israelites. People say they're Muslims, right? But that goes, people say they're Jewish, but that goes past that, their lineage. So that's why we keep saying ours are lineage based. So you could call yourself, we can say we're the Black Towels, the Black Owls, no matter what we want to call ourselves. Our lineage is going to go back to something to still point at a particular people. This is why I don't get mad at ADOS or FBA. Like they get into that. Or
exactly.
I use them all interchangeably because it's going to all point back to the same people. So I'm like, hey, ADOS, you mad at FBAs, but guess what? When they say FBA, they're talking about you too. And FBAs, you're mad at ADOS, but guess what? When they say ADOS, they're talking about you too. So they're not excluding you. You're still included into that. So now I just said all of that. And all he came back with was what a rebuttal. So now all day, I didn't say the word tether. I didn't say like anything that he would find offensive. I was keeping it clean.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I was feeling like that, I was feeling like I want to say
Nigga
something.
just called me a dumbass, but okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to refrain from more worse things I could say. Right. So now that's me not being able to bridle my tongue much longer. Right. Because of like, I really can't believe what I'm hearing from you, but I'm starting to get used to it. I'm starting to get used to it, especially from people that's not from America. I'm starting to get used to like the disrespect of not listening to it. Be like, yo, this is what we're calling ourselves, and this is why. That's it. Like, we don't even got to explain past that. That's it.
Bruh.
Like,
Can I respond to this, please?
No, not yet.
I know you don't want me to respond.
Excuse me.
Not yet, because you got the Eritreans, right? It's disrespectful to call them Ethiopians, even though they technically are, right? They got independence, they're separate, and they call themselves Eritreans. Now, it's a fairly new term. It's not as old as Ethiopian, but they're saying, I'm not that, I'm this. And they'll tell you why, right? And now the honorable thing to do is, the human thing to do is respect what they fought for to be called, okay? So we're doing something similar here, right? We're saying, yo, I understand what these terms mean. They're not all exclusive. They're very inclusive. I just explained earlier. But as I'm talking, this guy just keeps trying to find a Google way to respond and rebut without actually trying to listen to us being communicated. But then he claims that he's a Pan-Africanist, like we're all in this boat together, but his actions are showing otherwise. I'm sincerely trying to just say, hey, bro, this is why we're doing it, whether you would like it or not. This is the reason. I'm just trying to give him the reason. This is why we're doing it. Now you might not agree with it, but this is what we're doing, and we're not moving off of it because we understand this is important.
Excuse me, brother. FBA defensive unit.
Yeah.
See, when you hear a lot of these cats say, "Oh, we Pan-Africanists, so we all together," what they mean to say, you mentioned your boat analogy. What they mean to say is we all in the same boat, but you, FBA, y'all are rowing and we just kick back, and
right.
Y'all should, and for y'all to even suggest that we help y'all row because we in the same boat. Oh, the temerity, they're appalled that you would even have the gall to come out your base and ask them. And there is an arrogance amongst Caribbeans that, again, I've been addressing this for years, way before this social media stuff. That's why when I hear people throw Tariq's name in, that chafes my excuse me, I don't want to be revolved and you get a strike on your channel. It irritates the heaven and hell out of me because y'all act, a lot of Caribbeans, y'all act like this is something new. This ain't something new for the last half century plus. And I can talk not only from my anecdotal experiences. I'm sure that the brother on here, he knows of some. He's not going to mention it, but he's already said quite a bit over the last hour. I won't be on the show. I just happened to be scrolling by and your thing popped up on my feed. I said, okay, check this out. They live right now too? And I couldn't call in earlier because I was underground in the subway. So, all the noise and stuff, I didn't want that in, that background. So I had to wait till I got somewhere where there's no midtown noise and all that other stuff. But no, you know, a lot of them, a lot of Caribbeans and the African and the Nigerians, I don't want to get on them, but this envy, what in Jamaica, what we call bad mind. And the brother on here, he know what that means. If he's Jamaican, like he, you know, what I saw in the chat, somebody put up in the chat, he's Jamaican or Jamaican descent. I don't know if he was born here or born and raised in Jamaica, but there's a bad mind. When somebody's bad mind, they have a hateful, spiteful, envious spirit towards you. And I don't see no problem with that. FBA, claim your history, claim your culture, all of that. You're supposed to. FBAs were friends to Caribbeans and Africans when we ain't had no goddamn friends. And I've experienced this not only myself, but you can go back into history. I'm not going to go into all that because a lot of y'all already know, so I don't have to, you know, go into that. We're going on to other things here. But bottom line is we can't be disingenuous. And then when we say Pan-African and let's all come together and we don't deal with certain things, we don't address the elephant in the room. And a lot of Caribbeans don't want to do that. You can't say as a Jamaican person or Black Jamaican, oh, Pan-African, and we all Black people, but then you look down or you don't consider Jamaicans in the diaspora not one of your own. But these same Scots and Irish and Germans or whoever that Brother FBA Defensive Unit mentioned, you know, they know their lineage, their genealogy, even though their nationality might be Jamaican. But their whiteness, trust me, they stay connected to that. They make sure they know that. Same thing with the Asians. Jamaica's going under a colonization again. This time with the Chinese, though. One of the posts that I've been going back and forth with some people on there, it's like the Black Jamaicans, many of them are so oblivious to this. Like the country's motto, out of many races, one people, that bullshit motto should have been trashed a long time ago because it benefit us, don't benefit Black Jamaicans at all. But if I say it, like some of them said, they try to come for me, which I don't have no problem with because I got the smoke and brimstone and fire to come back at them. But to say that oh, well, you know, we were all enslaved and we went through this and went through, it's like when the Black Americans, now when there's something for them specifically and they want to do that, instead of, you know, cheer for them, celebrate their accomplishment, you know, that's theirs. Because when we have ours, we celebrate and we, you know, share, and nobody else they got no issue with us. So why can't we reciprocate that same energy without feeling away? It's not always about us. It's not always about you, dude, or you, chick. And that's what a lot of Caribbeans and Africans, namely Jamaicans and Nigerians, they the poster children for that attention whoring. I'll be the one to say it. Nobody else will say it. I don't know why, but I'll say it. Uno too bad man and a too licky. Go out foreign, uno spite the Black American them, and then know when shit happen to uno, excuse my language, when badness happen to uno, no, Black people and brothers and sisters, let's come together. No. So the Black Americans are saying, no, bullshit, we gonna do us, and you do you, and I can't say I blame you. Can't say I blame y'all.
Let me ask you a few questions, brother. Let me ask you a few questions.
I'll say this real quick. Wait. Ask your questions. I'll say this real quick. When we straighten our shit out, that's when we look more palatable to people. They take us, they say, yeah, because I want to do business with our brothers and sisters. Thing is, I want to be able to, when I go back to Jamaica, it's been some years since I've been back there. I used to go there quite often as a kid. But, you know, do I have to watch my back more there than I watch my back over the white supremacists here? Go ahead and ask your questions, please, bro.
All right, bro, let me ask you this. In Jamaica, would you say that there are Jamaicans that spite other Jamaicans?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So So Jamaicans spite other Jamaicans in Jamaica, just like you would say Black Americans spite other Black Americans in America, right?
Yes.
So my question is why would it be any different for a Jamaican to spite a Black American in America and vice versa?
Because Black Jamaicans don't mention these things or point these things out until it's something where they feel they may not benefit from, or if it's a detriment to them, then it's why we're the Black Americans to assist. Like many of us, and I notice also, what I'm saying is not to digress, it's connected to your point. Many Black Jamaicans, we've been so Christianized. We so out of touch of our ancestors and our ancestry. We can't talk about Black Americans with they. I had to shut some Jamaican boomers from the boomer generation. I had to shut them down. Years ago, I could tell you debates I had back in 2002, 2003, when they would say certain things they teach of Black America and them, they're rapping. Then Jamaica, the rapping come from. I said, how so?
Hey, bro, but the
We
thing about
introduced rap.
what you're saying though, bro, is you can make that same argument for any Black person in the world.
And when you say can make
So
that same
you can
argument
make
for
the
any Black person in the world, all right,
yeah.
go a little further, because I'm trying to see where you're going with this. Because
Me too.
when you say you do it with any Black person in the world, no, really, because
No, because
then we can say white people do the same thing, Asians do the same thing. In fact, I'm glad you said that, because the Chinese that's been flooding in Jamaica within the last decade, they don't even see the Chinese that's been in Jamaica for the last century. They don't see them as quote unquote authentic Chinese. And they've been doing them dirty.
Well, that's a little different than where I was going. What I was saying is that every Black
Right.
person in the world has been indoctrinated by religion. We've all been taught to hate ourselves in one way or another. We've all had to go through slavery. We've all had
Right.
economic sanctions. We all do the same thing everywhere in the world. And there's no one group of Black people that you can point to and say, well, this group of Black people did things different than this group of Black
Yeah,
people
we actually
for the
did.
most
Yes,
part.
we can.
We
Yes,
we
we
actually
can.
did.
Yes, we can. For the
You guys
most
didn't
part, we
experience.
can.
Yeah,
We can
Okay.
you
because
guys didn't
I'm
experience black. You guys didn't experience black codes. You guys didn't experience Jim Crow.
We experienced it in the form of economic
No.
sanctions.
Okay, bro. Listen.
okay. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. When you say economic sanctions, and about an hour ago, I tapped this. I typed this in the chat as a question.
Uh-huh.
Who imposed economic sanctions on Jamaica? When and who and when?
Who and when?
Uh-oh. Hello.
Economic sanctions. So I don't know the exact dates.
Googling.
Come on, man. Don't. This is what I'm talking about, brother. And I'm not being. I'm not coming at you with a spirit of not. Trust me. This is nothing like what I've encountered with some of the debates I have with some other people. But if you say when you put that out there like that, people are gonna ask questions, because at that point they're gonna look at you as an extension of a representation of something. Now, I'm not saying I'm the best representation of Jamaica or Jamaicans outside the diaspora, but I make sure if I'm gonna say certain things, I'm gonna put it out there, because like the brother who mentioned Garvey, the FBA defensive unit, he mentioned something about Garvey earlier. Apparently, he's done his research. And he has to, because if he's talking about someone or something from another culture, he's got to be on point. He can't just do the Negro thing. Because Negroes, they'll just put stuff out there, and if it looks like, oh, look, he didn't even research it. Well, as a Negro, what do you expect? So he, as a representation, as an extension of a representation of FBA, he has to come with it. He can't just put shit out on nilly-willy.
Well, let me put it to you
That's a
like
fact.
this. Let me put it to you like this. Are you familiar with the organization called BRICS?
Yes, I've heard of BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, another one, South Africa, I believe.
Right. Now, were you aware that right now Jamaica is considering joining BRICS? Have you heard any information like that?
I've heard something vaguely. I haven't researched it further, to be honest, but I did hear something about that vaguely about a month ago.
Okay. Did
So
you hear that? Did you hear Trump's response to Jamaica potentially joining BRICS?
No, I didn't hear. Enlighten me, please.
So his remarks were something to the effect of Jamaica better not join BRICS or it'll be a problem. Something to that effect. Don't quote me word for word verbatim. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When you have a superpower that is literally walking distance to where your country is located, you're at the mercy of that superpower and you have to do pretty much what they say to do, or you're in danger of facing these sorts of things, issues, especially when a lot of your economy is based on the fact, especially with an island like Jamaica who thrives on tourism, from people who are from European countries.
KD,
Go ahead.
this was your response to.
hello. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Chuck. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
So, KD, this was your response to you saying, "Hey, all black folks pretty much experience the same thing." I said, "No, you guys didn't experience Jim Crow and black codes." And this is your response to tell me that this is something similar?
Okay, so what is Jim Crow?
Okay.
Break it down for me.
Cool.
Excuse me. Just real quickly, I appreciate KD, if I'm pronouncing it right. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, please correct me. I appreciate your response. However, you didn't quite answer my question. Donald Trump, as a president, a head of state threatening a country, and from what the answer you gave me, the response, he didn't threaten with sanctions. He just said they better not. And yet he didn't do anything. So Jamaica don't have any sanctions. The only thing Jamaica has is there's a Russian corporation, a U.S. corporation, a Chinese corporation, all stripping the hell out of the land of their bauxite for the aluminum foil companies that they have. That
so Katie, you just saying stuff.
So I don't know why. So here's the thing. When it comes to the U.S., I don't know why we're pretending like when you don't do what the U.S. tells you to do, they don't slap you in the head. They don't hit you with sanctions. They don't economically punish you. And in some cases, they even send people, like in the case of Haiti. And I know y'all gonna say, "Oh, it's speculation," but they send people. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, though, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
I don't want to turn the show into that. The hypothetical. What if? Like, let's just deal with what's going on. And let Chuck go ahead. Hey, Chuck, what you got?
Salute. I was just listening for the past few minutes. Interesting conversation. I think there's points on both sides. Okay, my mom is a Black American, descendant of chattel slavery. My father is a Nigerian. I was born in Nigeria. So I'm half Igbo, half Black American. I'm not really down with this whole FBA thing. But I think there's one thing that you have to understand. The main difference between Nigerians and on the continent and Black Americans is Black consciousness. So Black consciousness is like an adaptation, a cultural adaptation to the specific conditions that only existed here in the United States. This is Jim Crow, Willie Lynch, slavery, segregation, the one-drop rule, racism, yeah.
No, scientific racism, where they try to act like science was back and look at it.
Right, but this unique cultural environment in the United States produced the adaptation of Black consciousness in the United States. So Black people in the United States live in a condition where they are the racial minority group surrounded by a hostile majority group for most of the time that, since they came off the slave ships. So this produces a very distinct sense of Black consciousness and how you see yourself in relation to your environment. These conditions did not exist in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, people live in a condition of being the racial majority group. And, in that condition, even under colonization for Nigerians was more like remote control. The people in England controlled us through our leaders. So our leaders answered to the people in England, and they told us what to do. So there was not this direct overseer over us. It was our leaders telling us, what the white man said. You see what I'm saying? So that produces a different sense of Black consciousness. So I think a lot of the misunderstandings that you're having is to do with the differences in Black consciousness, because there's a difference between being a racial majority group and being a racial minority group. And there's a difference between colonization and slavery. And this produces two different cultural environments. And that's why there's misunderstandings when a Nigerian first moves to the United States. And I'll land the plane there. Go ahead.
You know what? I would say that I agree with you. There are some definite cultural differences, but honestly, they're really two sides of the same coin, and I don't know why most of us don't see that. When you're controlling leaders remotely, essentially, what you're doing is you're teaching the people of that country to hate themselves. They hate their Black leadership through mismanagement of the country's resources via their leadership and government. And, over here on this side, there's a direct confrontation with white people directly, so they kind of had that. I mean, like I was saying, it's just kind of, to me, I'm looking at it like two sides of the same coin. I mean, we can argue all day about which one was more detrimental or harmful.
We're actually not doing it. We're actually not doing
Right.
Yeah, we're actually not even doing that. That's what you're doing.
Right.
I'm not trying to argue that though. That's actually not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that but Lip, I can't finish what I'm saying though, bro.
Because look what you just did. You just watered down the conversation to who gets done worse, bro. That's not what we was doing today. I asked you about what is your issue with Tariq, FBA. So it didn't start off as who got it worse. All right. What I did was, the reason why I mentioned Marcus Garvey, because I knew you don't study him more than me. I knew you didn't. I told you don't know more.
It was irrelevant from the beginning, but okay. I mean, it ain't had nothing to do with what we were talking about. You just brought it up to filibuster. You know what I mean?
All right. Let me mute you again.
But can I say something real quick, though?
Wait, before you do that, because I want to recap to catch you guys up. So what I was doing, because I understand that a lot of guys are not intellectuals and a lot of guys can't follow conversation. I've been doing this shit for 15 years on different topics, right? This is the latest topic. I've been doing this for 15 years, online, by the way, YouTube. I got videos date back 15 years. I've been doing this for a long time. I could follow conversation very well, and I can recall information very well on the fly, all right? And I understand what I'm saying. Now, we'll start off by him commenting on my videos about Tariq Nasheed and FBA. Now, I already knew I'm going to get him, because most people like to ignore what we're saying and just focus on what Tariq's saying, and they think we all just blind followers who just follow anything he says. He don't respect us as individuals that agree with some things that Tariq says and disagree with other things. He don't look at us like that. He look at us as just a bunch of dumb Black Americans who just follow cult leaders. All right. So what I was doing was to just expose that. I was exposing to my chat that this is how some of Black immigrants view us. They view us as just blind followers of anybody. So I was showing the double standards and the hypocrisy of his logic. So he went on saying that this is about Tariq and that about Tariq. So I said, cool. I said, hey, you know about Marcus Garvey? He said, yes. I said, tell me about him. He told me some things. I said, so what about the scams? So then he said, no. He first tried to go there first, but I didn't go there first. I went other places. And then I brought him to the scam because I wanted to show that he doesn't know Marcus Garvey at all. Okay. So then I showed him the scams afterwards. All right. He was not aware of that. So now I'm pointing out, I said, now, if Tariq is no good because he's a scammer, allegedly.
Which I never called him a scammer, but okay.
No problem. So if he's no good, he's a scammer. So whatever you call him, right? I was pointing out that Marcus Garvey is a scammer. He even admitted himself in court, and he got. Matter of fact, why is he a leader at all? Like, there's nothing he did that was actually positive. And I even explained when he came to this country, he had a message that no black leader was pushing. No black leader was pushing go leave America. We were all fighting for equal rights and equal pay and equal opportunity, things like that.
Isn't that what Liberia was about? Liberia was about Black Americans going to create a new country in Liberia. That was the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that was a white man thing. The white man gave that up because they want us out the country after we finished building the damn thing. So they want us out of here. But most of us, it took a few of them. Most of us ain't even bothered. And thankful to my ancestors and everybody in the chat, our ancestors didn't fall for that. So the ones who did forfeited their lineage right, and they are Liberians now. And how did that work out for them? They went to a shitty third world country, and now they're suffering and begging and begging. So anyway, but coming back to this, our leaders, okay, none of y'all know more Black history than me. So our leaders were not doing it. Our leaders were fighting for segregation, equal opportunities, and just to get white folks off our back. Like, yo, why you keep?
You mean desegregation, not segregation. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So, are you familiar with A. Philip Randolph?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was his ideas on immigration?
Go ahead. Say your point.
No, we ain't doing that. Okay. So, I'll talk to you later. Yeah,
bro, come on, man.
Yeah. No, we don't do it. I don't play with that. But when it comes to information, you either know what you're talking about or you don't. So, what I'm not going to do is
right.
So, what
Come
I'm
on,
not
bro. You don't want a echo chamber in here, do you?
I got you. So goodbye to you too, because it's getting late, and I'm not playing. I want to go to sleep. All right. So it's getting late, and we ain't doing that. Now we're either going to take information serious like I do, or we're not. Okay. So now he's claiming he's trying to correct me. All right. Whatever. It's late over here. I'm in. It's 1 o'clock. I got to wake up in 5. So I'm trying to make a quick point. But the thing is, there was no black leaders were not pitching out of America theory. We were saying we want to be in America. We just want to be treated better, have equal treatment under the Constitution. That was our leaders. That was what we were pushing. Okay. So he say no. A. Philip Randolph, don't do that. Don't do that. Because you either know him, or you don't know him. So I asked him, what was his thoughts on immigration? Because I didn't mention that earlier. So I mentioned other things. I didn't mention that. So I know he didn't know it. So you can listen and peek from the outside and try to cheat and take down notes. But I'm going to purposely withhold stuff. So he didn't know his immigration thoughts. So bye. So we're not going to do that. Now, our leaders were not pitching no damn out of America theory. We were talking about equal opportunity if we wanted protection from the federal government. Really just be treated like regular Americans. Like, hey, leave us alone and let us, build for ourselves in this country in peace. And we kept thinking that would happen. And we had moments of it happening, then a dark cloud for 10, 20, 30 years where we're being locked out of the wealth again. All right, so that's what I was trying to point out. But we're not going to do the I pretend I know what I'm talking about, but you actually don't. I'm going to call you on it, by the way. I'm not going to say something or speak of something that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to listen to you guys when you talk about some things that's out of you got it. I'll listen and learn because I'm a student. And I'm going to jot it down, and now I know it too. So next time we talk, I'm going to talk about it, and I will know it. But I do not respect fake people who pretend to know something, but they actually don't. So that's all I was trying to point out earlier with the young brother, KD. So that's why I brought up Garvey. It was to show the double standards in his logic, how he'll give Garvey a pass for all of his shortcomings, but he has this infatuation with Tariq Nasheed, which I don't mind. He's a grown man. He can handle it, right? Tariq is Tariq. I'm me. He's him, right? So my thing was, your beef with Tariq, I just want to know what it is and cool. Now, my second question was, what was your beef with FBAs or people who say the FBA? What's your beef with us? And he could not separate us from Tariq, which most of these crazy guys can do. So I actually just showed that, like, yo, these guys are so obsessed with Tariq, they really can't separate us. Oh, it was his idea. He trademarked. Okay, why not trademark it? If it can be trademarked, why would we let some white guy trademark it, some Chinese man trademark it? Why not we trademark it? Why not we get on it first? And he has his word. He can trademark it, but again, you can't just you trademark a name doesn't mean you trademark the lineage. Nah, you got the names, cool. Jesse Jackson made popular African American. So is he our leader? Nobody looked at him as our leader. So again, but these are talking points that come from people mainly not from our lineage because they don't know how we think. Jay-Z started the whole New York fitteds for us and the Blazers. He wasn't our leader. We did it after him, but that was not a leader. Like, we'll do something in mass, but you're not our leader. We just think it's cool, or we like it, or we agree to it. The civil rights movement. Dr. King was the face, but he was not a leader of us. He was the face of the movement. He didn't even start the movement, as I articulated earlier. So, like, we're just talking in circles, and the dude is just listening to rebut with some Google stuff that he just picking the most favorite definition that agrees with him by ignoring what we're actually saying. Like, dude, there's really an ethnogenesis that happened with us and you and the Mexicans and other folks around the world. But everybody want to deny ours, though. They want to accept Jamaicans, accept Hades, and accept the Mexicans, and accept everybody else's. But when it comes to our ethnogenesis, it never happened. Like, we're just this, I forgot what Tariq calls it, but we're this African, this mysterious African.
Bad mindness is real. Bad mind is real.
And then
the best summary description I can give of that.
And then you said something key. Okay, so now he's saying sanctions, right? Now I don't know, right? So I was quiet, right? Now did I say ain't no sanctions? I didn't do that. I was quiet because I don't know. I didn't look that up. So I'm quiet to things I'm not sure of. It's okay. I'm human. I don't research everything, but I was quiet, so I didn't say anything. Not like him, but you came in and said, "What sanctions?" And then he didn't even address that. He left that alone, went somewhere else, and I didn't even get on him. By the way, I didn't, say hi. I left it alone because it wasn't that big of a deal. Wasn't that big of a deal. But it all comes back to the conversation. That's why I asked him earlier, like, yo, do you have a problem with us seeking reparations? Oh, the world is owed reparations. So he went there with it. So talking points like that just lets us know, like, you really have a problem with us.
I missed that part, but it doesn't surprise me that he said that based on what I've heard at the time I got into conversation. By the time I came into your live.
Well, I asked him about Farrakhan, and he said,
what he said?
He said we deserve that. So I'm like, okay. So I said Nigeria. When Shell BP went over there and poisoned their land, do we in America deserve some of that? He said yes. I said, okay, this guy just saying anything now. We in America deserve something back from what the Nigerians experienced and the Ogoni people experienced with Shell BP poisoning their land, creating face cancer, all type of skin cancer over there, where these people are being harmed, and the water is bad, and they're only affected. But he's telling me that we in America deserve some of that money, like, or whatever it is they're getting back. Like, we deserve it too. Like, dude, like, you're not even like trying to have an honest conversation at that point.
Yeah, it's problematic amongst us, Caribbean and Caribbean descent, and like I said, the bad mindness is real. The divisiveness. I was debating with this Haitian cat, or this cat claimed to be Haitian, who's in Canada. We was going back and forth for a little while, and at one point he threw Tariq's name in there. Oh, you one of them Tariq people. I was like, why are you throwing people's name in here? This had nothing. I said, dude, if you want to debate, Tariq, go and debate, but you talking to me now.
Yeah, you could call it
You
his
talking to
show.
me now.
And he does that all day long.
And a lot of these dudes do that, man. It's like, yo, I mean, you want to make it seem like it's somebody, and then the Haitian dude would make it so bad. I know I really, burned him because, see, I started to drop some things in my responses to him to suggest, like, dude, I know stuff about your culture. I've grown up around Haitians.
Mm.
So growing up in New York, born and raised here, not only I had the experience of blessing to experience FBA, but also other Caribbean people. And I had to, even remind my mom that, and my dad, rest in peace for him, before he passed years ago, we talked. I said, remember when y'all was kids, Jamaica was still a colony of England. That's one. Two, the boomers, you just had each other. When you went to school, you was around other Jamaican kids. You may have come across some Indian kids or some Chinese, but the majority are black. With us here, yeah, the majority are black, but we had some Black American, we had some Trini, we had Guyanese, we had Haitian, and learning, we learn about them. So, and their culture, their cuisine, little idioms and stuff like that. So when this dude was coming at me, at one point I noticed during our debate, he kind of modified his tone somewhat. And he came off like he wanted to turn up, and there was name calling, did a little bit of that. But the bottom line is, and I say to a lot of Caribbeans, I've been saying it for years, I say it again, we have to have our own house in order. And which is the primary reason why I have no problem with FBA delineating, because the way I see it, it's a perfect juice strainer, if you will. Yeah. You got to strain out all the coons on all levels. Right. All the coons on all levels. So the moment I hear you, the way you say, not only what you say, but the way you say it, that tells me everything I need to know. Your views on certain hell, Jamaicans don't even see Jamaicans in diaspora are foreign. Them not see Jamaican and are foreign as a oh well you were born in the UK, you're British, you're born in the US, you're US. But they'll call me a Yankee as fast as they'll call any FBA Yankee. And I have been. So I mean, I'm like that hit harder than the African booty scratcher thing. Yeah. But the difference between the African booty scratcher, well, like I tell Caribbean people, like some young Caribbean people that I've met over the years that were new to this country, they come here, if you hear that, it's not so much as an insult. That's what they do. We make fun of each other. You just have to get with the swing of things and roast them back. You got to return their energy. And at the same time, you got to do that while keeping your composure.
Yeah, I'm gonna say for the record, I've never called him by African booty scratcher, and I never heard. Listen, man, I went to school in New Jersey. I'm in school with African Jamaicans. I ain't never called somebody that. I ain't never hear that term being used ever in my schooling. So when I hear people say that, like I just be like scratch my head. Like I don't know if everybody experiencing that because I'm in Jersey, man, and I've never used it. And I never heard it being used around me, all of my schooling. So I'm like, yo, this couldn't be as popular as everybody's saying it was, because I would have heard that thing, man.
Well, I know where I grew up in Queens on Farmers. It was common. But
the thing is, also, where's the source to it? Because nobody could find a source. You even could Google it. Like there's it just say America, and it says Canada. But when you say America, what year? Because if you're saying after 65, so I'm like, well, damn. Well, you can't pin that on. I could say the Haitians, Jamaicans, the Nigerians, and y'all brought it. It's like, and then when you Google what it actually is, there's two stories. One is saying the African is scratching his booty, and another one is saying the African is scratching the white man's booty. So it's like, so there's not even like a consistent explanation on like what it is, what it's supposed to be, and where exactly it comes from. So I always go with dates. I always say when. Now, if you could show that word being used around before 1965, I will totally own it. I say, yeah, that's us, because it wasn't too many black immigrants like that over here. It wasn't too many Haitians and Jamaicans like that over here. It was like mainly majority us, but 80s, 90s.
I learned from FBA.
Yeah, now, but how do you know? I learned okay, what age? How old were you?
I'm not saying, 8 years old. I can tell you, because I'm a 70s baby.
Watch this. How do you know he was FB at 8 years old?
Okay, that's the thing. That's why I said maybe less than 2 minutes ago, I'm going to research that, because you mentioned something about Googling, that you Googled it. And I was like, oh, shoot, I'm going to Google it, and its origin or whatever. But when I first heard the term African booty scratcher, it was Black American kids, my classmates, lunchtime at school. Everybody,
I caught my boy in the live, like just I won it. And my boy, he's FBA, and he said he definitely used it on people. So, but when I asked him on who he used it on, he said it was everybody. He said he didn't really pick and choose. And then, so I asked him this, and by the way, he didn't even know he was live. I said, "Who taught you it?" Right on the live, so everybody can listen. And he said, I don't know where I got it from. He said, probably another kid. So like the source for it is a whole nother rabbit hole. It's like, yo, where did this come from? Because if that's a grown-up thing, bro, you will hear it with grown-ups. It won't just be a kid thing. You will hear grown-ups say it too. If they got it from grown-ups, you will hear grown-ups say it. So why does it stay in the kid realm? Like, why doesn't it grow, with the grades? Why does it stay in elementary? Why don't it go to junior high and high school and college and, to the work field? Why does it stay only around the elementary swings? Good and question. Like that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, but but everybody's saying it was called, like, because even black folks came and lied and said they would call it N-word by every white person. Like, so the to me, it's like, dude, like, so all y'all was called African booty. All of y'all? Say, I don't know about that, man.
No, there's levels to this. There's levels, because the first African that I met that was offended by it, I remember a dude from Ivory Coast was a college student. This was back in like 99, 2000. And he's born and raised in Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. So he came here like when he was in his teens. So he told me how how offended he was, that the Americans, the black Americans, they call me an African booty scratcher, and what's going on. And I see, I get it, because he don't get the culture. He wasn't raised here. So of course he's going to take offense to it. It's not like, I say, a Jamaican kid that will call me a Yankee Doodle, because they don't refer to each other. The school kids in Jamaica don't refer to each other as Yankee Doodle when roasting each other as the Black American kids would call themselves African booty scratcher while roasted. That's the difference. I try, and I even point out to them. But with them, it's just a matter of them. You get used to it. If you don't let it offend you to the point where you can clap back, you got a quick comeback and say something to them. Okay.
So here's the other thing. Here's the thing. So when you hear a lot of black immigrants, right, that come over here. So now let's go with African booty scratcher is our term that we placed on black immigrants. Okay, so now watch this. Black immigrants say, especially the kids, they say that they're taught from their parents these negative things about us before they come over here. Okay, so now watch this. If that's true, then you're already coming off as standoffish, right? You're already looking at us a certain way. We're trying to talk to you. We're trying to embrace you. And you're standoffish. So you're becoming weird to us. Okay, so if we're saying it, it's possible we're saying it as a reaction. because they said out of themselves, out of their own mouths, a bunch of them. They said our relatives told us to stay away, but they're criminals, they're on drugs, all these negative. I mean, now listen to this. A grown adult, like which one is weird? You got a little kid saying African booty scratcher. We don't know where he got it from, but we got people who are saying their parents taught them this when they were little elementary kids. I mean, so they're being taught, like that's what white supremacists do to their kids. Don't go over there. Don't. So you got black immigrants being trained and taught by their parents to stay away from black Americans because we're this cancerous person and we're just evil. I mean, like to me, like that's more shell shocking than a 7-year-old saying, "Hey, African booty scratcher." You have an adult, a grown ass, mature woman and man training a young boy, girl to have hatred that early. So it's like,
that's real.
Yeah, so it's like, so you're coming with the hatred, we're coming with jokes. I mean, I don't know how we're like comparing. And then that hatred turns into like DJ Academics, where they all they can do is just spread negative propaganda about Black Americans and never anything positive. So there's so much so that he go ahead and he resurrect a bloodbath in Chicago. So it's like and then I mean it's like so y'all can't. So it's like what they were taught. They somehow gotta prove it like to the world, like they because they come over here, they don't really experience it. So okay, let me just cherry pick moments where they do fit the stereotype, and let me broadcast it before the world and become a millionaire. So if anybody should be up in arms, it should be us. Like, yo, you're in our country, painting a picture of us fitting all of the scientific racist stereotypes. The stuff we try to run away from, that no white person can do and be successful in this country. Like white folks wish they could do a Chirac video. They can't because all the outrage they would get. So they wait and have a colored person do it. Or maybe they're behind it, maybe they're not, don't know. But that's something that they will love to see, like us to fit the stereotypes where they could tweet it back, and then as a result, laws get passed. So like there's a whole lot involved in that we don't find entertaining. And as a matter of fact, you got a lot of Chicago residents calling him out on that. Like, yo, man, like, you started something like a wound that was healed, you didn't open it back up. Now we back remembering, and now the guy who I let slide, I seen him yesterday. Now I don't want to let him slide because he was involved.
Yeah, academics should be definitely held accountable for that. And in my opinion, they should stay on his bumper. They meaning the residents of Chicago that are outraged and offended by his remarks.
Yeah, well, he brags about not going outside, so I guess he's embraced his role of just dodging, duck, hiding and ducking, But but Big Act knows not to ever be seen in public. Yeah. In public, he knows it's gonna be on site for him.
Yeah.
But anyway, just to like those type of things I don't like. And I was trying to explain to KD, it hurt. If it's us doing it, it's still bad. It's still wrong, but it hurts worse when it's somebody else doing it. And that's why you have Black folks in America killing each other, and we don't outrage for some strange reason. But let it be a white person, we'll go crazy. But that just showing you that it hurts more when an outsider does it. I can't explain it. It's just the reality.
I think that largely comes from being conditioned like racehorses or show dogs. When you breed, train, condition, program someone a certain way over a period of time, it's like embedded in their DNA. So our fight is, largely to shake off bad habits, and while simultaneously replacing those bad habits. And that's a very mild way of putting it, because slavery, post-slavery, and all the trauma that comes with it is a lot of conditioning to do to burn all of that out of our system. Which will take time.
Yeah.
It'll take time, and and we've done quite a bit. FBAs have done quite a bit. I'm thankful for the ancestors at FBA here. I'm thankful for ancestors in Jamaica, like Samuel Sharp and Paul Vogel, Juan Bolas, and Puffy, Cudjoe, Randy Nanny. So if they did it and they was, successful in the time they do what they did and they sacrificed, I have no excuse.
Yeah, right.
And these are things where I try to share when I share with Caribbean people. I said, look, everybody else, the same way we like to say, oh, we all went through stuff. Okay, you know what? We all got our hands full too. How about that? How about that? Anybody saying that? We like to talk about how we all this one big generic Negro and all went through slavery. Yeah, and we all also have work to do. So FBAs, they're unique. We're unique. And they're dealing with it effectively. Y'all jumping in there and giving these negative responses and these negative energy towards the FBA and this thing. They supposed to y'all owed that. Y'all owed y'all reparations.
Yeah, that's
cash,
the thing.
land.
If Jamaicans came out and said, I don't care if it was the same number, like the same number of us saying FBA ate us. If enough of y'all came out and said, hey, man, don't call it Jamaican because the etymology of that word goes back to this, man, call us maroon. All right. Like it's okay. It's not a big deal to me. Like, okay, maroon guy. I mean, that wouldn't bother me to do that.
But he was bothered by you. When I listened to that part between you and KD, I was like, yo, this reminds me of that show that Malcolm X was on years ago, and the white guy was like, well, what is your name or your father's name?
Your father's name, yeah.
So you won't tell me what your father's name. The man tell you X. That's who he is, Malcolm X.
And what was your father's last name?
Yeah. And you trying to get, listen, that's how he introduced you. Respect that. And apparently it's a cultural thing. It's something, just be respectful. So from the gate, he's being disrespectful. I mean, it was in a passive aggressive kind of way. It wasn't. It wasn't outright rude like some people where they're like
he got
straight up
invited
balls.
on because he's disrespectful. I only invited him on because of disrespectful. In my comment section, saying little slick stuff, and I already knew that he wasn't going to be somebody that was going to be like a threat, like well studied. I already knew that he was going to be exactly what he was. That's why I invited him on, just to to showcase my, hey, look at this guy, look at his points. Hebrew Israelites, okay? They call themselves Israelites. I mean, look, here's the respect. At one point, they said they're Hebrew Israelites, but now they don't say Hebrew; they just say Israelites. So now they corrected me. Where now I just say Israelites. But you see, I slip up sometimes, say Hebrew, but I would say my fault because he don't want to be called Hebrew Israelite no more. A lot of the camps, they say call us Israelites only. They don't want the Hebrew thing there no more. Just Israelites. Now these people believe they are literally the ancient Israelites, okay, from Israel or that area. And so by calling him an Israelite, you're calling him a Semite to that landmass. Kind of like similar to what we're saying, FBA, right? Now we call them Israelites without no debate, don't we?
Right.
We do. Israelites. Yeah, we don't debate. You're Israelite. Moore, Tarka Bay says he's Moore. The Moore. But when it comes to us, FBA, oh no, you're not that. You're a Negro. You're colored.
Right. Everything stops. Everything stopped. This is an emergency broadcast.
Yep.
You know, you dial 911. The EMTs show up. There has to be a state of emergency address. All of that.
You know, I was gonna do it.
That's that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna actually do a live about Ringo, what's his name? TV, Chaotic Truth, and one other person. I think L.Jamar, because he said something I ain't like today.
Yeah, that was another thing that caught my attention with your live when I was scrolling through it. I said, I mean, with Ringo TV, I said, okay, I don't know what he said, but I would imagine something that I know.
I don't know what he said either.
Some miracle craft.
I don't even
Chaotic
know
Truth. Yeah. I've heard him speak a few
took
times.
It off.
Oh, okay. Chaotic Truth, I already know. You know, pretty much he an F-boy. So I'm like, I know. So, but and Godfrey, I only heard today, earlier.
Oh, wait.
That he had.
He's in the chat. Hold. He's in the chat. You can finish, but somebody wants the link. Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard earlier today that Godfrey had crazy legs. And it was not so much that he had crazy legs on his podcast, but there were some things that he said that seemed not so much as like something you disagree with, like, okay, FBA.
Yeah, what did he actually say?
Disagree. That's what I want to know. And then when I saw you had in that square L.Jamar, I was like, whoa, let me hear this.
Yeah,
what did L.Jamar?
I don't know what. Yeah, L.Jamar was disrespectful to the FBAs, but
oh wow.
Yeah, but Godfrey, yeah, I think people just wanted Godfrey, to be honest, because like, okay, he had crazy legs. You know, maybe it was a shot at L.Jamar, and like maybe you didn't like that, right? You didn't like that. That was distasteful in your mind. But does that make him, like, unless he says something, does that make him enemy number one now? I don't know if that's enough.
It depends on what he said.
I don't think he
I
said
disagree.
anything.
Like someone, right? Like he said something I disagree with. Oh, damn that! He's the most evil person around. I mean, you gotta say something pretty.
Yeah, somebody got to like click
you.
something. Somebody got to click. Cause I watched Sarah Massetti take on him, and he really just had jokes, and he was mad at he had crazy legs on that, but he really ain't quote him saying something disrespectful.
Oh, real quick before I forget, shout out to your mods, Donnie Williams, I think that's his name. He was the one that dropped the link in the chat for me to call in because, like, within 5 minutes of listening to you and KD's dialogue, I was like, oh, hell no, let me see if I can get up in here because I got something to say and I even have some questions. Go ahead. So.
Yeah, you see, I let everybody come on. I didn't. I gave everybody a chance to see what they're gonna say, like, and I was trying my best to keep positive. Sometimes I went on a long rant, but guess what I did afterwards? I let KD I let him go on an equal long rant. So whatever I did, he did. If I talk long, he talked long.
That's balance.
Yeah,
I appreciate it because it bought me time. When I said, all right, I got 2 more stops before I get to my stop, and I let them keep this up long enough where I can get indoors, and hopefully I can call in, which it worked out for the better. So, but I thank Donnie Williams for dropping the link. I thank you for having me on here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I don't mind criticism and opposing views. That doesn't bother me because that's normal, right? And that's life. That's normal in life. So because whatever you're going to say to me, that might be controversial or critical. Guess what? Somebody's going to say it, if it ain't you. So I might as well be prepared for it now. All right, so we got a guest.
Yeah, we were all respectful. Okay.
Peace, brother. It was that Chaotic Truth Live.
This is he.
It was going on.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing great. Yourself?
Yeah, doing real good, man. Real good. So you had FBA in the title, and then my name or my face was on the thumbnail. So what's going on?
Yeah. So I was going to address everybody on the thumbnail. I was going to. You was talking about. Well, you had a live where you were talking about a Jamaican. Not talking about you was addressing a Jamaican guy on there. You probably know what live it is. And I was going to just play that one a little bit, see where y'all was going. I didn't even know where it was going.
Oh
It
yeah,
sounded like it's interesting.
yeah. You could definitely play it. Yeah, you're talking about probably a gentleman named Reese. He's well, supposedly he's Jamaican, but more than likely he just lives in America. He has Jamaican roots. But yeah. But so you haven't played it yet?
No. I ain't played yet. That was the goal to play that tonight. I was gonna play you. I was gonna play L.Jamar, something he said I ain't like, and I was gonna play I was gonna try to play Godfrey thing to see what people were mad about. But as far as your thing, what is your thing with FBA? Like, what is your criticism with FBA?
The only I have a few criticisms of FBA. One of them is the lack of accountability. The constant blaming of this fictional white supremacy for everything, when in fact the FBA is truly the master and commander of his or her own destiny and fate. And also, another problem I have with FBA is they give too much credit to insignificant industries like entertainment and sports, when FBA should primarily focus on, in my opinion, industries like critical infrastructure and what makes other people superior. You know, you never hear, like, for example, Tariq Nasheed talking about creating an institution that creates rocket technology or steel, things of that magnitude. You never hear him talking about creating other systems that governments can purchase. When's the last time you ever heard of FBA say, "Hey man, let's build our own submarines, right? Or let's build our own aircraft, so that we can protect our people." That's one of my problems with FBA, man. The constant, just always saying rap and hip hop is important when it's not. So yeah, I don't really have any problem with FBA, to
Yeah,
be
I
honest.
don't think I think some might feel like that, but to say like the whole, because don't forget when we say FBA, where even though I know most Black Americans don't say the FBA, but when we say it, we think of all Black Americans together. So when you say FBA, you probably got to, like, to get my mind just to focus on FBAs and not all of Black Americans. You probably got to say FBAs and not all of Black Americans. Because if you just say FBA by itself, I'm gonna automatically think of 43 million. Okay, but let me ask you this. So you said white supremacy, blame white supremacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, are you familiar with the 40 acres and a mule renege?
There was a general, I can't think of his name, after either the Civil War, or I think it was after the Civil War.
Yep.
I know it was
What?
prior.
Actually, yeah, it was leading up to it. But go ahead.
Yeah, or prior to Reconstruction, there was a general who promised, and he promised the people who fought with him, the blacks who fought with him, 40 acres and a mule.
So he actually promised 20 Black leaders.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So it was 20 Black leaders. Okay.
Right. So it was more like it wasn't really a promise. It was actually a real negotiation. It was a real deal that they worked out. So this is
you, man.
Right. So it was actually a real deal. It's like a paper. It was not something like that was just promise you go fight. It was actually a real contract, a real deal that they worked out with each other. That if they helped fight in the Civil War, that they would be granted 40 acres and a mule. Now, well, that was not that. That's the term we use now. But let me just ask you this. Do you know what the 40 acres and mule actually represents? Because it's symbolic. Do you know what it represents?
No. Please tell me.
So it represents 400,000 acres of the Confederates' land. So there's going to be rewarded 400,000 acres of the Confederates' land, which that's what happened. So when they obviously helped win the war, Abraham Lincoln signed off without question, and 400,000 acres of Confederate land was awarded to the Black Americans. Now, what they did was they divided the land amongst themselves, and it ended up being 40 acres to each person. So that's how you got that. But that term was like something that we named it afterwards. So it was divided to 40 acres each person. Now, but here's the white supremacy thing that you said we blame. So now after getting the land, because right after the land, what happened before there was the Homestead Act, where white people was afforded, white immigrants and was afforded way more than 40 acres, way more than what we got. Like it was nowhere near. So they got land because they understood that tillable land was going to eventually appreciate and it's going to be equivalent to wealth, which really happened. So that was Abraham Lincoln and that general way of giving us something for what happened to us during slavery and being deprived of any fruits of our labor. So we were going to get something to kind of catch up to a certain degree. So now when Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, I think John Adams was his vice president. He took over and gave the land back to the Confederates. So that's stripping land from us. Land was everything at that time. Land was money. It was everything. Everybody's coming over for land. Okay, so they took the land from us. So now we're starting back from zero because we was already slaves with nothing and we're being free with nothing, but now we're getting something. Okay, so that's a real legitimate thing to point at and say, hey, look what happened over here. Now, right after that, Abraham Lincoln also set up the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Bank, where we accumulated, I think, like $70 million in a short span of time, $70 million in that bank. Now, that bank there's a white guy, part of that bank, and he pretty much sabotaged the bank. He invested in high volatile stocks or whatever he was doing with the bank. He like invested the money in high volatile things. He squandered the money very quickly. So the bank went from being plus 70 million to negative 3 million. So they squandered. So that's more money and land stripped away from us. Okay. So now after that, so here's the timeline. After that, you have the HOLC, the Homeowners Loan Coalition. It's well, before that, you had zoning laws. So zoning laws what kept us in our poor neighborhoods. So it was illegal to get out of our poor neighborhood and move in a more suburban type of neighborhood. Okay, so zoning laws. So now you had the GI Bill. You got a lot of things going at that time. You had the Social Security Act, but now so this is real stuff to point at. So there's a whole paper trail to show how we were continuously locked out of wealth to up until 1968, like where it's legal to do it, where we're so far behind now that pulling your bootstraps up, that's out. Because just off the Homeowners Loan Coalition, just off the 1934 FHA, just off that until 1968, like they calculated that we missed out of 100, just home ownership only. We were locked out of $150 billion just out of home ownership, nothing else. So now when they try to say, okay, it's all good, integration, Civil Rights Act, it's all good, we're fair. It's like, nah, we're literally locked out of so much wealth. So the Homeowners Loan Corporation was to give white people from depression loans for homes that they didn't have to pay back. So again, this is free. So white folks getting welfare like crazy. They're getting government assistance over and over and over throughout this country. The Social Security Act, they got the ADC, the welfare, all this type of stuff. We were locked out of welfare, government assistance for literally over 100 years, while all they got was welfare over and over and over. They never did anything by themselves. They always got a push from government. So now when 1968 comes, you got ADC, you got welfare, and then welfare morphed into TANF, which made it more strict. Oh, and don't forget about the Man in the House Act, where they literally came to black homes to see if a dad was there or a man living there, and they kicked off the program. So these are real things, and that just not even mentioning redlining, not mentioning house segregation and job discrimination, all these legal Jim Crow laws until 1968. And it carried on past that. I didn't mention convict leasing. So Alabama state economy was 73% of it was based on convict leasing, an illegal act, where they locked up black men for something little simple and then rented them out to different steel and coal mines forever. They never got out of it. They got the penis system. They told the farmers, hey, I give this loan to pay me back. And they always never paid them back. They always owed more than what they accumulated, than the labor they accumulated. So yeah, all these different white supremacist measures, right? This is white supremacy at work. Keeping us in debt, blocking us from equality, home ownership, keeping us just in our wretched situation. We can never move to the middle class. So now a couple of black folks actually got around the zoning laws. And they actually bought homes in middle class America. What do you think happened? White folks got together, either burned their house down or ran them out the city. So you have a history, a timeline, a paper trail of white America blocking us out of gaining wealth, taking our land from us, zoning us out, not giving us any loans, giving loans to everybody white but us. So we're not blaming. We're pointing at something and saying, hey, this is why we're in our position today. And this is why you're in your position. Your government help, your government assistance is why you're doing good. Yo, the 1933 Home Owners Loan Corporation, they said that single-handedly created middle-class America, while at the same time locking us out. So we're not blaming, pointing fingers. Well, we're actually pointing fingers, and we're pointing fingers for the right reasons.
Excuse me, FBA defensive. I just want to add something real quick. This thing about FBA pointing fingers about and complaining about racism or white supremacy. Listen, all that, even what you said or mentioned about the discrimination that FBA's endured up to 1968 and afterwards, let's just look at the first 50 to 60 years of FBA's emancipation. Okay, if we're looking at June of 1865 or June 1866, up to roughly 1916, 1920, look at all of the cities and villages that FBA's built without government assistance while being heavily discriminated against.
Right.
Because remember, that was the Reconstruction and the Jim Crow. We had, Wilmington, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Elaine, Arkansas, Ocoee, Florida, Rosewood, Florida, Seneca Village in New York, and a whole bunch of other places too numerous to mention. And they're gone as a result of these white supremacists hating, or what I mentioned earlier, bad mind, racists. They run up into these towns. They burn, Tulsa, Oklahoma, of course. Burn down FBA towns and villages. Remember, white supremacists and their lackeys alike love telling FBAs they need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Right.
These are people that have a history of doing that within the first 50 years of the emancipation. Now, we look at the first 50 years of the emancipation of countries in the Caribbean and Africa alike. What do they have to show? And I'm Jamaican descent. So again, for me to put this out here, this is part of house cleaning for me.
Right.
I put that to any Caribbean person, especially Jamaicans, those that were born and raised there, as well as those abroad. What have we had to show within the first 50 years of our emancipation of a reflection, a positive reflection of us as Black Jamaicans, not just Jamaicans with, tough many, one. We're not doing that chimerical crap over here. We're not doing that chimerical crap over here because it's okay when we embrace everybody, right? But when you know what hits the fan, you're looking for allies. And by that time, you should already have certain things established where whoever you would initially look to ally with, they would want to align with you because you about your business.
Right.
And you have a track record to show it. So of course, naturally, and a lot of Africans and Caribbean states may not want to admit this because it just chafes their asses. When you have to look at that, just the first 50 years, we could go into other aspects even before FBA's emancipation, where you could go back 50 years before that with Thomas Jennings, the inventor of the dry cleaning system and all that. We go back before that, but I'm just dealing with that part right there. Those 50 years between emancipation, the FBA's emancipation, and say 1918. All that what they accomplished and destroyed. Could you imagine if white supremacists, if they weren't so evil and they just stayed on their part of town and FBAs were on their part of town and just built with no interference? Could you imagine all of those towns that were destroyed, where they'd be today? That's a thought. That's just something I want, especially the Caribbean tethers and the African tethers that are listening. That is a question that I put to y'all, and I wanted to burn in your psyche. I'll land my plane on that.
Yeah, now to piggyback off that. So now all of a sudden welfare and government system is bad. So again, we were locked out of it all of our existence until after 1968. Now all of a sudden welfare is bad. So now now keep in mind, welfare is what kept this country afloat. Welfare is why you have a middle class. Welfare is why you got rich people here. Okay, so welfare kept this government assistance. Now I'm saying welfare because welfare is a type of assistance that extends from government assistance, but it's still government assistance. So of course, welfare started in 1933 with this, 1935 with the Social Security Act. But welfare is government assistance. So government assistance has been around. It's more American than American Pie. Okay, so basically, I can even make this argument that we got welfare at the same time immigrants got it when they came over here after 1965, the Immigration Act. We got it when y'all got it. So we were here all that time, never got welfare. And now we're getting it at the same time as immigrants start to come over here since the 1965 Immigration Act. So, but now check this out. But when we get it, it's bad. Pull your bootstraps. You don't need welfare. You're the welfare queen. But meanwhile, immigrants come over here, welfare or government assistance. No problem. But with us, only us, welfare is now demonized. When welfare, and matter of fact, we got welfare, we got the strict welfare, we got TANF. Because even with the old welfare, with the Man in the House Act, only a small percentage of Black folks was on it. We didn't really get on welfare until I think the 70s, like in large numbers. So, but now, because welfare is for needy people. It's an emergency assistance. That's what it is. It's supposed to hold you afloat. Now I disagree with people staying on it. And when he said Tariq and people should pitch science, I agree. Now Tariq, he just one man, but I agree that most of us should be more STEM. That should be on our brain more. I've been saying that. Like, I'm pro science. So yeah, I've been talking that. Like, we need to be more scientific, literate.
Agreed. 1,000% on that.
But dependent
1,000.
But depending on Tariq. So now if Tariq, if he had this college educational background, then I would say, yeah, hold him to that. But he doesn't have that. So I wouldn't expect him to be like this STEM guy, right? That's not his background in no way, shape, or form. told you that he dropped out. So I wouldn't expect the high school dropout to be the STEM guy. But if he had the background of Cornell West and wasn't doing it, then I have a problem with it. So but again, he just one man. We got other folks. But he said NBA. Now, as far as that, the NBA rap thing, again, like this just comes back to us being locked out of wealth for so long that people are just desperate. They just like we're no more desperate than Nigerians who undermine their own oil. They siphon the oil out of the pipes to sell on the bootleg market. So what we're doing with the rap and NBA, like we're no different than another people who just desperate and want money to get out of this situation. Mm. Now the difference between us and everybody else that I pointed out earlier, and you did this for chaotic, is that we're the only Black people who never really got true independence. So we always still today, like we're governed by our former slave masters. Like they're still here, guiding and manipulating and maneuvering paths. They're still blocking certain things, opening certain things. Still here, still literally like right in front of us, dictating. Like no loan here. Like we're still getting lawsuits now for discrimination, and they had like little tests where they had a white guy go into a bank with the same credit score and same pedigrees as the Black guy. The white guy went in there, got a loan. Black guy going there, same everything, nothing. So we see these obstacles still there, present. This is not something like it's in the past and we're just struggling. We're dealing with mental, where we got to block it out of our head. That ain't the case. We're still facing these things directly now. And like you said earlier, if they just get out the way, we show them a pattern. You get out of the way, we flourish. As a matter of fact, I would more so say this: when we have government protection, because when the Union soldiers was around in the South, that's when that Black Reconstruction popped off because we had protection. Mm-hmm. But once they pulled out, what happened? The KKK, Jim Crow, Black codes, right? So once we feel like we're protected, our money gonna be safe. Nobody gonna bother us. We flourish. But if we are thinking any day this cop going to shoot me, when we're under that type of duress, it's gonna be different. And nobody else can say they really experienced that, because keep in mind we're experiencing from a whole different people. These people are not, so largely, they're not us. They're not even Black. They're not even you. Mm-hmm. Like almost every police station you go to, it's gonna be predominantly white, or white, Hispanic, something like that. Most of your employers are going to be non-Black. Most you go to the bank, most likely, on average, non-Black. So everybody who can decide your fate and and when you're trying to level up is going to be somebody non-Black, trying to buy a house, trying to get a loan. Somebody non-Black. So yeah, to say that we're pointing, I can look at Africa and say, well, they're pointing too. Are they lying? Are they making up excuses? I look at Haiti. They're pointing. Like they're coming over here as asylum seekers. Are they, pointing? Are they lazy? Are they blaming white supremacy? Or is something really happening? Yeah, so, it's easy to make that assessment. This is why I keep saying it's easy to make that assessment when you come over here after 1965, because you really don't know what happened prior. Like I gave that brief timeline, which I could be more in depth. Like I just give a quick one so I won't be too long-winded in case he wanted to respond. I gave a quick one. And then we didn't talk about the Klan terrorizing and, blocking from voting and all this type of stuff. So like we had a lot going on, and we had a lot of white people trying to discourage us, either by law or literally physically in our way, threatening. So much so we had to do a great migration. We had to go to other places. That's how bad the South. That's how bad they call it the rural South, or the violent Jim Crow South. That's how bad it was. It was a mass migration, they call it. He said, hell with this, man. We out of here.
But white supremacy doesn't let up, because I know based on what you just broken down, pretty sure you would agree with me that that great migration, it kind of repeated itself within the last couple of years with the illegal immigration, which was the icing on the cake, in my opinion, to what has been going on for the last half a century. Because the immigration laws for the last half a century, I don't think it was as bad, say, 64, 60, like in the mid to late 60s and up to the early 80s until maybe the 90s.
But
Around the 90s.
It depends on what race you're speaking about. Like, because I'm studying the history of immigration in America. So it all depends. If you're talking about black folks, yeah, you're right. It was never that until they never came in large droves until after the 1965 Immigration Act. But Mexicans and white Europeans, immigrants, white European immigrants was over here like coming like flies, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even like they call it what they call it. So you have old immigrants. You ever heard this term, old immigrants, new immigrants?
Yes, a couple of times.
Okay, so old immigrants will be your Western and your Northern Europeans. New immigrants, and this is what they said to themselves. New immigrants were your Southern and Eastern Europeans, as like they looked at them as like more tainted. So the 1917 Immigration Act, the Restriction Immigration Act, and 1924 Restriction Immigration Act was literally for Chinese people and Southern and Eastern European whites. It was to restrict them from coming in large numbers because they felt like they were tainted, like they weren't Anglo-Saxon.
Right. Even though weren't many of them still, despite not being Anglo-Saxon, still labeled Caucasian?
Yeah, so they were able to naturalize after a certain point, become white. Even Mexicans were able to come over and become white, naturalize and become white. So it's very, the immigration is deep, man. It's tricky because people can talk about it, but it's a little more complex than what you're hearing on these airways. But one thing they said though, when they talk about the Transportation Act, but it was when Britain was dropping off all their criminals over here. It's either come to America as a indentured servant or die or face your charges. Of course, they all came over here. Okay, so now what they did was now they recognized them as immigrants. They called that forced immigration, by the way, the Transportation Act. They said those people, they call that forced immigration. And then so they said it was two type of people coming over here. They said that those folks, and they said slaves, and they made it clear slavery was not immigration. It made that very, very clear. This ain't that. Immigration was a choice because they didn't have to come. They could just face their charges because they did commit crimes in Britain, because like these were their have-nots, and they were shipping them off to North America. But also they could work themselves to freedom. They could naturalize at a certain time, and they get paid too. Right. They were not bred. So when slaves came over here, when the enslaved came over here, it's a whole different ballpark. I think we came over here 300,000 deep. I think they said the first wave. There's I think like 50,000 indentured servants from Britain, like 300,000 of us. But at that time, like at that time, they were trying to fill America up. So they was inviting like European immigrants from everywhere. Just come. We'll give you land. We'll give you whatever. Right. Just come. So then like that got kind of wacky where it is like right now. And that's when they start to do like the restrictions. They feel like it was becoming overcrowded. And they had a problem with people coming over here and not buying into like or assimilated into America. They're gonna bring their own language and kind of undermine the whole goal of what America's supposed to be. So for the Germans, I don't know if you noticed, but in the Germans, it was for them it was illegal to speak German in schools. Like they had to assimilate.
I was not aware of that.
Yep, they had to assimilate. They made it against school policy to speak German language in school. So
which time period was this?
This was the first wave. This was like
Okay.
it's like the first wave because there are more German immigrants here than anybody.
Yeah, they come to learn that even in a certain part of Queens, New York, in the Woodhaven section, that was a predominantly German community
I think,
century ago this time.
I want to guess 18. I would think it had to become before the Civil War. But I think the timeline, because with the Transportation Act, that was like 1700s, like 17, probably late, like 1777. So the Germans had to come here either right after the Civil War. Yeah, it could have been 18, because in my mind I got 1880, like 1880s. It could have been that time. And yeah, do you know all the Italians that came over here, what restricted them? So it was interesting. The Italians, they came over here in large numbers. Like I'm talking about, like 90% of Italians came. I forgot the date. 90% of Italians came before, I think, like 1960, and then like after that, like 10% of what you see came afterwards. Like they cut them off completely.
Yeah, I thought it was a big wave, like back in 1910 or 20.
Yeah, they let them come over here, and they had their moments. Man, bro, the stuff they went through. Dang.
Oh yeah. They've been through some. They and the Irish, they've been through some shit. But by the time the Italians arrived, it was a case where the Irish could be like, okay, now you're the kickball now. we were the kickball for like last 5-6 decades. Now it's y'all turn now.
Yeah, I didn't read too much about the Irish just yet, but I do know how they got over here. They had a famine, and Britain ain't want to do nothing with them. So like they were pretty much going to die. So they came over here like through starvation. They came over to Americas, but I don't know. I heard about some stuff they went through, but I haven't really looked into it. But I looked into the Italians.
The little I know about the Irish historically in this country is, they're not Anglo. And
right.
the Anglos look down on them like they were the slow ones. They're not superior like them. I know one of my people from high school, she's German descent. And I remember her telling me once, her father's old school German, we talking with the rest. Anyway, fast forward, she's dating a guy that's Irish descent. I asked her about that once when they got married. I said, wow, your father gave his blessing for y'all? And she said, yeah. I said, because I remember, I asked because you did say you told us he's old school German, but I guess he looked at his now son-in-law initially as the consolation prize.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure he would have preferred his daughter marry another either German descent like her,
of course,
or straight up German. But that didn't happen. So he said, all right, I'll go along with that. I'll go with the Irish guy. So yeah, they've been through some stuff with their own. That's why I pay very close attention to certain things with FBA. I've learned throughout the years. I'm like, whoa, if FBA can get treatment like that from certain elements of society, who the F am I? and I'm not SBA.
Right. Hey,
You know.
but like I kind of thought what you thought, like something similar. I thought about when I started to learn about all these different assistance programs. That okay, by the way, on the
Mhm.
record, all of these welfare programs, these government assistance programs that was given to white people, they're all unearned. It was gifted. It was nothing they did or earned. So the Homestead Act, when they gave them all that free land, that was. I think they had like 100,000 acres each. It was a ridiculous number.
I know it was more than that based on what Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said in one of his
Yeah.
lectures.
So
Millions.
think about Tariq. Like he goes over this stuff, but he don't go. You know, he be like, you know, his lives. He'll talk some truth and he'll do some trolling. So it's not like he's educating you everything. So like he'll touch on some things, but you know, just to give you like a window what he's talking about, but he don't really go too deep into it like that. So I think people just like dismiss it, like it's like nothing. But we really follow up on it.
Right,
Because,
and
yeah.
that's another criticism I have of a lot of people because you can't, you know, we expect this one person to bring it all. I mean, if I'm listening to like certain things that you dropped, I was like, oh shoot, you know what? That's something I was going to research. I ain't gonna hear and harangue you. Oh well, where did you get this from that? I may ask one question or two at best. And how you respond, it's like, all right, I'm gonna leave that alone. But I'm still gonna research things. Like with the brother KD, you know, with all due respect to him, you know, he didn't answer my question when I
Now I
asked,
can tell
you
you
know, about the
exactly
economic
everything,
sanctions.
bro. I can tell you exactly where all my information comes from, bro. I document everything for that reason because we have like
Right.
this. We have a slogan here, like if somebody call you out on a source, you have to produce it. So we say source up or shut up. So if you say something, you know, at any minute we can call you out on it, and you have to produce it or stop speaking about it
Mhm.
right now. Wait until you get it and then come back.
Right.
Because it keeps us to a high standard of conversation. We're not just saying any old thing just to win a so-called debate. Like, we're actually trying to have an honest dialogue. We're sharing information because, look, if what you're saying is true, it's just true. There's nothing I can do with it. Right? It's just true. It might hurt, but it's
Mm-hmm.
true. And guess what? I'd rather it come from you than, or even KD, over a straight up white supremacist troll. It's gonna hurt worse when they say it. So I'd rather be
I
prepared for it in advance. Where now I'm like, okay, all right, they probably gonna say this. Cool. You know, I got like a little heads up a little bit. But what's interesting is that they say we borrow Tariq points. You can see I clearly don't. I got my own style, but they borrow their own same points. Like what are they saying different? They all say oh, it's divisive. It's
right,
divisive. They
right.
all say that. It's like yo, they are
That's
the ones who are like saying the same thing, nothing different.
yeah. I was kind of waiting for perhaps either KZ or Chaotic Truth to even throw that out there, the divisiveness. Oh, Tariq is causing division, and all these people. No, it's already divided. Listen, I'm a Gen Xer. Okay, so when we were kids, anyone who's a Gen Xer or baby boomer, you know what it was when we went outside and played, actually played. And elementary school age, we did stuff like picking up rocks and going, you know, those kind of things. But you notice
Yeah.
when you pick up a rock, you see a garden, beautiful garden, flowers and green grass. There might be a rock there, but when you lift up that rock and under that rock, you see all the bugs and ants
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
algae or fungus and all that stuff. It was already there. It's been there for apparently a while, but no one noticed it because yeah, he's looking at the pretty flowers and the
Right.
green grass. Now, someone had to know that the bugs and the grimy, slimy stuff was under the rock, but they didn't say nothing. Just
Right.
ignored it. That's pretty much the same thing what's been going on. That's why I say a lot of Caribbean people and Africans, they are very dismissive. And some of you listening to this, you know I'm talking about you. Y'all very disingenuous, and y'all make it about this one or that one, or Tariq, and in a couple of months' time they'll find somebody else to point their finger at. But Tariq is the main one they point their finger at, and they don't realize there are people out here that's been talking about this. But with social media now, these things it's more magnified. It's quicker to be put out there in the public.
Right.
So we can't ignore it. Can't be ignored anymore. Like I get up to these cats, they talk about, Tariq, he's talking about rap and hip hop, and he put out the document, which I saw was phenomenal. I say, yeah, but I was telling dudes, I didn't have video, but I remember some cats. I said, well, how y'all gonna talk about what Tariq put out? Some of y'all are full of it, because I remember some of y'all. I was telling, we would be in real time, barbershop talks. You know how that goes. Debate with y'all, and y'all talking about rap came from Jamaica. I said, how? By the time artists like Lieutenant Stitchie and Admiral Bailey, General Trees, Dance Hall, when that came out, by the time that came out, hip hop and rap music already had at least a decade in. In fact, a lot of the hit R&B and hip hop songs from the U.S. Uno, I make the remake. Y'all always make a Jamaican remake of that. That was the only type of Jamaican music I did not
Here comes
like.
the hot step. Word
kid.
up, I'm the lyrical.
No, not that one. That one was all right. That one was cool. I'm talking about.
But it was a remix of a hip hop song already.
Okay, that I know, but I like that one. But for the most part, when they did Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, there was a Jamaican remake of that.
Really?
Listen, go on YouTube and you put in Jamaican version of Billie Jean or Shinehead. Put Shinehead Billie Jean and see what comes up. But it's out there. I'm telling you. I remember it as a kid, and I out of curiosity came to my mind a few months ago, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh, God damn. Is that one? And I think there was a Jamaican remake of Hold On, In Vogue's Hold On. I was like, oh.
Oh, yeah? Wait, In Vogue? Really?
I think so. I got to look for that. But that one with the Billie Jean one, I remember that one definitely I can't forget. And there was one with, I think with, what's his name? Sting. I'm trying to remember which one of Sting's songs they did, which it was, ain't nothing to brag. But my thing is, if you know how talented you are, you don't have to keep doing that. I mean, way before Diddy was doing it in the 90s, we was doing that. It was like,
yeah, I don't even like when we do it. Like when we do like a remix of a song 10 years old. Oh shit! Like come on, man! Like get your own beat. Like be confident in your talent. To like like dare to be great. Go get it because there's a lot of beats out there that's good. Like go get another beat, right? And dare to be great. Like stop choosing a hit song like Criss Cross, jump. I don't want to hear that beat again. Like get your own beat, or is Nelly is hiding? Now watch Nelly is hiding here. I guarantee you somebody borrow that beat in about 10, 15 years and make a song to that. Yeah, but the hip hop thing, I felt like it shouldn't have been that deep. Where people arguing and beef. I felt like that should have been like just a debate where people just sharing notes and history and that's it. Like it shouldn't have ruined relationships and all type of, it shouldn't have been that serious to me.
It shouldn't have been, but some SBA defensive it comes to that in a way, the good thing, if you will, that comes out of that. You see people who they are too, and especially how they express themselves. I have no problem, again, the delineating that y'all been doing. I'm looking at this like, yo, this works better than most people tend to realize, because this is an excellent juice strainer, if you will. We got to strain the pulp of coons, sambos, and all these house niggers amongst us. These, what I would call, among other things, I refer to them as the out of many one people. Those type of people. Because if you're going to do something, you want to get something done, and the results, you got to know who to roll with, or who you want to roll with you. Because once you on your purpose and you doing what you got to do, whoever's, you're going to get the negative people who come too. So you got to have those filters in place. So you got, oh, no, later.
So I'm gonna say this, and then you guys can say your last thing. I gotta wake up 2.5 hours. But let me say this, and then y'all can say what y'all want to say, then we out. L.Jamar. So my issue with him is that, see, Godfrey is proud to be Nigerian, right? He don't make excuses. He say it every chance he get. And you got other folks who are proud to be who they are. My problem with L.Jamar is that he knows he's Guyanese, okay? But he's trying to leave a door open to imply he's like Black American, like FBA. Who we call Adolf FBA. And like, that's my thing. I was like, dude, you're not. And it's okay, bro. Like, you can still do everything you just did. You can still talk about hip hop. You can still do your show. You can still, speak your truth. Right? You don't have to be an FBA person to say what you said. You can be a Guyanese person saying the same thing. That's my thing with him. So he's going to lie and imply things where he's not saying it, but he's implying it. For example, my mom, so first of all, he claims tracing your lineage is so difficult. That's what he claims. It's so hard. No, it's hard for you, bro. It's not hard for us. So then secondly, because mine is traced, and mine go back to beyond 1860s. But now watch this. It's so hard. And then the next thing is, well, my mom, I haven't done hers. I done my dad's. It's like, dude, are you serious? Like, you don't know what your mom is? All right. And if now on DJ Vlad, well, not now, but DJ Vlad, he said his mom was adopted. So he said the mom, he's making her a mystery. And I know his mom, like, if she's living, she's like, yo, what the hell is he doing? Like, why is he making me this mysterious woman? Like, I'm a proud Guyanese or whatever she is. But he's trying to make her a mystery to leave the door open that he's FBA. He's like, dude, it's okay, man. So what I'm saying is,
I didn't know about that, about his mom's.
Yeah. So here's the thing. He's saying his father's from Guyana, and he's saying his mom he doesn't know. Right? Whatever. But what I'm saying is this. A Guyanese dad and a question mark mom doesn't make you FBA. It makes you Guyanese with a question mark. That's what it makes you. So so I'm gonna end it with that. So Keada, you want to end on something? You want to drop something last?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question, unbiased. Or well, it's a series of questions.
Okay.
One, do you own a home? Two, do you have a bank account? And three, did you graduate from college?
No college graduate. Don't own a home, and I got a bank account.
Okay. Well, all my life, all I've known is home ownership. My friends, extended family, people I went to college with, had every opportunity possible to be anything that I wanted to be. And there was no white institution holding me back. And so that was to pretty much not rebut what you were saying earlier, but you were talking about systems that were in place to keep Black people back, like the Homestead Act and all that. So I just wanted to say, um, me personally, I just can't relate to that. And I'm not saying that you were wrong in what you were saying, but um, I understand the history, but there were also very wealthy Blacks in that time period. Madam C.J. Walker is an example of a very wealthy woman who actually lived next door to Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, uh, who was instrumental himself in funding historically Black colleges. And there are so many very wealthy Blacks, even in that time period, that I can name right now. Um, and what I could say about what you were saying about the destruction of cities or towns, they weren't cities, but they were towns. I could argue that the Black man should have figured out how to fight better. Um, you just can't run up in Israel and the Jews are gonna just sit back and let you do stuff to them. So is it an argument of white supremacy or just Black men are just cowards and can't fight? So I'm not saying that you were wrong. I just look at things from a completely different perspective, and I'm gonna end off on this. And I'm not saying that you are very polite, but I go into spaces and Black men talk tough, but they talk tough to each other, right? And what I'm saying is that why weren't your ancestors tough against racism and white supremacy then? So when people hear me speak, I get it. I don't tickle people when I talk, right? I don't say flowery stuff to people. I just say things that are just blatantly there, well, from my perspective, right? So one of my arguments, and I know you said you about to leave, but one of my biggest arguments is if racism and white supremacy is real, and if it is global, then America is the lion's den of it. So why not just move to a place where it's the least amount of white supremacy, which would be in Africa, you know, assuming that white supremacy is global. So I just pretty much look at the world totally different from a lot of people. It's 8 billion of us on the planet, so I just look at it totally different, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that, if there is such thing as white supremacy. But one thing I can tell you is my parents still own growing up, my dad owned several properties and rented them out to people. Um, and my parents live in a beautiful home right now. They're elderly now, but they still own properties right now in historical neighborhoods, and what's so wrong with living amongst Blacks? Why were those Black enclaves poor? I thought Blacks were intelligent enough to maintain systems. So, I ask a lot of questions about the past, man. I think the past is.
So let me respond to some of those questions. Okay.
Oh
So
yeah, well, I was talking about from my perspective.
Okay.
I didn't. But
Oh
okay,
yeah. I wanted to just speak on that. So here's the thing.
Go ahead, sir.
So let me start with you first. You said your parents own a home. That's fine for you. All right. But I know about brain gain, brain drain, and brain waste. Okay. So I know when Black immigrants come over here, for the most part, it's a brain gain for America. It's a brain drain for the country. I know that. And not every, I don't know where you're from. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to, attack you. But wherever you're from, I know that you don't represent the body of your people over there. Okay. Wherever you are, wherever you're doing in America, you don't represent your country. Right. So they're not living like you over there for the most of them. So you come over here, that's fine. You're doing great. Now, you probably just went to high, you probably went to, college, and you deserve what you got. I'm not saying you don't deserve it. I'm not saying you got a pass and white folks just like there's probably obstacles in your way too, and you maneuver through them and you did good. It's no problem, no issue with that. But now you said fighting. Okay, so I explained earlier we did fight. So Robert F. Williams is one guy. So Robert F. Williams is one guy who was who started the Deacons for Defense, where they were defending the civil rights movement. Now he was in North Carolina, Monroe, North Carolina, where it had a population of 12,000 people. 7,500 was the Klan. Now, the Klan was terrorizing black residents. Now, only we have this type of history right here. I'm about to explain to you. We are, so 7,500 of the 12,000 were Klan. So you can imagine how many was us, probably even less than that, some small number. Because there's only how much left to go? 4,500 left. So, it was a small population after. The Klan made up most of the bulk of the city. Okay, so they terrorized us. They did what they did. Robert F. Williams decided, he was part of the NAACP, by the way. So he decided to come up with Deacons for Defense and have guns. Okay, now this is what we did, and no other black person in the city did. So now, they're outnumbered. He had 60 armed black men. That's it, 60, versus a population of 7,500 Klansmen. Okay, so now, they wanted to come after a member of the NAACP because he was a civil rights activist. Okay, so Robert F. Williams said, if you do that, you're gonna be met with gunfire. Okay, he even wrote a book called Negroes and Guns, and I'm gonna tell you about his story. So this is so when you say fight, that's all we did, and we were totally outnumbered. No other black person can talk like this, but they were outnumbered. Y'all was always the majority and didn't fight. So we have the opposite reaction. We be like, yo, how y'all the majority and can't win? Like, we're the minority, we're supposed to lose. Okay. But anyway, Robert F. Williams, the Klan went to do a drive-by. They bust their gun back, right? At the Klan ran. After that, the city banned the Klan from coming back. They passed a city ordinance that said the Klan can't come back, all because black folks bust their gun back. Only 60 black guys armed bust their gun back. The city said the Klan can't come back without the sheriff permission. So that was a complete W for Robert F. Williams and for black people in America. Now, watch this. There was a library. So he didn't stop there. There was a library that was segregated. They didn't allow black folks in there. He was like the first. If you know about First Amendment auditors, well, he was the first one, because he went in the library and he brought black folks there and said, no, we pay taxes here. We're gonna our tax money come here. We're gonna come to this library as well. He won that case. Okay, now 2 black boys was kissed by a white girl. And this is all in the same city. Now, the 2 black boys were like 12 and 7. They got arrested and was sentenced like 15 years, something crazy. Now, she kissed them on the cheek. What did he do? He went, again, black, strong, powerful, fierce man. He went and went to the tabloids, the newspaper outlets, and he got co-signed by former President D. Roosevelt wife, was speaking on his behalf, so much so that the pressure the public pressure got so global, so national, that they released the boys in a quick period of time. This is just one black guy. Now, he was defending the Freedom Riders. You know about that. So the Klan would try to intimidate them, bust their gun, whatever. So he set up his, he's fierce, a real black FBA fighter, was fighting against all odds. So, and he went and met with the Klan. J. Edgar Hoover tried to infiltrate him and came up short. Matter of fact, he stopped. He left him alone. Okay. So they were defending the Freedom Riders, and the Klan came shooting, and they torched the bus. So what he did was, he seen 2 white people in a car that was about to come into harm's way. So because we're FBA, even though we are war with white folks, we still got a heart for people, for mankind. So he brought them in their house for safety, and they were very grateful for that. But the cops spent the narrative, and even though they never said they were kidnapped, the cops spent this narrative and say he kidnapped them. So now there became an FBI APB on him. He became America's Most Wanted, FBI Most Wanted. Now that white couple never said he robbed anything, some kidnapping. This was the narrative. So he left the country momentarily. He went to Cuba, met with Castro, had a radio station over there, just some real FBAG stuff. He left there and went to North Korea and met with their top leader. And then he went to China and met with Mao Zedong. This is real history. Then he came back to America. He came back. So this is what most people don't do. So when we so-called flee, we actually come back. So he came back to America, known as a warrant by the FBI. He came to Michigan, and he was so thorough. The Michigan government, by the way, this is Jim Crow. The Michigan government will not extradite him to North Carolina because the white Michigan government said he won't get a fair trial. So he didn't want to put, he got that much respect. He got international respect and he got national respect. Okay, so now when he finally allowed, well, actually, I think he just went to North Carolina just to face his charges, whatever. And of course, he got acquitted because of some nuances, but he got acquitted. So that's just one example of 60 black men down to one black man fighting in behind enemy lines. This is not our own country. We're not outnumbering them. We're outnumbered, and he's pretty much by himself. So that's been our story in this country. We had hella race riots in this country, hella race riots where we actually fought. Black Wall Street, I believe I believe we had guns and we fought back. I don't believe we hid and ran. I believe they met them and bust their gun back. So we don't have this history you talked about. I don't know about that. I don't know about Black Americans, FBA's, ADOS fleeing from white supremacy. We always fought back, and we always fought back. When they caused the N-word during integration, they got a severe beatdown. So we always fought back, and sometimes we died, we got hung, or we got shot, or whatever happened to us afterwards. But we have a history of fighting back. Now, I can go to these African countries, and I can show they don't have a history of fighting back. Okay, I could run to their governments, I could run to their countries one by one and show you how they didn't fight back. They compromised with the colonization. Nigeria didn't have to sign those contracts with Shell BP. Nigeria sold their people out for oil. The Nigerian government disrespected the Ogoni people. Now you're the majority, and I gotta get on Jamaica because Jamaica's outnumbered the British 20-1. I mean, that's a clear beatdown, right? Never happened. So in all of these African countries, they were outnumbered 100-1, 20-1. Now look at Rwanda. Look at the Tutsis and the Hutus, who let the Belgian government just play them for each other. They're gonna the Hutus were more in number, right? They had a bigger size, bigger population. So the Belgians, what they did was they put the Tutsis in charge of, like, in a powerful position above the Hutus. So they kind of like spearheaded this Rwanda genocide. So now you guys do fight, not you, but other. I don't know where you're from, but Africans do fight, and Jamaicans, Caribbean do fight. The problem is it's yourself. It's not ever the enemy. So, and then I explained why black folks don't have much, because we had something. It was literally taken from us, or we were blackballed completely out of it. So now the Nigerian government, they could have spread that oil wealth with the public. They didn't. They could have strengthened their government. They didn't. They put it in their pocket, and that was it. That's what we didn't do. We never sold ourselves out on that type of level, where we literally watched us die for gain. It's not our history. So we were blocked out of wealth. We were discriminated. We were marginalized. We were redlined. And we still, like the brother said earlier, he said, in spite of all that, by the way, you said home ownership, but you didn't respond when I said right after the Emancipation Proclamation, there was a bank set aside for us, and we accumulated $75 million in like what, 5 years? That's a short span of time. Like, where does money come from? What were we doing to get this money? The bank in 90, 75 or $70 million. You can Google that. It's between 57 million and $70 million. That's what we did. Once white supremacy, which was white supremacy, once they were neutralized by us and with the help of Union soldiers, there's a bank set aside, a savings bank set aside for us, and we accumulated. Oh yeah, that's the thing was, it was a savings bank, but the white guy undermined it by making it an investment bank. So he started to, so now that was like killing the brand, because they pitched it as a savings bank and not an investment bank. But the white guy used the savings bank as an investment bank. He started to make investments. So people, he gave the bank a bad name. Then he blew the money. And that's one of the reasons, brother, why we don't have bank accounts. So when you ask us, do we got a bank account? And when some of us, I do. But when some of us say no, there's a reason for that. And that reason is just passed down unknowingly to us. We don't know that our great-great-grandfather had that experience, and he passed that, no banks, to his son, and his son unknowingly said, no banks. And that's how that kind of goes for the person who don't have a bank today. It goes like that. And back to the doctor. We don't go to doctors, we die. Well, why? Well, medical apartheid explains that. As guinea pigs, gynecologists found it off black slave women. So we became, so forget about the Tuskegee, we become lab rats, period. All, in all of this time, we become lab rats. So there's a reason why we don't do stuff. It's not just because we don't want a bank account or we don't want to go to the hospital. It's because there's a long history in this country of us being mistreated, malpractices in these places, in these institutions. So that's why some of us probably don't got a bank account. It just ignorantly passed down from parents to parent to parent that stem from a real parent who experienced or heard about, maybe he didn't experience, but he definitely read about or heard about what happened with the Freedmen Bank. So
There it is.
2 hours now. So you want something?
And I just want to say real quick, I'm not gonna, because it's late and I know everybody's tired, and there'll be other days or evenings where you can reintroduce the subject again. But I'll say quickly, without going into all the long drawn out details, Black folk did fight back. They didn't just stand around holding their hands praying like Mr. Chaotic Truth would like to purport and promulgate, that's a typical Caribbean, typical African thing. My parents own this house and they always own houses, and my friends and the college education, et cetera, which that's great. If he has that. But it's like, okay, how is that relevant to the conversation here, your personal or your familial accomplishments? When you came on the panel, no one was talking about their individual accomplishments, which there could be another show on that if we need to go there. But I digress. Black folk were fighting back. There's proof of that. Now, the numbers, a totally different thing. I mean, if you have a town of, say, 200 black people and being attacked by, say, 800 white folk, and they're armed to the teeth, yeah, black folk gonna fight back. Even if they lose that physical battle, they didn't disgrace themselves. They stood their ground, 10 toes down. I just don't, I see that very disingenuous from Chaotic Truth to come with that. But again, that's typical of a lot. There's some Caribbeans that I do know now that they won't tolerate that. I know some, shout out to them, some other Jamaicans that I know that, we're like-minded on these subjects. Some Trinis and a handful of Haitians I know that we're like-minded, like-spirited on these subjects. So when you all, FBA, y'all delineate, trust me, I have no problem with that. I think many FBA don't realize yet how beneficial your delineating is. I'm convinced some don't know yet. I'm like, it's really helpful because we're really flushing people out. Really flushing a lot of the haters, the coons, the Sambos out. When these Caribbeans and Africans, they talk about, black people in America, black Americans, they will talk about racism and white man this, white man that. When many of them themselves trying to be like the very people that they criticize you all of complaining about. So to those Caribbeans and Africans listening to this, how can you all talk trash about FBA complaining about white America? Y'all trying to be white. Y'all skin bleaching creams, hell. FBA women don't use, with all the accessorizing they do, you can joke about FBA women with the wigs or weaves, but one thing you can't get on FBA women about is them skin bleaching cream. You can count on one hand the amount of FBAs that may use skin bleaching creams in comparison to, say, a Caribbean person or African person. And I'm talking on average. But if someone got the numbers, hey, put it out there. Let me know. Educate me. I might be incorrect. But I'll leave it. I'll land right there because
All right, so I'm gonna give Caddick
it's late.
the real last words, and then I'm not gonna say nothing back. We're going to bed. So, Caddick, you want to respond to anything we said, or you want to say?
No, I mean, no. I'm glad that you had me on.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, you know, we
up.
can agree to disagree, and you know, man, if you're live again, I'll check you out again, man.
Yeah, I'll probably be getting on L.Jamar.
Sounds good. Peace.
All right, man. Good night, everybody. Peace.
Have a good night. None to you, peace and protection. Thank you for having me on the platform.
Thanks for coming. Peace. Pull up tomorrow.
Chief.
Saturday.
Yes.